Thank you, and welcome to the third hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 8, Customer Service, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Dibb and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of customer service and digital government, emergency services and youth justice. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for giving time to give evidence today.
Thanks so much.
All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I also remind Mr Head and Mr Tidball that you do not need to be sworn since you have already been sworn before the committee during this inquiry. For all other witnesses, could I please ask you to state your name, position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and please beginning with the first witness to my left.
Thank you. Good morning. Greg Wells, Managing Director, Service New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning. Mike Wassing, Commissioner, New South Wales State Emergency Service. Affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Trent Curtin, Commissioner of the Rural Fire Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Chair. Jeremy Futrell. I'm the Commissioner of Fire and Rescue New South Wales. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Paul O'Reilly, Deputy Secretary, System Reform, DCJ. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me, by me, shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Amanda Young, Chief Executive of the State Insurance Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And I believe we've got some witnesses in the overflow section. And just while I have your attention as well, those in the overflow sitting area, just to remind you to bring forward your nameplate when being asked a question, but also while swearing in, just to assist with the transcript and with Hansard. Could I get Ms Lee Sanderson, please, to come forward?
Thank you, Chair. Lee Sanderson, Deputy Secretary, Policy, Strategy and Governance in the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Laura Christie.
Laura Christie, Deputy Secretary, Digital New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms de Courtney.
Kylie de Courtney, Managing Director of the New South Wales Telco Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So
Thank you. Ms Cameron.
Danusha Cameron, Registrar General. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Michael Zamoulis.
Michael Zamoulis, Chief Financial Officer in the Department of Customer Service. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Sam Toohey.
Good morning. Sam Toohey, Executive Director of Emergency Management at the New South Wales Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Kellyanne Stewart, please.
Ms. Kellyanne Stewart, Executive Director, Youth Justice. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I believe that's everyone. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m, with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m, with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45 a.m, 12:45 p.m, and 5:15 p.m. We will begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your attending today. You would be aware of the Business Connect program and what it does for small businesses in New South Wales, including multicultural First Nations. You are? Yeah. So when did you become aware that the program would not receive funding in 2025-26 budget?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks, Ms McDonald. Good morning to everybody. You may be aware that Business Connect program actually falls under the purview of Minister Saffin. In Service New South Wales, we've got Service for Business New South Wales, which is effectively a concierge service, and that's the one that I take responsibility for.
So when Business Connect finishes, it'll be the concierge service then that takes on that role?
Yeah, it'll be continuing, Miss McDonald. You know, this is a service that's been operating for a while, and what it does is it runs like a concierge service in terms of a service that, let's say for example, I want to open a business and I need a little bit of support. I don't know what to do in terms of regulations, in terms of how to apply for licensing and things like that. That's still available, and that's part of Service New South Wales, and that's something that I've got the responsibility for. But the Business Connect program actually falls under the Small Business Minister, and like we were hosting them in Service New South Wales.
So we're because it sort of comes under that purview of customer service, were you consulted or aware when Business Connect was being, whether it was going to continue?
Look, I remember it you know, that it really came out as one of those budget issues within Ms Saffin's portfolio, and I'm aware of it. But in terms of the consultation, like, we've got over 100 concierges across our service centres, spread pretty much right across the state. So as you can appreciate, I have to look at the things that I'm responsible for. We work collaboratively with, you know, all colleagues, but in terms of the decision about the exact timing, frankly, I don't know the exact date that I was told or whatever.
So you were told, not consulted?
Well, it's not really a consultation process for me because it's not my, you know, it's not part of my portfolio.
Okay.
You know, we play, as we do, a role of support right across service. We see that with the emergency management, we see that with the grants distribution, we see that with other responsibilities that we have, and we play that supporting role. So we're happy to host them, and I know that you know, Ms Saffin is, I think, on later this week, and we'll speak more to it, I imagine.
Yes.
You know, there's a range of things that we do to support businesses. You know, the business charter, but the business service for business really is a great way of supporting businesses and people who want to start up a business but just don't know how, so don't know what requirements they might have, you know,
so
frameworks they've got to work in.
Business concierge service going to be able to fulfil that role if it's just a phone call to, really all they're going to do is refer that person on to a website? Or
I think it's more than a phone call, Miss McDonald. I've been in service centres where I've actually seen firsthand people actually have an appointment. So you can make an appointment to meet with a concierge. You can ask for different advice. They help you get to where you need to go. You know, if I was to start, for example, a window tinting service in Bankstown for cars, which wouldn't be too much of a surprise. But let's say I was going to do that, and I didn't really know how to set up a business. I would go to them, and I'd be asking, look, what are the things that I need to do? How do I get my ABN? How do I need to register this? What are the compliance issues? That's the role that they'll play, and you can do that, you know, in person. So you can make an appointment, and you can meet with somebody who will help you. You know, they may be able to help you in doing some of the work, but ideally, what we want to do is make sure that we direct people in the right place. We've also got business tools that we provide online. You know, the support service is there, and that's what we do through service to business.
Would the business concierge service provide specialist business advice on, say, marketing, sales, financial planning, business strategy, like Business Connect did?
I don't know in terms of this, and I don't want to say something that I'm not 100% sure of, Ms. McDonald. They'll provide support and ways that they can support you. So whether they'll actually do the digital stuff for you, that I don't know. But certainly, if it's a meeting with somebody who effectively is a concierge who can help you get to where you need to go and give you some advice on things that you need to do, then I imagine that that's part of the whole big picture. You know, there are some things online that we can then direct somebody to and even help them with. One of the things about Service New South Wales, and certainly part of our digital inclusion strategy, is that whole sense of inclusion. So if we need to help somebody who can't access it, we'll provide that support to them. We'll help guide them through that. That's the kind of role that Service for Business concierge can do.
And have you spoken to any of the business concierge to understand their concerns about replacing Business Connect? Because a Business Connect is a specialist service, whereas a concierge is almost like a doorman. You know, just.
I'd like to think they're a little bit more than that, Miss McDonald. As I said, I've actually seen them in operation. One of the things that I love doing is actually visiting all of the agencies in terms of the number of service centres that I visit, as it is with fire stations or the RFS or the SIRA youth justice centres. I actually love getting out and about and meeting the people who are there on the front
So you've
line.
spoken on the front line. So where will they be based?
So I've spoken to people most recently I was up in Tweed Heads, where we were there for an opening, actually a relocation of a service centre, and I spoke to the team up there, and I can't remember the name of the manager, but she was absolutely fantastic. Greg, they were fantastic. I have a chat with them. Been out to, obviously Bankstown is my local one. I go to Roselands when I need to renew something, but been out towards out Penrith Way. Park.
So they're all over. So what?
Yeah, there's 116 across the state, and in addition to that, we've also got what we might call kiosks in really small, say, rural or
like
more
hubs,
remote areas. And then we've got the outreach bus, which is our, for want of a better word, the kangaroo bus.
And what qualifications and experience do the concierge have compared with, say, the independent business advisors who delivered the Business Connect services?
Look, probably when it comes to that, Miss McDonald, I might, if it's okay with you, refer to the managing director, because it's about the specifics in terms of the employment that I don't want to lead you down a path that I'm not sure
Okay,
of.
I might, if I can, I'm just marking that. I'll come back to the afternoon.
Sure.
To ask that question.
Mr. Wells can probably give you a lot more information about the sorts of skills, but I mean, there's also a range of soft skills that we expect in people. Part of that is their interpersonal skills, the EQ, but obviously they've got to have a good understanding of what happens in the whole business ecosystem. And, these aren't also big businesses. Some of these are micro businesses,
Yes,
like
I
a
understand.
mum or a dad who's just trying to make a start somewhere.
Yeah. And so, will you commit that they will provide the same level, this business concierge will provide the same level of service that is currently undertaken by Business Connect? And I think it's amazing that the program Business Connect will finish on the 30th of September, right before Small Business Month. But anyway.
Well, I know, Ms. McDonald, and I'm not trying to be tricky here, but as you can imagine, this is an area that's in somebody else's portfolio. and they're best placed to speak about it. What I can tell you is that we will continue with our concierge service, our service for New South Wales, the business stuff. We will continue with that, and we'll continue providing the best service that we possibly can. That's what I can commit to. As for the other stuff, you can appreciate that it's not really my place or the right thing for me to comment about something in somebody else's portfolio.
So next budget estimates, when I ask you about business concierge service, I'll be able to drill down deeper about, how many people it's helped in comparison to, say, Business Connect. But what I might do now is host.
But yeah, I'm happy to keep having these conversations, as you know. We'll keep doing what we can do. But what I will also say is let's be also realistic about what the role is and what it isn't. And we'll continue with those conversations. But most significantly, Mr. Wells will be able to go through a little bit more of that detail with you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, can I just get you to creep a bit closer to that microphone?
What about if I
pull it closer to you, please? Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Thank you.
And sorry, I got a little bit croaky today. I don't know how everyone else goes, but the pollen really gets up my nose.
Well, if it helps, we're happy with short, succinct answers, so you don't have to speak so much, Minister.
No worries. Don't ask me an open-ended question.
Minister, on the 12th of July, you announced a 10-year contract with Coulson Aviation. Did you have ultimate sign-off on that tender?
The 12th of July. So that was an independent. That was a tender that went through a proper procurement process, and I think we answered that in the last thing. I was aware of it, and obviously it was done at an arm's length from me in terms of open the tender, see who it was that could people were able to apply, and Coulson was chosen as a successful tenderer. And I end up signing on that recommendation.
You'd have ultimate sign-off on it?
Yes,
though,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Minister, were you aware when the tender was awarded that Coulson's was being investigated by the ATSB?
No, I wasn't aware of that. And I think one of the things that we need to be really clear about is that the tender process, therefore, was open to everybody. They were part of that. I accepted the recommendations of that process. And I've spoken about it before in terms of the decision to try and secure aerial support for a long period of time was based on a number of things. One is the overlapping fire seasons that we're seeing, I think I've spoken about before in here. But the other one is also the availability of aircraft that's there for us, literally at any given time. We own, as a state, we're the only state that owns, Chinook, we're the state that owns the LAT. We've got some really good assets, but the truth is when the fires are raging all over the place, we need as many as we can. And, that's why we've looked to make sure that we can at least secure, aerial assets that can help us with our firefighting efforts.
So coming back to the tender process, are you aware how many applicants you had for that tender?
Oh, look, they would all be commercial in confidence.
The number of applications that were made?
They would all be commercial in confidence at this stage.
Were you aware of how long the application process was open for?
Look, Mr. Barrett, I accepted the recommendations of the process. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you. I'm happy to refer to the RFS Commissioner. He might have more specific details, about the length of the thing, but it was all within our procurement guidelines and it worked within the state procurement guidelines. But in terms of that specific detail, I can ask the...
Can I just get Commissioner to confirm, was it a 6-week period over sort of December, January?
I don't have the period that the tender was open for. I know that it was a compliant New South Wales procurement framework and all the legislative requirements, but I don't have the details here as to how long the tender was open.
Would you be able to provide that for us on notice?
We'd have to take it on notice.
So
I also, Mr. Ray, just want to note that, Coulson was actually a provider of services at the time as well. It wasn't like they'd just come in and had nothing to do with government or with the RFS beforehand.
No problem with Coulson's Minister. Would it not be part of your oversight to look into those sorts of things about how many people applied for this, what was the period that it was open? Because my intel is it was open for a very short period over bushfire season, mind you, that would make it very difficult for a lot of these applicants to actually pull together a tender that saw a significant change in the way that we delivered aerial support during fires, and that would have been quite almost prohibitive to others applying.
Well, look, I'm sure that the RFS will be able to provide that information for you down the track later this afternoon. But I will also say that it wasn't a hidden process. People were well aware of it. It had been advertised. People in the industry are well aware that we were looking for something, and it was within the guidelines of our state procurement. So I'm comfortable with all of that. If some of those things that you're referring to could have been, maybe could have been done differently, I'll accept that and look into it a bit further. But I think you've got a commitment now from the Commissioner that later this afternoon he can go through some more of those details with you. But people in the industry operators were aware that there was a tender out, and in the end, the process made recommendations, and the recommendation for me was that Coulson should be the best of the tenders, and I signed off on that. As I said, with the express idea that I wanted to make sure that we as a state were well protected. We're talking, we saw with the fires in LA, I think it was late last year, that those fires have then sucked up a lot of the resources, and it meant that those planes now are not available. Now, planes aren't the only way to fight a fire, but they make a really big difference in terms of early intervention and some coverage of big spaces.
Minister, when was it decided that you'd shift to the 10-year contract rather than, I think before that was a season-by-season approach?
I think it would have been, that's the cause of the, that's the impetus, I suppose you might say, for looking for a longer-term contract. Once we started seeing, the cost of aerial fleet being, because effectively you hire them from other places, the cost of the aerial fleet becoming quite, growing exponentially, and also starting to see more places now hold them for a longer period of time. Seeing also the Northern Hemisphere summer period, or the bushfire danger period, what we would call, extend into ours. And so what we now are starting to see is that there could be a chance that we couldn't guarantee an aerial fleet. We couldn't guarantee the support that was required, and we also couldn't guarantee the price. So part of that is saying, reading the tea leaves, this is where we see this heading. Let's get in and make sure that we effectively ring fence around ourselves.
Sure. Minister, my question was not why, but when was that decision made to shift to a 10-year contract?
I'd have to take that one on notice or refer that to the RFS. I couldn't, off the top of my head, I could not tell you the date.
And
it's also
the follow-up question would be when that was communicated to industry. You said community was well aware of this process.
I think
if you could advise when that decision was made to go to 10-year contract and when that was communicated to industry.
Let's keep in mind it's a 5-year contract, and there's a 5 with the option to renew.
Sure.
So it's actually a 5-year contract, and then there's a 5-year option with both parties. So, potentially it could be 10 years, but it's actually a 5-year option.
Minister, in budget estimates last time, I believe it was, former Commissioner Rogers said the RFS was looking into mobile water tanks. Are you aware if and how many of these water tanks have been procured?
No, I couldn't answer that one specifically. The commissioner can. But I will also say, I take the opportunity to say that I was really pleased to see that over the past 12 months, 291 new and refurbished tanks. But the water tanks specifically, Commissioner, have you got a number? And obviously, we're constantly looking at upgrading our resources.
We can come back to those numbers this afternoon, Commissioner.
Yeah.
If you can pull them together for us this morning, and let us know, that'll be fine.
We've got. So they were the mobile ones, right? Mobile ones, not actual water tanks. You're talking about like a truck.
No, tanks that we can put in place, and I'll come to examples.
Oh, okay. Well, I can tell you, I've got so we've got tanks installed at Bell, Mount Wilson, Mount Banks on Skyline Road, at Mount Tomar for use for firefighting purposes. I just got that note.
So you do have tanks along that?
Yes. So water tanks installed at Bell and Mount Wilson stations, Mount Banks and Skyline Road at Mount Tomar for use.
Okay, and do they make up what sort of, I guess, community have now dubbed the Greater Sydney Water Curtain Project?
They're part of that local community up there, and I've met with that community on a number of occasions. That's up around, we remember dealing with the Mount Wilson fires from back in 2019, 2020. One of the things that came out was accessibility to water, in terms of the tanks being able to just, think of it like a servo, you pull up, fill up the tank, and then off you go with your truck. And that's where we've been working with the community. The RFS has taken a bit of time, but we've got there. So effectively it is, trying to make sure that there's a good supply of water available to those communities, particularly when it comes to firefighting purposes. We hope we never have to use them, but chances are we will.
Commissioner Futrell, you've written a letter of support for that Greater Sydney Water Curtain project.
I did. Yes.
The tanks that the Minister has said are in place, do you think that meets the requirements that you are hoping to overcome the impacts, as you referred to here? Strike teams were depleted of their trucks for extensive periods of time when they went to refuel, making firefighting operations more challenging. Having been part of some of that in the past, I can understand why that's so important. Do these tanks that the Minister referred to fully meet what you're hoping out of this project?
I'm not fully across the ones that the Minister's just outlined, but certainly any water tanks along those areas are support and assistance to any firefighting efforts.
So with that in mind, Minister, can we look at putting more along that line? Because this isn't just protection for those communities, that's also, as it's referred, the Water Curtain project. Sydney Water Curtain
of course,
project.
Mr. Barrett, and we'll continue working not only within our communities, but also within every parameter that we've potentially got. I think it's been pretty clear that we're close to, I think we're about 98, 99% now of closing off the recommendations from the bushfire inquiry. But that doesn't mean that when they're closed off, we stop. We just continuously look at improving. And part of that process would be around potentially water tanks. It's what different communities need. If we can set up a system where we make it safer for communities and make it easier for firefighters to be able to access the water, then of course we'll continue working in that. So this is not an exhaustive list, but I'm also more than happy to look at any specific proposals that you may have, work on a program of how we can continue doing, I suppose, implementing that. I think the point that I would make is, there's going to come a time when, I won't be the Minister, somebody else will be the Minister, and I would hope that they will continue that project and the person after them would continue in that project. The one thing that we share in common, whatever side we may be on, is the fact that we have the community safety at the very heart of that. And I think this is a good example of practical solutions, and we'll continue looking at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cohen.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning, Dr. Cohen.
Given the timing of this estimates hearing as the weather starts to warm up, I've got a lot of questions about fire preparedness, and I'll come to the Commissioners this afternoon.
Sure.
But I wanted to put two key risks to you, Minister. The first one being obviously climate change and the increased frequency and intensity of natural disasters that comes with that. The second risk I wanted to put to you was the United States becoming potentially a less reliable partner for us, noting that we've been quite reliant on our relationship with Northern Hemisphere emergency services as part of our responses. What are the key adaptations that are being made to prepare us locally for fire season?
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Cohen. If it's okay, I've written down the two things, so climate change and then the US emergency service. And if I just go off the wrong track, can you just correct me that's where you want me to go? Look, I think climate change, the first thing is that we accept that climate change is real. We kind of there's no argument about it, We could talk about the net zero and where we need to approach, but the fact of the matter is we're seeing that. We have had an enormous year this year. I've actually got this thing, if I think about just the SES, the sheer number of thousands of incidents that they've dealt with, like poor Commissioner Wassing, he got appointed the Commissioner, and I think in the first week, he hasn't really stopped since then, but I want to take the opportunity to just thank and acknowledge our SES, and I know that you're a big supporter of them as well. I think you're a part of them. And just to thank them, they've been going non-stop, and that's really due to, we can see that, the impact of climate. There was a really surreal day that I had earlier this year where at the same time as I was receiving messages from Commissioner Wassing about flooding, we were dealing with bushfires, and I just thought this is just a completely surreal situation. And we're also seeing that overlap. We saw a grass fire on the M5, I think, last week or the week before. 2 weeks before that, we're still dealing with flooding in the northern part of New South Wales. We've got drought in the south. So acceptance of climate change is a given for us. We're looking at how do we adapt to that. How do we better prepare for that? How do we also work on making sure that our emergency services, be they the paid ones or the volunteers, are also not only got the right equipment, but using their preventative measures as much as we possibly can. The commitment to addressing, I suppose trying to stop or maybe reverse the impact of climate change is in our policies around the net zero. And don't need to sort of talk about that, but that's the one bit. But our preparation has really been focused on understanding that there's no on-season or off-season anymore. It used to be that we had sort of storms in April. Well, we had flooding all the way through this year. It used to be that we had the bushfire season start, pretty much on the 1st of October. We've already had some, but we've also got a situation at the moment where we talk about the reductions, where we can't necessarily meet our target for hazard reduction because we actually can't do the physical stuff in terms of burning. We can only do through manual reduction because the ground is just not in a state to be at. So I'm not sure if that's that acceptance there, having the right equipment, training people, being better prepared. But it's a really interesting dynamic to look at because we go from a snowstorm to a bit of a heat thing, to a bit of rain, to a bit of flooding. It's just constant. I think that's the real impact.
Minister, it's heartening to hear you articulate really well the problem that I'm trying to ask about. So I appreciate that you've got a real awareness of the issue and some of the challenges that poses. I said you haven't answered my question yet of what are those key changes and adaptations that you're making? Because obviously a business as usual, from the emergency services point of view, a business as usual approach is obviously not going to cut it in the face of those challenges.
Well, I think the first one, and the one I'm super proud of and proud of all of the agencies, is their interoperability. And I've spoken about that a number of times, but that ability to work together. The thing that really lifted our spirits, especially when I was up in a northern New South Wales part, Cyclone Alfred with the Premier. I mean, it was great to see the community. But what was really incredibly uplifting was standing side by side with the SES, with Fire and Rescue, with the RFS, with Marine Rescue, with Surf Lifesavers, the VRA, the Coppers, AMBOs, everybody was in it together. Those things didn't used to happen, that sense of interoperability that just works so well together. So that it's not necessarily a business as usual, but like activating a switch to say, okay, guys and girls, we're all in this together. We all need to help. So that interoperability. The shared training is really important. We're doing some multi-agency unit stuff. So I think in Collarenebri, 2 weeks ago, they had a multi-agency meeting and I've seen the different agencies together. The reason that's important, Dr. Cohn, is because Collarenebri might have one stronger agency than another. And if you're the lead agency, say for fire, bushfires, you're the RFS, but the RFS is smaller potentially than the SES. These are sometimes the same people, but we had these like almost silos operating. And that's something that I've got to say, hashtag humble, but I'm really proud of that. And I'm proud of the fact that everybody across the emergency services is doing it. That's a really important step. We're looking at how we can share then the resources. We're looking at, look at Maruya, for example, where we're building a co-located emergency service there between SES and RFS. And then next door to us, it's still pretty much part of the same parcel, is the AMBOs. So just building that relationship and making sure that when we say buy products, that we buy products that every single person can do. The use of drones is a new development for us. And this is where it's interesting. Like a group like Surf Lifesaving, for example, can operate the drones, and that's the way that they can contribute. But then we've got drone operators, and there was this amazing footage. There were two things where we used drones, not only to give us situational awareness so that we could put people in the right places and get to it early and quickly try and deal with the situation. But there were some really inspiring things. There was a use of a drone by the SES during one of the floods where they actually delivered chemotherapy, like cancer therapy treatment to somebody who was isolated. And another one where Fire and Rescue actually did a rescue through the waters, and they used the drone to provide the light, kind of to guide the way. So we're embracing new technology constantly. We're using AI, we're using everything that we're finding that could help, we're doing it. But the interoperability also means that, you know, the agencies are sharing what they know, and they're looking to help each other out and say, look, this is a good product, can it work for you? Even the CAD system being interoperable, that's the communication system. Telco with Kylie de Courtney doing real great work on, you know, the vehicles as a node, and then looking at how we can share that so that we can get better communications with everyone. Does that kind of answer it? So
You've answered it in part, and I think
okay, so
the bit that's missing was, I suppose, that risk of our dependence on the US, particularly.
Okay, sorry, I haven't got
particularly
to
for
that. That was
firefighting
the climate
assets.
change bit.
Yeah, and the audit office, I understand, identified a planned audit about emergency services and aerial assets. I suppose historically our approach has really favoured large aircraft and international procurement. In light of the challenges you've already identified and the work the audit office is doing, what work are you doing to assess the effectiveness of that aerial approach?
I think part of that was that Coulson contract, so make sure we have that. But we also in New South Wales have, and just correct, is it 13? We've got 13 of our own aircraft that we use, and they range in size. So we've got little Bell helicopters which carry, well, they're not little, but they carry, say, about 1,500 litres of water that can be dropped or retardant. Then we've got the Chinook, which can carry about 10,000 litres. But the good thing about the Chinook is with an inbuilt tank, that means it can also do night water bombing, because you can't have a basket swinging around at night. But because it's an inbuilt tank, we can do it. We've got the lat, and we're looking ideally, we want to make sure that we've got our own. We'd love to be self-dependent as much as possible, and that's why there's been a really big investment in that. That's why there's been an investment in the aerials, an investment in making sure that we've got the trucks. But you don't have any of that if you also don't have the volunteers. And we're doing a lot of work around volunteering. We hosted a national summit in Sydney last year, Premier's Department leading a really good body of work looking at the notion of volunteering. I think it's a great Australian thing that we volunteer. I think it speaks to the people that we are.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. Just in my last few seconds, and I'll come back to the services
Yeah,
themselves in
come
the
back later,
afternoon
yeah.
about volunteer numbers and other things. Can I just ask specifically, coming into this summer, are we still dependent on assets from the US, and if so, what's the order of magnitude?
I think we have our assets, and the Commissioner might correct me if I'm wrong. We have our assets. Other assets that come in are more complementary. Like, ironically, we actually send our assets over to the US more than they send assets over here. We've been really focused on making sure that we've got our resources that can help us. But of course, when it comes to like a massive fire, it's pretty much all hands on deck, and the international community supports each other. But I wouldn't say that if the US thing doesn't come through, then we've got real problems. We've got 60-odd thousand members of the RFS. A number of those can actually be on the ground at any given time. We've got the assets. We've got over 4,000 trucks. We're not dependent on others, but they can help complement us if we need them. I think would that be about the best way of putting it, Commissioner? Sorry, I know.
Accurate, Minister. We've got the 13 state-owned aerial assets, 22 on contract dedicated to the Royal Fire Service for this season, and then there's another 230 aircraft available on call when needed. So there's a substantial fleet of aircraft available for this year to supplement the volunteers on the ground.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and good morning, Minister.
Morning, Ms Hurst. How are you?
Good. Yourself?
Good, thanks.
Good. I've just got some questions to start off with in regards to your youth justice portfolio.
Sure.
According to Bosca, as of June 2025, 234 young people were in custody, marking a 34% increase compared to June 2023. As the Minister for Youth Justice, are you comfortable with this, with such a large number of children currently in custody?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to try and beat around the bush with that one. I'd love to see no young people in custody, but the reality of it is we do have people in custody. An interesting fact, though, is that I think of the number of kids, young people in youth detention at any given time, nearly 70% of those are there effectively on remand. They're actually there without a sentence. And just a reminder that, like, we as youth justice get them after a court has determined, after, say, the police have determined. But I think if there's anything positive that I can take out of that number. It's the fact that the overwhelming majority are there for short periods of time where remand could be anywhere between 24 hours to a little bit longer. I think the average stay is about 1 week. I think I've been, you know my position on this.
And you're right, Minister, that most of them are on remand. And Bosco actually said, and I quote, "The rise of young people in custody is being driven primarily by an increase in the number of young people held on remand." And it's not surprising that this increase in young people in custody obviously is linked to the harsh bail laws passed by the Labor government. Have you met with the Premier and the Attorney-General given this significant increase in young people held on remand?
I think at the time the Premier acknowledged that this change in the law would have an impact on young people and disproportionately on Aboriginal young people. He acknowledged that. Obviously, there's lots of discussions that happen around that. We continue to have our conversations, but I also look in the same way that I answered to one of your colleagues a bit earlier. I look at the things that I can do, and the things that I can do in youth justice is really focused on how we support young people, ideally before they get to that point. So we're looking at obviously the investment in diversion. I think there's like $80 million in diversion programs in the forwards, which has never happened before. Massive investment there, massive investment around how do we support young people and stop them getting down that wrong path. And when they potentially do start going down that path, how we can help them in that, give better outcomes. I was in Wagga about a month ago visiting, there was a group called Wollumdoo Dream, and I think the Shadow Minister would be aware of them. Absolutely fantastic group, focused very much on wraparound support for young people, not only community, but also government agencies, non-government agencies, schools, and at the very centre of that, a young person to say, how can we make sure that we support the young person? I know Miss Stewart was there last week with the Premier. We're investing heavily in things that might stop them from getting to that point where we've got to deal with them in the youth justice system. Very much place-based.
And Minister, I agree with you that that's obviously important, and yet the numbers have increased so dramatically. We're talking about a 34% increase compared to June 2023. Outside of the work that you're doing to try to stop that number from increasing even further, what kind of additional programming and supports are being implemented by Youth Justice to provide for the needs of this growing group of children who have been denied bail and are being held on remand? Is there any additional funding going into that support from Youth Justice? Particularly, I'm particularly interested in support that might be given to children once they're actually released.
Yeah. So in and I hate to use the phrase, in the system, once they're in the youth justice system, and it could be any one of our 6 centres, the goal is to try and support that young person. I've used the phrase, and I've heard others say, we love you, but we don't want to see you again. How do we make sure that this young person doesn't get seen again? So what do we do while they're with us, whether it's for 24 hours or whether it's for, a week, or unfortunately if it's a bit longer because they've been sentenced. Our goal, and it's a shared goal from everyone in the system, the youth justice system, is to try and help them make the change. So help them not only in developing a better sense of self-worth, help them if they need their education, help them with their health, but also help them get on the right track. And that's things like whether we have our trade training days, whether we have relationships with outsiders, outside, like I call them companies or businesses or organisations. We've seen situations where young people have worked with somebody while they've been in a youth detention centre and then actually go out and they work for that person. That's one of the things that we're really, really working hard on. We've got kids at the moment, sorry, I keep saying kids, no offence, I keep saying kids. We've got young people at the moment who are actually doing their HSC, we're still trying to inspire them to be able to make their change and to do that support.
Minister, is there any specific supports available around NDIS support, housing support, culturally safe healthcare when these children actually are released?
So we've got the short-term remand programs that we're also running, say, in the Riverina, which is about how do we support a young person who maybe is not in that remand, but the post-release, there's a lot of work that's going on there now. So let's assume a young person is about to, conclude with their sentence. Youth Justice will work with them in terms of preparing them for what happens when they leave, in terms of setting up with the right people, setting them up with school options, with health options. We work obviously with the local health districts. The really great program out at Broadmeadow is about that. Really terrific in terms of getting everybody involved. I think this is a shared social problem. A society solution is what we actually need. So the commitment that I might say that a young person comes into our responsibility once somebody else has made a decision, but that doesn't mean that we don't think about that young person before. We don't try and stop them from getting themselves into trouble. And also post. It's not like we close the door and say, see you later, you're out on your own. We genuinely do not want to see a young person come back in, and we try and do the very best that we can across the entire system, really amazing above and beyond from what I see from the staff, so that we can help this young person transition back into a life that's much more successful.
Minister, you mentioned First Nations children earlier, and you recognised the significant increase there. First Nations children.
Sorry, Ms. Hurst. Sorry, I just.
You mentioned earlier First Nations children, and the fact that we continue to see an increase there. In fact, they continue to make up 60% of the youth detention population. What's being done by Youth Justice New South Wales to address the rising number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people on remand in New South Wales youth detention centres?
We accept that it's a disproportionate number. I think that's the first thing, is actually accepting the reality of the situation. Are we happy with it? No, we'd prefer it not to be that not to be the case. We have invested. I talked about the over $100 million in terms of in the forwards for diversion programs, but we also have made a very conscious decision that Youth on Track program, I think, we're looking specifically at working with the ACOs, so Aboriginal Community Controlled Organisations, and I believe that the partnerships, I think, and maybe Mr. O'Reilly might correct me, 7 out of the 9 are actually ACOs, is that? Sorry, 6 out of the 9? 6 out of the 9 are ACOs. We also recognise that Target 11 is that representation, and we're working hard to reduce that. So by working,
and I understand you've got some good programs running, but do you really feel that these programs are doing enough to overcome these really harsh bail laws, given we're seeing such massive increases in the number of children on remand? We've got these programs being funded, but they're obviously not overcoming the impact of these harsh laws. What else can be done, and is anything being planned to overcome that and actually drive those numbers down instead of continuing to drive them up?
I think we're constantly looking at how we can make things better. Like the Safe Aboriginal Youth Program is being expanded to Coffs Harbour, Tamworth, Orange, Kempsey, looking to expand those programs in terms of providing support for young people, trying to get to the root cause of the problem before we actually deal with it. I accept that our numbers in terms of youth detention, particularly for young people, Aboriginal young people, is disproportionate. Like, I accept that. I accept that.
Is anything going to change in the next 12 months going forward, other than sort of the same programs?
Well, I think it has.
Really
sorry, Mr.
So what is the plan for the next 12 months to change these numbers?
Sorry, it starts with the investment. The single biggest investment ever made in youth justice, ongoing guaranteed funding for youth diversion, a change in attitude in terms of making sure that we're working with local communities, understanding that what might work in Bankstown is not going to work in Brewarrina, working about what those communities want specifically, having the ACOs at the heart of it, Aboriginal statements, but also trying to say, how do we help connect a young person to their 60,000 years of history and culture that would actually bring in their elders and say, this is not who we are, we're better than this, but also looking at how across government, I and my colleagues can say, we're looking at the problem here in terms of the young person, where they end up, but what's happening in terms of their education, what's happening in terms of health, what's happening in terms of their job opportunity. That's the work that we're doing. And I know that it may seem like, this is a long way away, but without that investment and without that attitude and without those commitments, we actually don't get there. I see those kids in remand. I visit them regularly, and it hurts when you see the same kids. But we've got to change the circumstance to which they go back to, And that's where things like our Cockatoo path, our Cockatoo unit, our My Path is about changing everything for that young person. So the circumstances don't put them in that position.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you. Minister, the $400 million Coulson's contract, can you tell me what that actually entails? What's expected from them for that $400 million?
Yeah, if I can, just in a sec, I've got a note that I can give you about the tender process. Do you want me to give you the answer about the tender process?
We can come back to that one if you can. Tell me what the contract actually entails.
Well, I understand that it provides for aviation as well as for obviously the pilots that come with that, and also training opportunities for our young people.
So it does provide for pilot contracts?
Well, it comes with the pilot.
It does, and the aircraft?
Yes.
And the maintenance and repairs on that aircraft?
Pretty sure, yes. Yeah. So it comes as a whole service. But the other part that we really want, that I was impressed with, is that there's an element here that is about not only improving the skills of local people, but also making sure that they're engaged, so that as we move forward, we've actually got these resources and these capabilities.
And those aircraft, so Coulson's own those aircraft?
No,
they're owned by New South Wales Government, RFS.
So
Coulson's the operator, maintainer of the fleet.
So New South Wales Government own the aircraft?
Correct.
And yet we're then paying Coulson's to manage the aircraft?
To maintain, manage and operate the aircraft for the bushfire season, yeah.
So the pilots, for instance, will they then work for Coulson's or for the New South Wales Government?
Coulson's.
So we're outsourcing the management of the New South Wales Government fleet?
Correct.
With this $400 million contract?
Correct.
With the contract for things that we united, so that they're overseen primarily by Australian crews. It bolsters our local workforce. We're trying, as I said a bit earlier, in making sure that we were able to guarantee our ability to have aircraft in the air, notwithstanding some of the different challenges from across the globe.
So they'll be on hand throughout the year just here in New South Wales?
Yeah, they are.
Will it mean we have access to the same number of aircraft, same classes, same number of aircraft as under the previous regime?
What was the previous, what the previous regime being?
We've increased the number of aircraft in the contract, and we've still got the contract arrangements through the National Area Firefighting Centre arrangements, and then we've got the call when needed as well. So we're continuing to operate a fleet of New South Wales owned aircraft, as well as the contract arrangements that gives us dedicated access to those aircraft through the bushfire season, as well as call when needed arrangements that we can call additional surge capacity when needed.
Are those New South Wales Government vehicles available for overseas deployment if requested?
And we have done that, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Right. We've done that. So we actually have helped out in the Northern Season. I think we had the last of our crews from Canada arrived about a month ago. I think that was, again, a multi-agency thing led by the RFS, but I think we had, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we had 4 waves of people going through and support them. So, the previous contract that RFS had was with CareFlight, just for a bit of context there.
Okay.
Can I just give you that answer about the tender?
Sure.
Just so that we don't have to come back to say. I'm just going to read from this document, if that's all right with you.
If it's short, I presume.
Mate, it's only 6 lines.
Okay, that's...
But do you want me to read it with emotion or just...
Please.
Can you table it?
The aviation tender was open to market for a period of 6 weeks, which is in line with the New South Wales Government tender procurement guidelines. The tender was released on the 12th of January 2024 and closed on the 23rd of February 2024. So post the Christmas period, sort of back when everything starts again, online market briefing was held to ensure wide global market engagement. Many local and international suppliers attended. National Aerial Firefighting Centre sent notice of the tender to 806 registered operators across the aviation industry, and the RFS also advertised the tender. So when I said to you that it was not hidden, that's what 806 odd people found.
You sort of said when everyone comes back online again then. Can you think of a worst...
In terms of January?
Yeah. Can you think of a worse time for firefighting organisations to have to apply for a tender than January and February?
Good question. Look, I think in terms of that context about everyone being online, as you know, the Christmas shutdown happens and pretty much
not for
everything comes
firefighters,
back.
Minister.
No, it's an ongoing thing. But also these operators and these companies are well aware, and they're not just a single person operation. What we're looking for is someone who could fulfill a contract that was required. So, you know, look, I'll accept that maybe if you're saying, could it have been at a different time? I mean, I'll take your point, but I wouldn't accept that it was done with people not knowing about it or people excluded. I don't accept that.
Minister, back then to the Bells on of Road,
Yeah.
the fire curtain project, the water curtain project that we spoke about, that was mentioned, their request is for 12 of those tanks to be available to restock, to refuel firefighting trucks. As I say, this isn't just about the communities up there, but the curtain for Western Sydney.
Yeah.
You said you'd take on any advice or suggestions.
Yeah.
This is a strong suggestion from that community, supported by the Commissioner, to support not just the Blue Mountains, but the entire of Western Sydney. Is this something that you can look into providing, these additional tanks, to provide this water curtain?
Yeah, look, we'll continue on with that work. I've also had representations from a while ago from down on the south coast as well with that same sort of issue, but I'm more than happy to look into it. And, you know, I mean, I can even talk to you about it outside of the estimates, like where we're at with this. I'm more than happy to catch up with you outside of this period, but happy to look into it. You know, we've got that, working with the neighbourhood safe places. I'll give you an update specifically on that. But yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt that this is something, if we can make happen, we should make happen. We just have to work out how.
Minister, do you personally support expanding the presumptive rights to compensation for firefighters to include additional cancers, including 3 specific to female fighters?
I've been on the record as saying that you know, we will explore the opportunities and the options around presumptive cancers for firefighters.
Will this translate into support for the Workers' Compensation Amendment bill coming up in Parliament?
The Tudor Hope bill?
Yes.
We'll look into that. We'll look into that. As you may know, there'd be a process. You know, a bill gets put up, goes through a process. Obviously, I've had a look at the bill. It makes sense that I would have a look at the bill, the proposed legislation. You know, and we'll make some decisions. We'll go through our processes as we normally would. I will make the point, though, and I know that you know, Minister Coutts made the same one. It would have been nice that this bill would have come in whilst he was the Industrial Relations Minister.
There's lots of things you could have done over the past 2 years as well, Minister.
I've done plenty. I've done plenty. I've done the whole person impairment for the Rural Fire Service volunteers that was left off the cards back in 2012. I said it's just a little comment, but we'll have a look at it as we always will, and we'll go through that process.
Minister, something I've spoken a lot about is farm firefighting vehicles.
Yeah.
I know that the registration of such would sit within transport.
Yeah.
We are less than a month away from the fire season, still waiting for something that has been talked about for more than 2 years. How strongly are you urging your transport colleague that we have something in place immediately for this?
And we have had this conversation, and I think there's a lot of practical elements to it, and I think a lot of it makes sense, and I thank you for your advocacy on that. I've had conversations with Minister Aitchison about this, and also I think the last time we met was with the farmers, New South Wales Farmers President as well. I think you may have been aware of that. There's obviously a trial that's going on. I see a lot of merit. I think what the issue is at the moment is trying to find that landing part between what would be the most appropriate thing in terms of, say, what type of registration. How do you also make sure that someone who's trying to do the right thing and they've got goodwill doesn't inadvertently find themselves in any trouble? Because, you know, things that I hadn't thought about, for example, were if that person drives an unregistered vehicle or doesn't have any form of registration on a road, and, you know, hopefully it never happens, but they have an accident, somebody's hurt, where's the liability? So there's that work that's going on, which for some people may seem like, oh man, it's the paperwork and it's a bureaucracy. But we've got to get it right, because somebody could be trying to do the right thing and without any intention actually finds themselves in a bit of trouble. That is the stuff that we're working on at the moment. But I know the Minister is keen on it. I'm keen on it. We've just got to try to make sure that the registration solution is one that complies with expectations within road rules, but also ones that offers protection. And even in terms of work like around, what does that mean for CTPs? You know, it's quite complex. But there's no go slow on this. Like, we're trying to do it, but it's just about making sure that we cross every T and dot every I. The last thing I want is a farmer who's got a farm firefighting vehicle, sees a fire, 10 kilometres down the road, and out of the goodness of their heart wants to go and help, but then ends up getting in trouble because something goes wrong and there was no protection. I actually want them to be protected as well.
Absolutely, Minister. Now, you say there's a trial underway. There's been 2 trials occur for this.
Yeah.
The last one finished in February this year, or March this year, I think. Are you confident we will have a system in place for this year's fire season, as was committed to this season and the season before?
Yeah, Mr. Barrett, look, I'm hopeful, but I'm also conscious that it's not necessarily within my space to make that call. I work with my colleague, I work with the farmers, I work obviously with service and working across the CTP, but there's I think of the trial that we had about 140 odd vehicles, and about 140 odd, about half of them had problems. And I saw some really terrific farm firefighting vehicles and some that I thought, oh my gosh, that is actually a bit of a death trap. So that's what we're working through. But the most important thing is we're working with New South Wales farmers as well, because we need to be them to be part of that partnership. So I would be hopeful that we can get it going. But to be honest with you, I was a little bit surprised and maybe a little bit disappointed when I saw that about half of them had some problems with it that could potentially be dangerous. I said, it's finding that balance between people trying to do the right thing and help and saying thank you and not making it difficult for them, but in the same way protecting them so they don't, in trying to do the right thing, find themselves in serious trouble or potentially worse still at financial ruin because, what they had did some damage. Either worst case scenario, let's assume it killed somebody. That's, it's feasible. If somebody's on a road and the car is not necessarily up to scratch, or the vehicle's not up to scratch, or it doesn't have safety things. So we're talking about things like, what's the expectation for brakes? How do we make sure that if there's an inspection, it's not going to be onerous on the person who lives 30 kilometres out of town to have to drive into a mechanic's to get like a pink slip. Like, that's the stuff that we're working on. But I'm hopeful. Like, I hope that what you see is in response to that answer is that, the commitment to get there is still alive.
I might take over, Minister. Thank you.
Sure. Ms McDonald, would you mind just speaking up? Sorry.
Is this better?
Heaps.
Okay. How well do you know Morris Emma?
Morris Yema? Pretty all right.
Yeah.
I suppose Morris Yema was the member for Lakemba before I was.
Yep.
Actually, Robert Ferrello was.
Yeah. Would you consider him a friend?
If I see him in the street, I'll say good day and have a chat with him. I've never been to his home for a coffee, and he's never been in my house for a coffee, and that to me would be what friends do.
So when would be the last time that you would have seen him or spoken to him?
A while. If incidentally, I may have seen him around, but not. It's not like
not a weekly catch up.
No. I'm sorry, I hope he's not watching. No offense, Morris, it's not a weekly. I've got to tell you, when I first ran too, it was a bit.
Has he ever contacted you about issues in government particular to your portfolio?
Via telephone or something? You mean I think we've had meetings where his. We call it a company has requested a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of been on the record, but I don't think he was in that specific meeting. But it's not like a direct phone call.
Okay, so
hey, Jihad, no, and we're very very conscious, my office, about if there's something's got to be done, it's done through the regular channels, and it doesn't matter if you're. Unless it's my mum who can ring me anytime or my family, but you don't just ring me. And if anybody does, who I may be familiar with, it would be, could you please send it as an email to the office?
Yep.
And then it goes through that process. It doesn't actually even come to me before a decision is made.
So he's never contacted you outside of any official meetings that are disclosed, any text messages or calls?
I don't think so. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, that... Actually, I think the last time I had a conversation with him, I rang him up maybe about 3 months ago.
3 months ago. Okay.
Yeah, I rang him up, and it was to actually ask for some. It wasn't even advice. I just needed to ask him his view on something.
And not to do with e-conveyancing.
No. But
okay.
we obviously. Well, I know that he's involved in PEXA, for example.
Yeah. Okay.
And we had, as in my declarations, I have meetings with PEXA, as I have meetings with Simply, and my personal thing is to make sure that if I meet with one, I meet with the other, and just to make sure that it's balanced. I don't want to be in that position where someone might think I'm favouring one over the other.
Yeah. So you would be aware of the Daily Telegraph reported in July that PEXA has had, say, 95 outages since early 2024, basically leaving families stranded in the street during settlements. What has your government done since March 2023 to address this risk to New South Wales home buyers?
Well, I mean, just with those outages, my office is briefed by the Registrar General, and I meet with the Registrar General fairly regularly, and the office will contact my office to keep me updated with that. It was also part of the conversation that I had with, with PEXA in my last meeting with them, looking at making sure that we also improve the reporting on incidents. So, one of the things that we said very clearly to PEXA is, not all of those outages are the result of PEXA.
No.
There's sometimes third party, but we need some really clear reporting and quick reporting. So tighten that up, and they accepted that. There's currently an inquiry or a review into, is it called the functional review? Functional requirements review.
I might ask about that.
And a cost benefit analysis, and we're expecting that to be handed down, to be completed by October.
When your office is informed about the briefs, so you've confirmed that yes, you're aware of them, but you haven't actually done anything or taken any direct regulatory action.
Well, these reviews that we're doing at the moment, the functional review, for an example, is that there's been a direction that both LNOs need to participate in that from the Registrar General. The Registrar General is also looking at licensing conditions. The functional review isn't the be-all and end-all. It's one part, but tightening the licensing conditions. I've just said to you that in conversations, in meetings, I've made it clear that to the Registrar General and to the LNOs, the issues of outages should be made a lot clearer in terms of you said the 90 odd. Is it 90 that it's all the result of this? How long were the outages for? What was the reason behind the outage? It can be sorted out,
Okay.
But keeping in mind
with the review that you've got at the moment, when do you expect? How long is the review? When did it commence, and when do you expect a result of that review so that you can take action?
So it's going to be reporting later this year. I think I said October. It's led by ARNEC as well, which is the national, or the registrars general nationally, working on that together. And it's going to be a report. I said it'll be on that. I would like to think that once I get that review, then it can help sort of also in terms of inform some of a really clear line of exactly where we're at. This has obviously been an ongoing thing. I've spoken about the fact that the whole process has been a little bit, has been difficult because part of it is the way that the market conditions are, and I sort of won't go into that because you haven't gone down that path.
No.
But that's what we're sort of dealing with at the moment.
Okay. So, Minister, when you get that review, and industry has been calling for a national sort of ministerial forum, will you take that review and take a leadership role and convene such a forum this year? Or at least lead the push for one?
Yeah, look, I've made a commitment, and I stand by the fact that New South Wales has, while part of ARNEC, New South Wales has played a really big leadership role. We've had ministerial forums in the past where New South Wales has been the driver for those. I think there will be time for a ministerial forum, but if I get the report, like I'm saying to you, at October, I don't know when in October it may come.
No.
If it comes right at the end of October.
But will you commit to convening?
I'll probably have a conversation with some of the colleagues around that, but I think there should be a ministerial forum. But I can't guarantee to you that it would be this year. I would
No.
like to, but I can't. I don't want to give that commitment that it'll be this year because I just don't know that I can.
But you'll take a leadership role and commit to convening it.
I'll continue to take a leadership role. Yeah,
Yes.
been doing it, and I really hope. Look, this is a national reform, and I know that the Queenslanders are also playing a role. Tasmania's just literally just come on to, digital conveyancing. We're working on this at a national level. We've been pretty clear. We also expect the feds to kind of step it up a bit.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable John Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning, mate.
I'd like to follow on from what Mr Barrett was asking about Coulson's Aviation.
Sure.
So I understand that in 2019, the previous government entered into a 10-year contract with Coulson's, and that involved them maintaining 3 aircraft. Then 5 years into that 10-year contract, in July 2024, you extended that by a further 10 years.
5 years. 5 years with an option for another 5.
Right, okay, well that was one of the things I wanted to get to. Okay, well the media reports were certainly indicating it was likely to be a 10-year contract, but they were now managing 11 aircraft. So yes, the details do say in the fine print that it is a 5x5 contract. So I asked a question on notice, and I said, look, have we paid them 1 times 400 million, or are we going to be paying them 200 million for the first 5 years, and then if it's renewed, a further 200 million in the second 5 years? And you wrote back and said that this is commercial in confidence.
Yeah.
Now this is a big public contract. I don't understand why that would be. I mean, have the taxpayers of New South Wales paid these Canadians already 400 million or 200 million, but we're saying we're not going to disclose that? Can you explain the rationale for that?
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Ruddock. I mean, the commercial in confidence is the element about the details of the contract. What's public is the value of the contract, which is said is around the $400 million mark, and that's what the contract is worth.
So but that's assuming it does go through the full 10 years.
That's what the value of the contract is.
Okay.
And as I said, there's a 5 years plus a 5-year option. The contract itself is worth that $400 million mark. Is it exactly 400 million? It's like it's like I say around that mark, but that's the whole contract.
But so does it mean that after 5 years there will be some form of a review?
Well, the option to extend is based on where we're both at, where both parties are at.
Right.
But that would be the reviewing point. Now, it's not going to be I can't imagine, and the RFS can talk more to this. I don't imagine it's going to be like a full massive review. It's about where are we at? Has this worked out? What are the things that we need to improve? But also, where are we at in terms of the fire season? But that 5-year point was an important point. So to effectively go 5, if we need to, here's another 5. The whole contract is worth 400 mil.
And you mentioned earlier that there was a tender process
Yes.
in the January period, which, as Mr Barrett pointed out, was a busy time for 5. How many tenders did you receive?
Oh, look, I'm not going to disclose that information at the moment. There was a process. I went on the recommendation.
I've heard a rumour it was only one.
Well,
only one sort of had the time to prepare for it.
Well, if you heard that rumour, then who am I to say whether it's a rumour or not? Other than I say it's. I said the same thing to Mr Barrett. I don't think it's appropriate, and it certainly is not appropriate for me to be talking about that. A recommendation came to me after that process, and I signed off on that recommendation.
Okay, my next question is for Commissioner Curtin. Prior to this contract, the firefighting, the government would engage with local helicopter providers and aircraft providers, which were stationed across New South Wales. Now, a lot of these were successful small businesses which were employing lots of local people. And my understanding is they were quite nimble and efficient. If there was someone was lost or there's a bushfire, they could get out there quite quickly. Could you tell us what was wrong with those prior arrangements, and why did we need to bring in a Canadian company to take over this work?
Are those arrangements still effective today? Those arrangements are still in place for local providers to provide those services across New South Wales under contract arrangements. The challenges the minister.
But is it fair to say that the level of revenue going to them has reduced significantly because of the arrival of Coulson's?
No, that's not fair to say at all. Coulson's and the operation of a sovereign fleet in Australia has been well established as being an important part of the capability requirements for bush firefighting. The challenges of having aircraft being tied up in the Northern Hemisphere for longer, the challenges of needing to have an available fleet that we can use across New South Wales for various hazard types, including floods and other things, is important. the arrangements with contract arrangements have not diminished as a result of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service having its own fleet, as we've continued to increase the use of aircraft during the bushfire season and in other periods.
Now, I know that Canada does have pretty serious wildfires, maybe not quite in the league of the Australian bushfires, but they can be a big deal every few years. But the Canadian geography and topography and the types of plants is very, very different to Australia. So it just does seem odd that we've sort of pushed aside a lot of generations of Australian knowledge of people who do know how to fight Australian fires in favour of Canadians. So is that a concern that you have?
I don't believe we've pushed aside the experience of the Australian operators. I think we continue to work with them very closely. We had a forum out in Dubbo recently with our providers in Australia to make sure that we're coordinating and collaborating with them and sharing knowledge. You can imagine that these aircraft sometimes don't do a significant amount of drops during a particular fire season, particularly here in New South Wales. So it's important that air operators and pilots get the opportunity to work in an international scale or across the country to continue to build their skills and maintain those skills. So there's an international relationship with the capability that we need here in Australia.
So that's one of the upsides, that we, being plugged into an international company, we get to learn best practice from other countries.
Yes.
Is that what we're saying? Right.
I think we share it. I think that's a really good point that made there, is that, we share best practice. Best practice what works across the board. The relationship between nations, particularly around supporting each other during bush or grass fires or brush fires, they call them in other places, is to actually bring people together and say, well, what do you do? So after the Los Angeles fires, for example, there was a request for RFS to go over and provide some, some expertise and some support. And I think it's something that we should be proud of, that our RFS is seen as world leading. But in the same way, we also learn from other people. And I think that's the relationship that we need to do. And if we can help our locals develop better skills with international contacts, then I think that's a good thing.
So my final question is again to Commissioner Curtin. If this Canadian company decides to exit Australia for whatever reason, is there some risk that we've put all of our eggs in the one basket, and if they depart, then we're going to be left without without the sort of the management skill, at least, to operate these aircraft?
I just remind you that it's Coulson Aviation Australia that has the contract. So they're an Australian company and they have a base here in Australia, and we're sharing that.
I think they're fully owned by the Canadian company, though.
Yes, but they're an Australian outfit, and
Okay.
so we expect to see some of that remain in Australia.
And I think with that, if I could just add to that, sorry, Commissioner, that's why also part of that contract was about building up the skills of locals here. Now, the Commission also talked about relationships that we have with other Encore aeroplanes or aerial fleet that we may need at different times. We don't expect them to break the contract. They're not, it's a long-term contract with a company that's well established. So, we can't go into hypotheticals, but of course we think about what we would do. And I think that's why we still maintain those skills that we have. And that's why part of that contract was so important in terms of how can we train up local Australian people who can use, these planes, who can maintain these planes as well. So that ideally we don't have to rely on anybody else.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I might use the last 2 minutes before I throw to Ms Boyd. Minister, you were talking about meeting with young people in custody regularly. And I noted an inquiry earlier this year. Ms Zoe Robinson, the New South Wales Advocate for Children and Young People, said that policymakers and legislators need to consistently sit with children and young people, not just when they're incarcerated, but in the lead up to incarceration. Is that something that you're also involved directly working and meeting with these young people in the lead up and working directly with them? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about what you're doing in that space?
Oh, look, 100%. I think obviously there was the issue of working with some young people. Only late as last week, I was doing something in Parramatta, with a bunch of young people that the local MP had organised. My last visit, I think, and maybe Ms Stewart can correct me, my last visit to a youth justice centre, we were literally driving down, from Newcastle, and I popped in and joined them for dinner. Nothing official, nothing formal. I just wanted to be there with them. We do a lot of those visits, and it's a great opportunity to just stop and have a chat with them. And sometimes if I go in and it's too formal, which I actually don't like to do, it's it can also be restrictive in what they say. But also need to see the kids where they're at. A lot of work with youth on the streets, as well as other local groups and my local groups or anybody else. So I'm always open when any member of parliament or any colleague, subject to, of course, the time stuff that we've got, just says, can you come and do things with young people? Also hear from them. The solution in the end, it can't just be a punitive solution. It's got to be a solution that's grounded in what is it that's needed, what is it that's going to work, where the investments need to be made, but also the voice. And I think that's a really important thing, that young people, not only that they feel they've got to have a voice, but that something happens as a result of that, because they can read through the BS. Something needs to happen out of that.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning,
Morning,
Minister.
Morning, Ms Boyd. Sorry, I
It's
said
all
your first name there. Disrespectful.
Are you aware that SIRA is undertaking a restructure at the moment?
I am.
Do you know how many jobs are going to be lost?
No, I think that part of that restructure, and maybe it may be worth asking Ms Young to detail more about that, but part of that is also looking at how they can do things better. It's in a consultation phase at the moment. As you know, we've had lots of conversations about issues related to SIRA before, and I think part of that is looking at, is there things that need to happen in a different potential way. But it's in the consultation phase, as I understand at the moment, that Ms Young is undertaking, and I don't know that there's actually been like a number that's been determined. It's about what do we need to do in relation to SIRA.
Okay, because my understanding, and perhaps you can answer this, Ms Young, is that in January this year at a town hall meeting, around 400 SIRA staff were told that there was consultants looking into the idea of a restructure, but that it would be, quote, a no-impact restructure. But then, after waiting 8 months with no information being given to those staff, they're now being told that there could be up to 160 staff being lost. Is that correct?
No, not exactly correct. So we have consistently worked with staff around the functional review, which kicked off, as you say, earlier this year, around January, February, where we started to look at what is the best way to structure SIRA moving forward to meet its policy and legislative functions. Through that process, we always also talked about the fact that we aren't actually looking at reducing budget. So there's no overall budget reduction that we are looking for, but we're looking for what does that look like moving forward. We've been through the functional review process, and that has taken a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of engagement with staff right through. I have consistent communications with staff through town halls monthly. I also have a fortnightly see-in drop-in session where this has been consistently discussed.
So just to clarify, because I'm being told that staff heard nothing for sort of 8 months about this restructure, and
we've spoken on numerous occasions right through those processes and given them updates.
Could you provide on notice just a list of when it was
Sure.
noted?
And I just to say, in relation to the restructure itself, we are in the consultation process, closed actually yesterday at 5 p.m. So we went through our standard government consultation process where we put out a proposed restructure management plan. What's in that proposed restructure management plan actually isn't a reduction in the number of staff. There is a reduction of 9 overall. That reduction isn't a reduction of people, because that reduction is actually transferring our inspectorate work to Safe Work.
I was going to ask you about that, because that's the return to work inspectorate.
It's the some of what the return to work inspectorate does. So we're working through that at the moment to understand which component parts will go to Safe Work and which would stay in SIRA to help inform Safe Work.
And how was that decision made? And was it made at a government level that you would move the return to work inspectorate from SIRA to Safe Work?
So we have we've talked to government about that through the relevant processes we've been going through around workers' compensation reforms, but primarily this has been about what makes sense for delivering those, because Safe Work are out with employers consistently.
Yeah.
The majority of what that inspectorate does is work with employers on their compensation accountabilities.
Is there a reason why you didn't mention this restructure in our workers' compensation inquiry hearing on the 29th of July?
didn't think it was relevant to the reforms of this is more broadly for all of SIRA. It hasn't been relevant. When I say it's not relevant to the reforms, of course it will deliver on the reforms, but it's also about how we set up to deliver any reforms in future work.
Yeah, because the effectiveness of the return to work inspectorate is pretty critical in terms of getting people back to work early and relieving pressures off of the system, which is directly what our inquiry was looking into. You didn't think it relevant to mention?
We're still working through what does that look like and how does that occur and what does that mean. But just back to your point in terms of staff cuts, there aren't any. The ultimate number of staff that we will retain in SIRA will be neutral, except for the inspectorate.
How
which
many
will
are moving to safe work?
It would be 9.
Okay. I'll come back in the afternoon to the rest of that. Minister, the Robertson report that was released recently found that the inquiry that PwC was appointed to conduct on behalf of SIRA was defective management. What have you done, I guess, to identify who caused that defective management and who was sort of responsible within SIRA for instigating that process and mismanaging it?
Yeah, thanks, and I appreciate your interest in the Robertson review, and I'm glad that that's been done. One of those first things I commissioned when I picked up SIRA, I think about halfway through last year. Appreciate everybody being involved in that, and it did find it. There's things, but I think it was around the issue primarily around the PwC review, specifically more than like an adverse finding in specific people in SIRA. Having said that report, though, we've obviously there's been a government response. There'll be a government response. We've taken on some of those recommendations. Part of the work that Ms. Young is doing around SIRA is also making sure that we put ourselves in a better position so that we don't have similar scenarios such as this again. Have better practices. I mean, it's one of those things that the PricewaterhouseCoopers review, I think, was 2022, so it preceded this government, and it's one of those things that I just wanted to make sure we drew a line under and make sure that not only we supported people who'd been through those very difficult, traumatic times, but also look at it in terms of how could SIRA, as an independent statutory authority, be better in terms of supporting others. And I think that's what some of that review really picked up on, which quantified some of the things that maybe you anecdotally would have heard. And, and I've got to say, Mr. Robertson did a thorough. He really did a thorough task of it, which is excellent.
Just going back on that, and I will come to some of the other findings in the Robertson review, particularly around surveillance and other issues. But just back on this PwC engagement. Who determined the terms of reference for the PwC review?
That was before my time.
Do you know, Ms. Young?
No, I think that was in 2022. So that was what was before actually our government.
Perhaps Mr. Head knows.
That was before your
time.
time.
The Minister's correct that the review was commissioned in 2022. So different chief executive of SIRA, then different departmental secretary, indeed different government. My understanding is that SIRA advised the department of the need for the review, and that officers in DCS worked with the then management of SIRA on the development of the terms of reference. But
who was it at
we
DCS?
have not been able to identify exactly who signed off on the terms of reference.
Interestingly, it was before all of us. It was before Mandy, before Mr. Head, and before myself.
So, Ms. Young, you don't know? It wasn't when you were at DCS?
It was when I was at DCS.
Were you the Deputy Secretary involved
I
at the
was
time?
the Chief Operating Officer. However, when it came to investigation processes, I would sign off on the expenditure, but not necessarily the terms of reference.
So you didn't look at the terms of reference? You weren't involved?
I can't recall.
Are you able to take that on notice? You have a look to see?
To have a look to see who set up the terms of reference?
I'm interested specifically whether Ms. Young was was actually involved in the terms of reference or had any review function or
Yeah.
looked at the terms of reference at
I
all?
mean, I'd like to think she knew if she was involved in it, but you know,
I wasn't involved in the investigation process at
Okay.
all.
Minister, you received the Robertson Review report in December 24. Who other than yourself was authorised to see the report before it was tabled in Parliament?
Well, it'd be the chief executive, like it'd be SIRA, the head of DCS, myself, I think my chief of staff. Like, it wasn't a public document. It was obviously it's held quite tightly, and people who needed to work on the response, you know, the sponsor, as well as the DepSec, Miss Sanderson, who was really, you know, driving a lot of that going through. As you know, it was, I think, about 400 odd page of a report. It was quite detailed, but it wasn't like, it was held very tight.
Thank you. One last question in the few seconds I've got. Ms. Young, you told us that you would be releasing the performance review of claims managers for 2024. At our 29 July hearing, you said it will be released within the next month. It has not been released. When will it be released?
No. So as I said then, we were going through the fact-checking process. There are some things that we needed to amend, so it's in the very final design processes. So we would, again, hope that is imminent in the next week or two. It's in that very end stage, but we needed to do a little work to refine a few things.
We'll come back to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now go to government time.
What?
Nothing. Right?
Miss Boyd, I think you just taught me something. I didn't realise that there was a clock up there, because I'm thinking, you said 2 seconds. I thought, how do you know that?
You're wondering why I was looking over there.
Yeah.
That's right. We're constantly looking.
We have a countdown behind you.
There needs one at the front.
Well, thank you. We're now breaking for morning tea, and we will be back at 11:15.
11:15?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Welcome back after morning tea. I'm throwing straight to the opposition, the Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. And Minister, according to the Boxar figures for 2024-25, for the whole year, there were 3,456 receptions into youth custody in New South Wales. Do you accept that figure?
Oh, look, I'd accept the Boxcar figures, yeah.
Yep.
So
And
was that, did you say it was 3,000?
3,456 receptions. So that's,
Entries.
Entries, yep. And of those receptions, 3,437 were remand. So that means only 19 were sentenced, which is only just 0.5%. So why are almost all the children who enter custody unsentenced?
Well, Ms McDonald, I think that really is a question for, for the Attorney General, in terms of the courts. As I said a bit earlier, and I've said before, that the issues around youth justice is that we get them after a court has made a determination or after the police made a determination. What our goal is to do the very best that we can in trying to make sure that we can help that young person get onto the right track. But that question really is we don't determine the court process.
I will do that to the... So when they come into a youth justice facility, it's usually, say, the average day is 9 days. What realistically do you hope to achieve with a young person in that 9 days?
This is the conundrum, isn't it? Like, you've got a short period of time and you try and make that change. But in the first instance, obviously what we want to do is make sure the young person's okay. We want to make sure that we can get, it might sound not that serious, but it's really make sure they're getting some decent meals, making sure that we can try and get some sort of routine into them, see if there's any assessment that they need to have, particularly in relation to health assessment. But we're really focused on making sure that we engage with them when they're in the system. But as I said a little bit earlier, really developing what happens outside of the system. And my work with colleagues across the board is also about making sure how we can provide whole of government wraparound services. It's one of those things you kind of think, well, if they were there for longer, you could do more, but in that time, you do more. But that's also why we're really working hard on developing other things as well, like trying to find some other forms of things. Like, is there a bail accommodation service? Is there more that we can do? It's all grounded in the principle of trying to just help the young person.
So on that, given the research is clear that custody is criminogenic, and it increases the likelihood of reoffending. And you mentioned before bail support. What bail support options are available to provide alternatives to remand?
I might just go specifically to the note here, but as you know, we're working in Maureen. I'm happy to talk about where we're at.
I'll ask some questions about Maureen in a moment.
That's one of the bail support, but also just the bail support services that we provide, particularly in terms of within Indigenous communities, specifically within local communities, having those wraparound services. I can give you
So my question was, what have you actually got on the ground?
Okay. So there's
if I said to you now, how many bail accommodation beds are available in New South Wales for children who have no safe place to stay, what's the number?
I probably couldn't give you, I'd have to take that on notice, but I could tell you that we've got the bail accommodation support services, which is a service specifically trying to assist young people, but we've also got the Youth on Track, we've got the, a place to go, which I think is where you and I have both been out. That was one out near the Riff somewhere.
So you'll take that one on notice about how many actual beds there are?
Is there a Paul? Is there a way that we can?
And then perhaps you'll also take on notice what the total funding for the bail support programs, and how does it compare to the demand?
I think, I'm going to say that with the funding this year, and I talked about it, Youth Justice has received more funding than it's ever received before, and particularly a great deal focused around diversion and support strategies. So I'm happy that we've been able to secure funding that is not based on a fiscal cliff. This is funding that's going to be ongoing into the forward estimates.
So,
but happy to sort of get a little bit more info for you around that. More than
okay,
happy
all
to.
right. Well,
unless Mr. O'Reilly, did you?
no, I'll ask Mr. O'Reilly in the afternoon if that's okay.
So maybe if Mr. O'Reilly then answers it, then I don't have to get it to you.
Oh, okay. All right. And you were talking about support services for young people. I'm wondering, given the rates of alcohol and drug use among children in custody, what is the number of youth-specific alcohol and other drug treatment services that exist in New South Wales?
In New South Wales or in the New South Wales youth justice system?
In New South Wales justice system. Because you won't know the answer to the other part because that's not in your portfolio.
No, and I wouldn't know. But what we do have is we've got clinical psychologists that work within our youth justice system. We've got health professionals who work within our health system. So
but do you have programs specifically addressed to alcohol and other drug treatment?
So we've got 2 rural residential adolescent alcohol and rehabilitation services. So there's 2 specifically that offer 24-hour staff and residential treatment for young people. One of them I visited, it was in Coffs Harbour. I visited that a while ago, probably last year, I think.
Yeah. Do you know how many young children or young people have accessed those services?
It would vary, Ms. McDonald, like depending on, I suppose, the situation, the circumstances. But the fact that we've got those 2 in Coffs Harbour and, one at rural rehab as well that runs with Mission Australia. But it would vary. I think I'm pleased that we've got those supports outside the youth justice system that are working in tandem with the youth justice system. But inside a youth justice centre, we also have people not only who visit, but also people who are part of our youth justice system with clinical psychology, drug and alcohol dependency. And unfortunately, it is a problem that we do face. So we go back to that question about what can we do with young people in a few days. One of it is at least trying to just help them just get it out of their system, whatever they've got in their system, to try and get it out of their system. So when they leave, their at least system is clear of drugs and alcohol.
Yeah. So then, as I mentioned, say, the figure which was in the 3,000s, there are 3,468 discharges from youth in custody, and of those, 2,985 are bail discharges. What post-release supports are available to those children when they leave custody?
So Mr. O'Reilly could speak more specifically to that, but what I would add, just so that I'm not being considered that I'm avoiding the question, what I would add is that we've got a very strong sense of making sure that we support young people post their release. And it doesn't start post their release, it actually starts before their release, where we start lining them up in terms of with local community groups, such as education providers, such as community groups, such as having community connection, making sure that a young person, where possible too, having them near their local community when they're in the youth justice system. So those are those things that we work on before release, and then we follow it up. I said a bit earlier, we don't just
notice, Minister, because I've only got 50 seconds. Would you be able to supply the return to detention rates for children released from sentenced detention and children released from remand, or would it be better if I asked that in the afternoon?
We can give you some of that in the afternoon.
We can give you I think off the top of my head, you can imagine I can't.
I'll hand over to my
give that
colleague.
answer. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Mr. Feng, and I'll make sure that I say it properly.
Thank you, Minister. Much appreciated.
Mr. Camper gives his regards.
Well, yes. Now, I've circulated a document, and I'll ask that we pass one to the Minister first, and then if we can... I've provided plenty of copies. There should be at least 19.
It wouldn't be a Mr.
There should
Fang
be at least
if there was
19 copies.
What's in the box?
Now, Minister...
hang on a sec, mate. Give me 1 sec. Let me get the paper. Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, hang on a second.
Yeah. Is it a bit hard to read, is it?
It's actually... I'm sorry. I'm really...
You're struggling to read it? Is that... Okay, Minister. Well, the first thing...
It's in 6 font.
Yeah. So the first thing I'll say is that this is a GIPper, and this is how it was given to us from the Treasurer's office. So if you've got a problem with it, you might want to raise that with the Treasurer, because that's how it was provided to us.
Why are you shouting for?
I'm not shouting. I'm frustrated because this is how the GIPper arrived to us. And generally, I think that GIPPers should be provided in a better format, but that's okay. We were still able to decipher decipher it,
Yeah.
Minister. Have you seen this page before?
It's not ringing a bell to me, Mr. Fang. But I honestly, I may have.
Struggling
It's
to
not.
read it? Yeah, I know.
I can read a little bit. If I could just hold it for the camera so all the viewers, including my mum, can see what I'm talking about. Like, try and read that, Mum.
Yeah.
My mum
like I
watches.
said, that was how it was provided to us. Now, helpfully, Minister, what we've done is we've highlighted a few items on the page, and if you look at the left-hand side of the page, you'll see halfway down, it's effectively got Fire and Rescue New South Wales, and then underneath that it's got Rural Fire Service. And if you go across that column, you'll see there are three numbers that are underlined in red. Can you see that?
I can see the red underline,
Yep.
but I'm serious. I actually cannot see.
I appreciate the difficulty. As I said, this is what the Treasurer gave us as a GIPA.
Maybe you should have asked that of the Treasurer.
Well, we'll get there later, but you might want to raise that with your colleagues. Minister, in effect, this shows that the Rural Fire Brigade's funding targets are decreasing every year on the way to the 28-29 financial year. Did the Treasurer consult you before cutting your budget?
Let's just go back one step, because I actually cannot, seriously, I actually cannot read the numbers. Like, I can see the red line, I can see a...
And I've got to take my glasses off to see it. So it demonstrates 563, then 552, then 545. So there are decreases year upon year upon year. Did the Treasurer consult you before making cuts to your budget for RFS?
I think we've had this question about the RFS. We've had these questions about the RFS things. I can't comment on this because I just cannot read it, but I'm happy to talk about budget.
Have you seen this document before?
Not in this form.
Did the Treasurer consult with you in relation to cutting the RFS budget?
This is, I thought you talked about emergency services in general, or...
So this is, for the RFS, as I said, you go to the RFS column.
Which is
on the left-hand side, and you go across. Year upon year upon year, it goes from 563 to 552 to 545.
Okay.
Reductions every year. Did the Treasurer consult with you in relation to these cuts? They're underlined in red.
There's a process that we undertake for budgets, and a budget process every year. In relation, and I'll talk to that in a sec, but in relation to the emergency services levy, as you know, this has been ongoing, and the Treasurer is actually leading a body of work at the moment around the emergency services levy. Like every minister, we approach the expenditure review committee with budget proposals, and that's the budget process that we undertake. And we've also had, and I said this in question time a while ago, that the changes to the budget, also part of that are impacted by the bushfire inquiry, which were almost at 100%. So
And
things that have been delivered are no
I don't
longer
disagree
required.
with you.
So-
But it's quite clearly written at the top of the page, at the top left-hand corner, assumptions and drivers, emergency services levy, and it clearly shows a decrease year upon year upon year for the Rural Fire Service. Given the increase, and I was listening earlier when you were talking about the increase and ferocity of the bushfires that we face, how is your government allowing a cut year upon year upon year to the funding for the Rural Fire Service in New South Wales?
Well, do you know, I'll make the point that since we've come to government, we've actually increased the emergency services budget by 10.8% to over $2 billion. That's actually something that's factual. The other point that I make, as I made earlier, Mr. Fang, is that some of those things that were part of the bushfire inquiry were nearly at 100%. I think we're about 99% of implementation of that. Those things that were delivered have cost money. They actually are not required anymore.
Minister, I understand that. These figures quite clearly show there are reductions year upon year upon year. Now, you've got to note, what does that tell
Well,
you
mate,
about
it's
the
just a
cuts?
clearer version of the budget paper than what
Okay.
you sent me.
All
That's
right.
there's no notes, just the budget. I've got the budget books. You got
Yep.
yours?
No, I did. Scott Farlow's got my copy. He borrowed them, and that's okay. I'll get them back from him soon. Minister,
Calling him out.
this GIPA clearly shows that the funding is falling.
What is it?
Well, actually, if you have a look at the paper that I've got, the paper that I've got here, which is the actual operating statement, the budget paper itself, actually shows you that You know, there's a budget, then there's a revised budget. You've got that.
No, I
Because
understand.
sometimes
I'm not one of my other colleagues. I'm well aware of it. Yep.
And so that's also why sometimes also budget changes, because things happen over time. But I actually look at funding distribution from the department has actually increased to 638 million here.
Then,
this is
Minister,
in the 25-26
why is it
budget.
when we give this document from the Treasurer, it demonstrates cuts year upon year upon year? What is the Treasurer doing to the numbers that you aren't aware of?
Well, I tell you what, the Treasurer, I'm looking at these budget papers.
Yep.
And I can see the budget figures here.
Well, then, Minister, there's something very amiss here, because this table from Treasury, provided by the Treasurer, clearly shows that there are going to be cuts.
I reckon you're making some pretty wild assumptions out there, Mr. Fang. And I would suggest, if you've got that specific question, you're in the upper house or the Legislative Council, ask the Treasurer about it. But what I'm going off, which is our budget paper, there's actually...
So you're denying that there are cuts in New South Wales to the RFS budget?
What I'm saying,
forward,
Mr. Fang,
and we'll
is
see increases?
What I'm saying, Mr. Fang, is that part of the bushfire inquiry had made some recommendations. Those recommendations are nearly complete. Some of those recommendations cost money. I'd said a bit earlier, 291 new and refurbished trucks. We're building, new fire stations. We're building control centres. They were budgeted for. So you would imagine,
I appreciate
but you
that.
would imagine if they've been budgeted for
Yep.
and they've been built,
Minister,
then you don't need that money again.
Minister, these papers from inside Treasury show a different story. We're trying to get to the bottom of why there are differences.
But I'm
I'll move on
explaining
to
to you.
another-
But
I'll move on to
Mr.
another-
Fang,
I'll-
Mr. Fang,
I'll move
I'm
on to another
explaining
point,
to
because I've
you.
got limited time,
How long have we
Minister.
got?
I've got limited time. Now I want to pass over a little bit of time to my colleague.
Sure.
But recently, the PSA took the RFS to the Supreme Court. Is that the case?
How recent?
Very recently.
How recent?
I believe it's just been resolved, so it was in the last few months.
What was
Is
it
that
about?
the case? You don't. So let me rephrase.
No, I'm
Minister.
asking you.
Are you aware that the PSA took the RFS to court?
I know. I'm aware that there was an issue, but not recently. There was an issue around overtime and stuff. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But that was not recent. I mean, I
Okay,
don't know how long your recent is.
So what was the result of that court case?
Well, the result of that, you would have read the court case, that there was a finding that there had been, there were some disparities with overtime pay.
Okay. So what's the net loss to the New South Wales budget in relation to the remedies?
I think there's no net loss to the budget. It was, I believe, it's been included. It's been absorbed within the RFS budget.
Absorbed.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was the settlement fee to the PSA and their members?
I don't think that's public.
It isn't?
I don't think
Was
that.
it was it $5 million?
I don't know. Was it?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Were you just guessing?
No, I'm asking you, Minister. You're the. This is budget estimates. There's been an impact to the budget from a court case.
Let me estimate.
So I'm just trying to understand where the impact has come
Let
in
me
relation
estimate.
to this.
Let me say to you, it was around the $5 million
Around
mark.
the $5 million mark.
Yeah.
Now,
and-
how did you divide that amongst the people that were eligible to receive the funding?
Yeah, I think, so if we just go actually back a step and we talk about how we got to this point. We got to this point, again, while I was not the minister, while we were not in government, and a practice had been to ask people to do work and they weren't being paid for it. So again, I'm having to clean up a bit of a mess that was left behind for me. And a result of that is that people had been chronically underpaid for services that they rendered. So I understand that we wanted, again, a resolution to this. That's how we ended up in the court, and it was an agreement. And the RFS and the PSA have worked together on that. I think the real key to this is the fact that under the previous government, it was considered okay not to pay people.
What was the cost of this this legal case to the government, Minister?
I'm not 100%. I could not tell you off the top of my head. But I'd
So
say,
you won't tell me the settlement. You won't tell me the
no.
cost.
I've just said to you.
What's the budgetary impact moving forward of the decision now to pay?
Mr. Fang, I told you it's been absorbed within the RFS
Well,
budget.
if it's absorbed in the RFS budget, Minister, what are you cutting in order to fund the additional overtime?
Well, we're actually not cutting anything, Mr. Fang.
Well, then you can't produce money out of nowhere, Minister. If it's got to be absorbed from the budget, it's got to come from somewhere else, right?
Mr. Fang, the details also are, it's not $5 million in one go. It could just be spread over a period of time. This is something
Is
that
it
might
spread
be
over a
better.
period of time, Minister?
Maybe worth asking, and better to be asking the Commissioner a little bit later in the afternoon.
Might ask a bit later. I just wanted to see what you knew about it, Minister. Before,
Mate, I know a bit, but obviously Obviously, what I do know is that under the previous government, there was this expectation that there was.
Under you, Minister.
Well, hang on a second, mate. Hang on a second. No, that was a cheap shot. So let me have one of my own.
But it was a fair one too.
Well, it wasn't actually. Under the previous
Mr.
government,
Barrett,
people were part of the RFS were not paid. We fixed that.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, what additional resources will from either the RFS or Fire and Rescues will be sent to the Mid-North Coast when we see this announcement on the Great Koala National Park?
In terms of to be permanently stationed there, or
to manage the additional risk that would come with the declaration of a national park?
Oh, look, Fire Rescue and RFS will work as part of the committee that's putting things together. We've already got resources that are there. It means about whether they're getting deployed to undertake certain things. Obviously, the Great Koala National Park covers a large area, but that level of detail hasn't been determined yet.
Thank you, Minister. I wanted to ask some questions about tablets in cells. Can you provide an update on what progress has been made towards providing access to tablets or computers to young people in their cells across the 6 Youth Justice New South Wales centres?
So we continue to explore some of that. What we've also been able to work out is retrospectively fitting some of the infrastructure that's around the tablets is difficult. And so what we mean by that is, like if we give somebody, say, an iPad, let's call it an iPad, there needs to be the infrastructure around that, like the modems and the connecting cable and all of those sorts of things, so they can actually access the internet. That is very, very much cost. The costs are massive in terms of prospective stuff. We're doing some work that is about making sure that not only it can be safe, but kids can have. I'll make the point that young people do have access to communications devices as it currently stands. We do use tablets, I'm saying, to facilitate family visits, medical services when face-to-face is not possible. But in every room, it's going to require an investment that, to be honest with you, is just at the moment we don't have and is not sustainable. We're continuing to explore different options in terms of what would be a safe, possible way of doing it. And of course, retrospectively, it's very, very difficult to install these things. So,
at previous estimates, I've heard the same sort of answers about infrastructure problems, security problems, being too expensive. So, is what I'm hearing correct? Is that there's actually no plan at this point in time to allow tablets to young people?
Well, the scoping work has made it quite prohibitive, given the context, given a budget as well. Like it's really expensive and it's really, really complex. We haven't given up if there's other ways of trying to do it, but
can
in
I just
terms
ask,
of individual rooms, I don't see it.
Can I just ask? Obviously, tablets in cells are available to adults in prisons. What's the additional challenge that has blocked the use of tablets specifically for young people?
I think with that, I probably would be better off asking either Mr. O'Reilly or Ms. Stewart to answer about the specifics in relation to that. What I can tell you, and it's a sincere thing, is the implementation of the infrastructure to support it is very complex, but it's also very cost prohibitive. And we're also talking about things like security and so forth. We've got screens in young people's rooms, and we really focused on making sure every young person, where possible, has their own room. But even those screens are sort of encased in, something that is a protective case. Now, that sometimes can also act as a stopper, as a block of like not the Wi-Fi reception, but like connectivity. So it's not just as simple as saying, here's an iPad and off you go.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why adults, and I might speak to Mr. O'Reilly more about
Maybe
that in
Mr.
the
O'Reilly,
afternoon.
Mr. Temple,
As I said, I'm happy to
yeah.
sort of speak to him this
Yeah.
afternoon, and
Yeah.
I'm sure I can get some more information there. Minister, have you been advocating to the Treasurer for that funding to overcome those barriers so that this is something that can be given to young people?
I've been advocating hard for youth justice funding, and
but specifically for, I'm sure you've been advocating for the whole space, but have you been advocating specifically
Well, I'm
for
proud
tablets?
because we've been able to get that additional funding that I talked about. I would be disingenuous if I said to you that I advocated as hard for this as I advocated, say, you know, if the priority for me was about diversion, this was part of the mix of things that I advocate for. But, you know, being able to secure diversion funding so young people actually don't end up in a youth detention centre for me was the priority. I'll advocate,
I understand.
but I
so
don't
you
want
have
to be
been,
disingenuous
you have been,
to say...
yeah, no, I appreciate that, but you have been advocating for funding for this?
Yeah. For funding for a lot of things.
Yeah, sure. Do you agree? I mean, obviously the recidivism rate's about 85% for young people in custody. Do you see that access to tablets could actually help reduce that recidivism rate, given that they can be used for things like education, counselling, vital communication? Can you see that, you know, that actually these tablets can provide a whole lot that could actually reduce that recidivism rate?
I mean, I think they could. I think they could help, but they're not going to be the. They're not the panacea. They're one part of a lot of things. For me, the recidivism rate is a worry, and it should be a worry to all of us in society that young people end up being in a youth detention centre and then come back. So we've got to try and get to what the root cause of the problem is, and how do we rectify that? It takes a whole of society approach to try and fix that, for want of a better phrase. It would play a part, but I couldn't say it's the only thing that's going to stop a young person coming back.
But I suppose, and it's more than just the recidivism rate in regards to the importance of these tablets in cells. The former Attorney General John Dowd said to a Senate inquiry earlier this year, young people are more likely to use computers than adults. The majority are more used to them, and the use of computers will help them with skills for later on in life. The use of computers will allow mental health functioning. Do you agree that there's a multitude of important factors for young people to actually have access to technology, possibly even more so than the adults that already have access to these tablets in prisons?
Look, I agree, and particularly with, you know, I think we're up to the millennials now. I think that particular generation, their comfort levels around technology are probably much more advanced than some other earlier generations. We do have, like, digital technology in there. We've got the schools that operate within our youth justice centres. We've got access to the tablets now. What we're talking about here is about having a tablet accessibility in individual rooms.
Yes.
Which is where we're not.
Which is where they spend significant amount of time. And so they spend a significant amount hours of the day in those cells, or it's a significant number of hours, I should say, because I understand that's nighttime hours as well.
But we do try to have them out most of the time. You know, there's the school programs, there's those skills programs that we run.
I understand that. That's not the point of my question. The point of my question was they spend a significant amount of time in cells, and so the importance of actually having access to tablets in cells is extremely important, rather than just via programs. Do you see that, Minister? Are you willing to commit to investigating this tablet issue further and seeing what can be done? I know I continue to bring it up each budget estimates, and it seems like it's at a bit of a standstill. Can I get your commitment to look further into it?
Look, I'll continue as I do, but I also want to set realistic expectations. We'll try. I know I may not get the outcome that we all want straight away. It may take a bit of time. We've done some of the scoping. We've done the scoping work. We've looked at different ways it can happen. There's constant changes in technology as well, and you know, my other agencies that I have are also looking at ways that technology can be made more accessible. My commitment to you is I will continue doing everything that I can, and I know I've got an outstanding agency in youth justice who believe in the things that I believe in, to try and make things better for young people. The technology access is one part of that, but I can't promise you that I'll be able to say to you next time I say to you, I've done it. We're going to continue. We're going to continue doing the best that we can.
Thank you. I've got some questions in regards to the closing the gap commitments. How is Youth Justice New South Wales meeting the priority reforms under closing the gap?
So the priority, primarily the priority around number 11, closing the gap. Number 11 is I said a bit earlier, is difficult, and it's difficult because, as the Premier has acknowledged, you know, some of the changes to the bail laws, we're going to have a disproportionate impact on young people, Aboriginal young people in particular, and we've seen that. But what we're really doing is making sure that we can try and find a way in stopping young people, particularly Aboriginal youth, getting into the system. And that was that commitment that we made about the diversion programs, the $100 million over 4 years. Never happened before. The really strong work, I think it was 6 of the 9 partners that we have with Youth on Track are ACOs. So really asking what is part of the, what is the Aboriginal community, local community say would work. The work that we're doing up in Moree around, I think the partners there were Moravian, St Pius Xavier or X, and the Shea Academy. Local ACOs working with the community, working with government agencies, trying to really understand how we can support young people, but using it from a community-led, place-based approach is really the key thing. The key thing for us, the expansion of the SAY program to include new places was very, very important.
Are they, there was the $20 million and then there was a $13.4 million specific allocations towards closing the gap. Are they some of the programs that will be money that will be spent on there, or can you give me a detailed breakdown of where that 20 and the 13.4 million will be spent?
The 20 being...
The 20 for programs supporting Aboriginal adults and children leaving custody, and 13.4 million for reducing the overrepresentation of Aboriginal children in the criminal justice system.
So that's the funding that we're using. That's the ongoing funding, which we haven't had before. So it's something that we should be... I'm actually really grateful that we've had this ongoing funding. I don't have to go to the community and say, look, I've got funding for you for 1 year. This is now ongoing funding. This thing doesn't change overnight, but it really helps a great deal in terms of not only self-determination, but capacity building and leadership building. That's been the approach. And, if I can get as much money as possible and say this is how we should use it, but I also need to be really conscious that I'm a person from Sydney who lives a very privileged life. I can't tell people what to do in their local community. What I can do is help enable and help understand, but a local place-led solution is really what we're trying to achieve here.
Yeah. I'll get back to the question
Sure.
later on, but the question was the details about how that money would be spent.
Okay,
but
so
I'll
maybe in the meantime we might just get together some stuff
Okay.
so when we do get back to it.
Great, thank you. Ms. Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Hi.
Not sure if anyone's asked you yet about this. I've been in the other room, so if they have, forgive me. But the state of New South Wales recently settled the case involving a young person who was in detention and was imposed with a punitive detainee risk management plan, the DRMPs, including being denied access to social interactions, schooling, phone calls, visits, as well as excessively handcuffed and strip searched. Are you aware of the DRMPs being used in breach of the legislation?
I'm aware that, I get briefed on a lot of different things, Ms. Higginson, and particularly around what we're doing in terms of supporting young people. Obviously, there are some instances where we've also made changes, for example, the introduction of X-ray machines to try and mitigate that, the strip searching and things like that. There'll be situations, of course, where young people might need to be isolated, but I don't have the specifics to that case.
So what about it was, my understanding is that there's several civil claims and cases that have been made, and there's a number of settlements that have taken place. But are you aware of this allegation that the DRMPs are being used in ways that they weren't designed to be used?
Look, let me just double check with you, but I'm pretty confident that those things were replaced they were replaced a couple of years ago. I think they've actually, since I've been a minister, they haven't been
Have we
used.
got rid of those management plans?
Would you mind if I'm
Sure,
I'm pretty sure
coming
they are,
back
but I don't
for
want to give
you
you the
this
wrong
arvo,
info.
but yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I mean, that's what we want to say.
You're just sitting next to us, and by osmosis, you're becoming Mr. Fan.
It happens.
Yes, there has been litigation in relation to the
Yes.
use of DRMPs, particularly a period of practice back around 2015, 2016. After that period of time, there was a change in the policy and the application of DRMPs, but in the last 2 years, we have replaced that policy with a different policy and a different behaviour support plan, which has been informed by our Aboriginal practice officers and has a lot more consultation with children and families in the development of plans to support their behaviour issues.
And are there any cases still in the pipeline that haven't been resolved that you might be aware of from the former...
litigation matters?
Yeah.
There may be.
Yeah.
The litigation portfolio shifts all the time.
Yeah. And are you satisfied? So clearly then, if they've changed, you're satisfied now that punitive use of those plans has not seeped into the new system?
Yeah, I'm certainly satisfied that the new policy is far safer for children, and much more culturally responsive for Aboriginal children in particular. But there must be safeguards, and there are safeguards for making sure that it is safe, and that includes having the right people in the meetings and the conversations when those plans are developed, having them reviewed on a regular basis, having the right senior oversight, and providing transparency to the Ombudsman and the Inspector for Custodial Services, making sure that young people's lawyers have visibility as needed and as they want to. So it is about openness and transparency and making sure that the focus is on support and safety.
Thank you.
And this happened, I'm advising 2023, so it was once we've come in the government making those changes, but I know that the work had been undertaken because they are worrying practices.
Terribly worrying. Minister, at the moment, with the 34% increase of young people in youth justice prisons at the moment over the past 2 years, are there any particular centres at the moment that are causing you more concern than other ones? Or the converse, are there some that you're more satisfied with their performance than some of the others?
Look, we've got six youth justice centres, and right across the state, they're staffed by incredible people. Things change. It's a dynamic situation. We've talked about that number, a particular number for remand. Things can change really quickly. One day you may have an influx of 5 people. Next day you might lose 7 people because their remand is overall. So they're prepared for that. What the youth agency department or the agency has been working on really well is constantly monitoring where things are at. Given that the numbers have increased, as you have said
dramatically.
We're satisfied, or I'm advised that there aren't occasions where we're like overcrowded, so we're within capacity. But as I said, it's a bit of that. There's a little bit of that changing dynamic every day, given the nature of so many people.
And what about the centres? Like, are there some that are performing better than others in terms of
I don't necessarily do a report card in that sense. What I do, I've visited all the centres, and each one of them is unique, and they're kind of like specialised in something. So, when I visited Acmina up in Grafton, it was actually, it had a different feel to it, but also that was part of that environment. There was a slightly different one. I go to say Cobham out at St Mary's. Again, it's a slightly different one. Dubbo, they're all slightly different, and they're all very good. But then they've also got their own little unique things. But I don't look at it and say.
But I think that's what I'm trying to get at. I know that all centres, whether they're adult or what we're learning is, they're all very unique, and place is clearly an influence, and the culture. Are there any that, since you've been responsible, that you're thinking, you look at and you go, wow, this one's much more impressive?
I tell you, actually, I think, look at him and just go, man. Look at him. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself, it's going, man.
Self.
I go, man. I often talk to myself, but no one listens.
Yeah, I do.
I find myself agreeable.
I've been doing it a bit here.
The thing that I love, I love this. I went to Riverina, the one at Riverina. One of the things that really stood out for me was their work with the local community and bringing back some of the, sadly, there was an occasion where somebody who had been a former detainee was coming back and actually served as a mentor for some of the young people. But also the connection to country. And the one thing that I remembered from there was the use of art, Indigenous art, where young people were being taught that. But then I look at Cobham, where I was out there a while ago when they did the not a greenhouse, but like a hothouse. They're doing an agricultural program or horticultural program that is really giving them those skills. Now, they don't have that in another place, but they've got something else. So every place has got something different. Out at Reby, meeting up with a young person who, you know, they've moved them, I think it was called the Waratah unit, or the unit just before they're leaving, and it was designed almost like a home. So it was very different in the setup. So every one of them is excellent. And then they've all got different things. Now, they don't all have the same things because physically maybe it's not possible to have everything in every place.
Thank you. Can I just ask you, in your former capacity where you were heading up the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation, can you explain why you committed to transparency, and that was the whole program about the Northern Rivers flood recovery, but you made a deal with the Prime Minister to cut $100 million in funding for at least 1,000 houses, house raises and retrofits to pay for more buybacks. Do you remember making that decision?
I don't remember making a deal with the Prime Minister. I think last time I saw the Prime Minister.
You wrote to Minister Watt on the 14th of June, and it was actually the Prime Minister who wrote back to you saying,
Did he write
actually,
to me?
I'm responsible. Yes. Anthony Albanese.
How cool's that? Did he
Well,
write to me?
Well, actually, sorry, he wrote to Chris Minns.
Oh,
but,
okay, yeah, see?
You got
my that's why I said
But it
like
was
he's
in
not
response to your letter. I just want to know
I think he's
about
upset
that
with me.
100 million. Why did you take the 100 million away from the 1,000 house raises and retrofits?
Look, I'd probably have to go back into it, but in the first instance, so I was the joint minister with Minister Scully.
Yep.
We have both had responsibility for the Reconstruction Authority. That's now moved towards
Minister
Saffin and the
Saffin.
Premier.
Yeah.
But I think that's sort of on the public record in terms of why...
No, the only reason I found this through an SO 52 buried very deep. Nobody knew that you did this. Nobody, other than this document we found.
If I'm not mistaken,
it was 100 million and 1,000 houses.
So was that to move money from one? So
It was literally the old
It wasn't
Peter
to
Paul
cut money
thing.
from within the Resilient Homes program.
No, you took money and put it into buybacks, and no dispute, we needed more buybacks.
Yeah.
But why did you take the money? Because right now, and I'll take this to Minister Saffin,
Yeah.
we don't have any raises or retrofits happening at the scale that we need them. And I'm just curious, it comes back to this decision that you made, it seems, in a letter in the dead of night.
Oh, it wasn't in the dead of night. I mean,
Well,
that sounds
nobody
dramatic,
knew
Miss
about
Higginson.
this.
The community was pretty clear. I remember at the time, and I know you're a member of that community, and you would acknowledge that Minister Scully and I, and I in particular, spent a lot of time up there and really coming back to what is it that the community wants. At the time, their advice to us is we want retrofits. We can only work within a certain envelope. There was no money that was cut. It was a request, if I'm not mistaken, a request to be able to say, from within this envelope, can we use some of this money from this bucket, like from this, the buybacks thing, into the retros? Like that's...
The other way around.
It's the other way around, sorry.
But now there's no raises retros. This is the problem. This is what we're struggling with. And I just don't understand how this was an authorised deal that was made or request.
Well, we did that community reset when we first came in. We also established the Community Leaders Forum, which included not only the local MPs but councillors, and saying, what is it that the community is? Because one of the criticisms that we'd heard was that people were making decisions for the community that really didn't know what the community wanted. There's nothing untoward in this. It's within the funding envelope, and the community said, this is what we want. Can we have some more money for this? We knew there was no more money coming. That was the funding envelope. That's where that would be coming from. It doesn't come from a bad place. It comes from what the community wanted.
Murkier and murkier. Thank you.
Really?
The opposition.
That's actually not murky at all, Wes.
Order.
It's actually not. No, but it's offensive. It's offensive that you would say that. Thank you.
It's a wild second thing.
Minister, the people of the Mid-North Coast have been through so much as far as disaster recently.
Yeah.
And you're about to make a massive change to their risk profile up there when it comes to disasters, in particular fires. You've been talking about this for your government's about to make a massive change to the risk profile up there by declaring the Great Koala National Park. You've been talking about this for 2.5 years, yet we've just found out you don't have a plan as how you're going to manage that risk as far as resourcing for the firefighting agencies up there. How can you not have had a plan, or at least discussions about this yet?
Well, National Parks actually also has their own firefighters. So National Parks have their own firefighters. So we've got RFS, Fire and Rescue, National Parks, Forestry. National Parks has their own firefighters as well. We will continue working with them. I said, it's not like that there's no plan. These discussions are still being worked out. These decisions are still being made. Do we need additional resources? Do we, use our resources in different ways? But National Parks, and that falls under Minister Sharp, they also have firefighters as part of their agency. They're not part of RFS. They're not part of Fire Brigade, but they do have their firefighters.
So you're confident that having a national park in that area won't increase the fire risk?
It's a national park. It's actually a national park, and there are national parks that already exist. The fire risk is the fire risk. We know there are fire risks. We will assess that, and we'll work across government to make sure that we can try and mitigate and minimise wherever possible. But in terms of like within national parks, they've also got their own mitigation strategies, their own hazard reduction strategies. When, for example, the RFS does mitigation, they don't do it all by themselves. They work really closely with fire and rescue. And if they need to work with, the forestry groups, or they need to work with farmers, landowners, we work with whoever needs to be worked with, and we share our expertise.
So the fact that those conversations hasn't happened yet, does that mean that this declaration is still some time off?
Look, if they're in the embryonic stages, there's discussions that are happening, but the agencies talk amongst themselves. Like my two fire commissioners here, they're regularly having conversations about things. They're working with forestry. They're working with others. It really is a matter for Minister Sharp. I don't know if the commissioners want to add. If you want for them to add where they're at to, what their thoughts are, more than happy for them to take this question.
We can come back and find out specifically, but it just concerns me that you're about to make this massive call. It's going to, we all know that the fires in national parks are far more severe than in other areas, and yet you don't seem to have a plan in place as far as extra resources to manage that risk. Yet in other forums we've been told this announcement's quite imminent.
Yeah, but
it seems like they would have to go hand in hand to protect the people and the assets in the Mid-North Coast that have been through so much of late.
That would all be part of the development of the plan. Like, this is what normal things would happen, that we've actually got some existing things before it becomes, I suppose, it happens. We go, well, what is it that we need? Where are we short? What's our advantage? What's our disadvantage? But they continue working it. But really, I think, you're asking me that question from my perspective. I've given you an answer. But it really is Minister Sharp's answer to give.
So you don't think that an announcement should be made or will be made until those discussions have been had and those plans have been adopted?
I really think it's a question for Minister Sharp, but I can tell you that National Parks has got hundreds of firefighters. Like, they're not just some small
1,200,
crew.
I think. Sounds right.
Yeah.
Well then, Minister, can I just implore you to sit down with your commissioners and, more importantly, the local brigades up there and discuss with and then deliver the extra resources they're going to need to manage this risk? I'm
sure my commissioners, great commissioners actually, and I've got to welcome Commissioner Curtin. This is his first budget estimates. Welcome, Commissioner Curtin. They will let me know everything that they do. They often do, and that's what I like. We have a very good, robust conversations about things that are required, but they're also working across their different agencies in working together. Emergency services about community safety. This is what their bread and butter every day.
Minister, can I add, these arrangements will be being discussed in our Bushfire Management Committee arrangements, in our local emergency management committee arrangements. I need to confirm that that's happening at the moment, but I have no doubt they've been considering these risk profile changes.
Minister, at what point what's the planning process and how do we get to the point that a community you determine a community or a town or a small city needs a second fire station or additional resources such as trucks? And if you want to use an example like Orange, 40-odd thousand people, what is the planning that's going ahead, projection planning to say that in 3 years' time we're going to need a second fire station in that town or we need to get 2 more trucks in there? What's the formal process of that?
There's a joint standing fire committee that meets, is it monthly? How often? Meets regularly, let's say. Quarterly, there you go. That's pretty
He doesn't
regular.
go.
Hey?
You don't go, so that's why you don't know.
It's all right, mate. Welcome. So they meet. Obviously, they're having a look at the constant changing. We're also seeing the changing nature of communities. What we're starting to see, that peri-urban areas that are changing, having a look around, look at Badgerys Creek. So we were able to secure some funding for Badgerys Creek Airport. Everyone's known Badgerys Creek's going to, I think it's out at London, but it's called Badgerys Creek. But everybody knows that there was going to be a big increase there. Never been any funding for it. We've got the funding. We've also got the fire is now budgeted so that will open in time. The Joint Standing Fire Committee always looks at the changing nature of things, also looking at what's possible, what's down the horizon, and of course we try and be ahead of the curve when we possibly can. But these are like operational requirements, and the commissioners are the ones that, they're entrusted to do this, and I will support them where I can. We're seeing a lot of upgrades to stations at the moment, but we're also seeing where RFS needs things. But I'm really interested in those, call it the crossover areas, where, like the city is growing and encroaching into areas that might have been old RFS. And then there's areas where fire and rescue, where there's challenges. I mean, I'll give you a really good example is about some of the challenges in our small communities, where, for example, our retained firefighters, it's becoming more and more difficult to have retained firefighters because the communities are shrinking, because there's not enough people who are joining up. But they have the review committee.
Can I use that as a good segue, Minister,
Sure.
into your tanker strategy, which I presume is developed to try and address that issue? That will see minimum crews change from 4 to 2 in some regional areas. What do you expect when a crew of 2 rocks up to a structural fire? Would you expect them to enter that structure?
Well, look, there's some consultation opening up about the tiered response, which you've referred to as a tanker strategy. The tiered response it was almost like the perfect segue into it. The challenge that we've got, and I suppose this is a thing I'm putting out to communities and a plea to all of my colleagues, particularly in regional spaces, is when it comes to some of the retained stations in smaller communities, populations like less than 1,000 with very few incidents, we're trying to do everything that we can to get people to join up into the retained ranks. Now, the retained ranks, to be online, you need 4 people. And the 4 people is becoming difficult to have all of the time. And if I use Bingra, I'm only saying because I'm so familiar with it, like I went up there with the fire and rescue, leadership. We had a community meeting, a pleading to the community saying, we need people to join up, working with the local council. We're exploring some different options. There's a consultation phase that's going on. But, I mean, in my ideal scenario, we've got plenty of people who are available, to be on-call firefighters, so that we've got this situation where we can constantly have at least 4. But, the consultation that's happening, the work that's going on, we'll continue sort of doing that. But I know that fire and rescue is working with communities, also with, of course, our, the industrial side of it.
When do you think you'll have, you said that there's consultation going on, when do you think you'll have this strategy locked in?
Well, that's the consultation. I mean, the consultation may bring up some different findings. Consultation may say, here's another option. Let's try this. Let's try, another recruitment drive. We're hoping that the recent decision by the IRC for a pay rise for firefighters might also be a little bit of an incentive for people to become retained firefighters. We're constantly looking at what are the things that we can have more retained firefighters would join up. If not necessarily an incentive, we don't want to make it difficult for them.
Sorry, Minister, I was just after a time frame.
I don't have a time frame. There's still consultation is ongoing. Is that right, Commissioner?
I can come back to you on that.
You'll come back.
It's happening in Peak Hill.
The current model, in Peak.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Go.
Sorry, Ms.
That's right. Minister, I want to acknowledge that, yes, the government has recognised the challenges in Moree and has made repeated announcements about that investment. But there is a disparity. So in March 2024, the government promised an $8.75 million bail accommodation and support service, along with an action plan within 6 months. February 2025, nearly a year later, your media release was still saying the bail centre was expected to be open later this year. Minister, how can the community have confidence in these announcements when a facility promised in 2024 still has not been delivered in late 2025?
Look, Ms. McDonald, I'm disappointed as you are. And so I'm not going to pretend that, this is something that I would like to have seen. But what I can say to you is, it's not for a lack of trying. There has been, what I want to talk about the bail accommodation service, then I'll talk about some other things that are happening. There have been now a number of times when youth justice has got within, a whisker of signing the contract, and it's been pulled by the vendor. What we're looking for in the facility is very specific. We're trying to obviously not have it in the centre of town. It needs to have, as you saw that time, like at Penrith, it needs to have multiple rooms. It needs to be fairly secure. We were willing, Youth Justice obviously are willing to put in the investment, enhance security, do what it is that needs to be done. But I think it's been at least 3 times now when things have been pulled. I don't want to get too excited, but we're again in that process. There was a community meeting that was held where we've been pretty upfront and said, we need your help as a community. My feeling, I spoke to the local MP, worked with the local MP, and even said, mate, I need your assistance. You've got a better connection to the community than I do. If somebody's got even a potential something like a building that's on a block that they have.
So, Minister, then how many children then, since March 2024, have been bail refused because this facility is not there? And where are they being housed?
There is a day program that's also running at the moment in Moree. We're trying to get this, we're hopeful, and maybe in the afternoon we can give him more information, but I've been let down so many times that I don't want to say to you we're over the line, because we're not.
Okay, so you don't have a timeline yet because it keeps changing?
We're deep in one at the moment, but Miss McDonald, we've been there before, and I've almost become like a little bit superstitious of it now. And I don't want to say, but I can tell you we're deep. We're deep in, and hopefully the person doesn't change their mind again. Hey? Sorry, where's did you say?
No, don't acknowledge it.
No, I want to.
Don't do that, please. It's my question.
It's like
I want to.
I'm not trying to. I've been really clear with you.
No, I know. I know.
And we're trying.
And I know you care.
No, but not that. But we actually have. Even to the point we looked at potential government buildings. We looked at working. Was there any Crown land?
So you'll keep us updated, not by media release. Once you have.
Do you know what, Miss McDonald? I might even give you a call, person.
Thank you. That would be great.
And
because
I'm going to say,
you know what is really great is that you have these initiatives or bespoke models that you talked about before, say the Cockatoo Initiative in Riverina, and My Path in Western Sydney, and they're fantastic. And because you're always talking about diversion and intervention, so I acknowledge that yes, they're important community-based early intervention programs. But these regions that already have youth justice centres there. Moree, by contrast, does not have a youth justice centre. I'm not saying they need one. Please don't.
No.
I don't
we're not
want
going
them
to. See, if I was Mr. Fang, I would have taken it completely out of context. But no, you're not advocating to build a new youth justice facility in Moree.
But I would like consistency in delivery. So why should children in Moree still be waiting for supports that have been promised when other regions, they're up and running the programs?
And I think that's a really fair question, Ms. McDonald. And I would say, as you often do, you actually ask those with sincerity and with good intention. There are other supports that are operating at the moment within Moree. The bail accommodation service is one part.
But it's very important, so I really want you to focus on that one.
Do you know what? You and I are going to go door knocking.
Okay. I'll go find someone.
Somewhere else.
No, nodding.
No, I'm only joking. But no, it's I probably couldn't press upon the committee hard enough. This is not something that is like a set and a forget. It's being worked on every single day. I'm confident. But I've just been burnt too many times on this one, and youth justice has been burnt, to say it. But I promise you that when we've got something, it's a commitment. I will speak to you.
Okay.
And let you know. But I also want to make the other point that the bail accommodation service is one point.
Yep.
There's a lot of other things that are happening, and I talked about the partnerships between Murray BA and Pius and Shay. but also work with the police, work with the PCYC there.
Clontarf Foundation,
It's so,
all of them.
It's so
Yeah.
good, and I know that from your heart, that's
Yeah.
something that you really support.
Okay. So now,
I'm looking
Minister.
at, you keep looking at the time. It makes
No,
me-
I keep because I want to ask you some more questions, and it's to do with the expenses in your office. So, your office has 2.29 million in 2024-25. That's one of the higher figures across the ministers.
Really?
Can you explain why your office expenditure has grown compared to previous years?
I don't think it's one of the highest. I mean,
I said higher, not highest.
Higher, yeah. It's anyway. I don't know. The budget's the budget's not set by me. They're on the record, but obviously it's money that's used to run our office, including staffing.
So, would you be able to say what your catering expenses are?
I think off the top of my head, I saw that was there was about $160 or something, and I think it might have been for, if I just have to have a look, but the catering expenses that would have been used are for, if we get like a special guest that comes in. I think we had the Minister for Digital Government from Papua New Guinea came in, and just to let you know how we don't spend money extravagantly, like literally I think someone went down to the cake shop and bought just a few little cakes. Like that's what the catering thing is. It's not so that we can...
Okay, so with other expenses, it totals 14,174. But what does other cover?
I'm just trying to see...
And then while you're looking for that,
no, I'm just trying to find this.
73,000 on travel.
Okay. I just want to go back and just say, I do buy my own biscuits, usually from Punch Bowl. Get a good deal. Bring fruit and veggies in. Shout out to them. Sorry, what was the other one?
The 14,174 on other, and then you've got 75,000 on travel. So I'm wanting to know, have you chartered aircraft or?
I've never chartered an aircraft. I've been on a charter, but I've never chartered an aircraft.
No.
And you can imagine with my portfolio, and you can imagine given the number of natural disasters I'm dealing with, the travel expenses include, if you've got a driver and you've got to do an overnight accommodation, that's the accommodation, that's everything associated with that. I think if you had a look at our expenses, hey?
Caravan.
What was that?
So, Minister,
Caravan, no, I don't have a caravan. I admire yours.
Don't acknowledge Mr. Fang, please.
I know I do, but Mr. Fang, I've got like caravan envy. I've got a camper trailer. I'm telling you, my office keeps telling me that I'm Spartan.
Yeah.
Like we do not. We bring stuff in.
No, that's fine.
And if treasurer's watching,
but I don't understand, Minister. So you bring stuff in, and yet your expenditure is higher. You've got 1.7 million in labour.
I think that would be staff.
So how many other staff do you have?
That's a matter for the public record. But I tell you what,
has it increased?
I've got less.
Has it increased in the last?
I think so. I don't think my staffing number is increased.
Do you accept that at a time of cost of living crisis, taxpayers expect ministers to account for every dollar spent?
Miss McDonald, if I know that there was the declaration, I'm very comfortable with the money and spending it well within the guidelines. I've actually said we are certainly very, very, very conscious of every single dollar that we spend. We're running an office, a ministerial office with a massive amount of portfolios. Mm-hmm. We do our job to the best of our ability. We don't spend money for the sake of spending money. There's a very strong culture in my office, as there is across government, that you pay for your own stuff. And we often talk about the specials that are on sale that week, so that we can bring them in ourselves. The money that's being used at things like, are we buying newspapers? Are there subscriptions? Yeah. It's all can be accounted for.
Go digital. Sorry.
Well, yeah, but you've got to buy the subscription.
I know.
I know, but you've got to you buy the subscription. We do have the digital subscription as well.
Yeah, thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. New South Wales is currently the only jurisdiction that does not have a Commissioner for Children and Young People. I'm sure you're aware that the Advocacy for Aboriginal Peak Bodies for an independent New South Wales Commissioner for Aboriginal Children and Young People are looking for a broad mandate for the role, including youth justice. Do you support the establishment and appointment of an independent commissioner in New South Wales?
Look, I think there's a just recently, Minister Jackson launched the Office for Youth. It's not, that will work with young people effectively. Similar, I mean, there was an advocate for youth, Zoe Robinson.
Sorry, this is calling for
but
a commissioner for children and young
thank
people.
her for her work as well. I think she's finishing up.
That would work specifically on youth justice as well as other areas. Is that something that you support?
Yeah, I think the Premier was asked on this one, and he gave an answer. It's really a decision kind of for the Premier, this one.
Minister, are you familiar with the Family is Culture Review Report recommendations 69 and 70? I don't expect you to sort of have memorised those, and so I've got them here to read if you're not familiar with them.
We've got a couple of files.
No, that's right. I'm happy to read them out for
If you wouldn't mind.
So recommend 69 talks about the developing of a system for the collection, analysis and reporting of data to ensure that information about children in out-of-home care who are also in contact with the criminal justice system is recorded and is readily available to inform strategic planning and monitor outcomes for this group of children. And recommendation 70 talks about conducting further research regarding the involvement of Aboriginal children and young people in out-of-home care in the juvenile justice system, including around outcomes for those Aboriginal children. Have you or Youth Justice had any involvement in responses to those specific recommendations, or has any action that you're aware of been taken?
Youth Justice, and I know Secretary Tidball has oversight not only of youth justice but also of the role for Minister Washington, where there's a big intersection there between the two. But in terms of my personal thing, Minister Washington and I are of the same view that we will work together to support. Well, one of the sad thing is not only the number of young people in out-of-home care, and she's done some outstanding work with that, particularly in stopping that practice of having young people in motels. And I think it just speaks to the kind of government that we are, but also the kind of minister that she is. And congrats to the department for making it happen. But there's also that very strong link between young people in out-of-home care and then the youth justice system, and trying to find what we can do to try and break that link is really important. So that's the context of Minister Washington and I, and we work incredibly well together, but we're also very, very ably supported by Secretary Tidball, who oversees everything within that Department of Communities and Justice.
Right.
So
wonderful. I might get some more details from Mr. Tidball this afternoon.
Recommendations this afternoon.
Yes, thank you.
If you could, I think you'll be really not only pleasantly surprised, I think you'll be pretty happy with we're all focused in that one direction. What can we do to support young people, and particularly the most vulnerable?
Thank you. I've got some questions as well about Service New South Wales services in Moama. And I'm sure you're aware that Moama has experienced rapid population growth over the last few years. However, the Service New South Wales Centre is run out of the council and only has very minimal services that are run through that council. Have you had a look at whether or not there needs to be a committed, dedicated New South Wales service centre in that area? Because at the moment a lot of those locals are having to drive an hour to be able to access most of those services.
Can I check, is that the mayor that I met with? No. Okay, that was a different one. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking because I just met with a mayor from down in that southwest part recently. I thought it might have been about Moama, but it was somewhere else. And theirs was an issue around the council one as well. And you're right, Moama, unbelievable growth in Moama. Just as a little aside, not necessarily eat up time, but went there many years ago, Australia Day ambassador. Went there again a couple of years ago.
Can we just, given that there's only a few minutes left, if we could focus on the issue?
We'll continue working. Service New South Wales continues working on that. We've got, I think, 119 centres, so we've actually increased the number of centres. But a lot of those are also determined by things like you've said, Ms. Hurst, including population growth, changes in demographics. We'll continue working with the local government as we have with the local government that I referred to a little bit earlier in terms of the meeting. It's got to meet certain criteria, but things can be staged in different ways as well.
Do you agree, though, that many of these local community members having to drive an hour to Deniliquin to be able to access most of these services is inappropriate for a town that's now grown to the size of something like Moama?
Look, ideally, I would love for them not to have to drive, and some of the council services offer most of the services in terms of, because it's like effectively a kiosk. We've put our services, a lot of services online. Now, notwithstanding, I constantly speak about digital inclusion, so online is not the be-all and end-all, but we'll continue working with that local community. Now, is there maybe service will have a look at the footprint, work with the two local communities. Maybe there's a place in the middle. Maybe there's something else. I don't know. But ideally, we don't want people travelling further than they need to. But most of the services, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Wells, I think most of the services are that you do at council. Most of the services you can. It might be for things like driving tests.
Yeah, I think there's fitness to drive testing services.
Yeah, it's
3 days a month in Moama. So. And the other issue actually...
Is that for the people who are like over 80? Is that the difference between the fitness to drivers? Yeah.
Yes, but
Yeah.
there's another problem currently, and I'm not sure if you've been briefed on this, Minister, but I'd be keen to get your thoughts on this. There's been some concerns that Victorian residents are actually coming into New South Wales, onto border towns like Moama, that they're accessing earlier P-plate access, so they're coming into New South Wales to take advantage of that earlier access. But of course then they're draining these very limited resources that are in Moama by doing so, and so it's very hard for people in the local area to actually book in to get these tests done. Is that something you've been briefed on?
Ms. Hurst, not that one specifically. I know that in border towns a lot of work happens, between the two, I suppose, the towns themselves. It can be explored by service, but it's not something that's come up to me. I get a lot of pieces of correspondence and briefings, not necessarily that one that I can think of. But we can look into that. But I think more significantly is the idea that we will look at, we look constantly at service across the board, and even looking at where we need to open new stores, we need to relocate new centres, not stores, new centres. We'll continue doing that, but most of the services are online. I also recognise that the community in Moama is a community, a demographic that not everybody's going to be online. So that's what I mean, like, that works really well with my digital inclusion strategy that we've been working on together to recognise that. So, and I'm happy, Mr. Wells, if you can, we'll organise a briefing for Ms. Hurst if you like, maybe in a couple of weeks or so, and we'll just, maybe Mr. Wells, if that's okay, if you wouldn't mind, would that be okay?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll find out some info for you and have a chat with you. And yeah, and we'll even talk. We'll talk a little bit about it anyway.
Do you know if there's any sort of statistics collected around, people having to actually travel to access Service New South Wales services? Is that sort of stuff collected to sort of guide? You've been talking about making sure that there's Service New South Wales centres in the right places where people can access them. Is that something that's collected as a data point?
I'm not sure about the specifics, and Mr. Wells can, but what I can say to you is when we do look at service centres, we look at different features like how far is it away from another one, how long it will take in terms of road travel, public transport. We try and strategically place them, and that's why sometimes you'll see them move around from one place to another without reducing the number at all. Mr. Wells, you were nodding your head. Does that mean we do keep statistics or we don't?
We don't, Ms. Hurst, keep statistics on travel to do transactions, but we, as the Minister said, do really keep a good record of the number of transactions, a monitoring of the footprint, of the geography to plan, where a service centre is, where a council agency is, and also importantly where our mobile service centre travels to as well as. So I know there are some stops close to Moama for the mobile service centre as well.
Thank you. And just quickly, Minister, can you also look at tightening any of those proof of address rules if that is something that when you look into it is an issue?
Yeah. So I was going to say, if you've got some examples before we have that catch up or that briefing, let us know so that we can actually explore that for you as well. So I'm happy for you just to let us, just send something to me. Let me know what it is that you're saying's happened, and we can check it out for you, specifically about number of people who maybe have got licences, or more than happy to. Just give us where you'd like us to explore.
Thank you. Ms Abigail-Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, coming back to the Robertson Review, one of the other issues that we've spoken about is in relation to the surveillance and the use of covert surveillance, and the impact that that has on individuals, particularly those suffering psychological injury. I had a frustrating conversation with iCare in the estimates the other day about whether or not they had to get approval, or whether iCare has to approve surveillance. And we've had the claims managers coming back to our inquiry in relation to the workers' compensation bill, saying they can't tell us how much surveillance they do. Given that in the Robertson Review there's clear recommendations around mistakes that have been made on surveillance, what is your government doing to correct that situation and change the approach of the whole system
I
to
think
surveillance?
Thanks, Ms Boyd. I think in that first instance, what Robertson Review also really clearly highlighted is that things do need to change. And there are certain practices that were not acceptable. Again, I highlight that it reflected on something that was before my time as the Minister, and certainly before Ms Young's time as the head of it. Our government response said that we're going to be looking at those and looking at what we can do in terms of improving the issues, implementing the recommendations around surveillance. So we've accepted that there needs to be a change around the surveillance.
Given the really quite horrific impact that surveillance has had on people, not just the case that's raised in the Robertson Review, but we have a lot of people coming to us with their experiences of surveillance. In paragraph 58, Robertson comments on it being a missed opportunity to consider as a regulator necessary or appropriate reform when the complainant in this case, complainant 19, actually wrote to Ms Young saying as a regulator this was the perfect opportunity to then sort of look more into this. So I guess I'll ask you, Ms Young, I mean, what does that finding show to you, and what will you be doing to reform the use of surveillance across the system?
So I think just to be clear around the surveillance that we're talking about here, because there's, I think, two things that get confused sometimes here, and one being factual investigations and the other being optical surveillance. So a factual investigation is to establish the facts and the circumstances surrounding the injury, and then the surveillance is where there's doubt that they're affected by the injury in a certain way.
Are you still making a distinction between optical surveillance and social media surveillance?
No.
Okay,
no.
Good.
So I think it's just being clear around the difference in that, because I think sometimes there is a confusion of some of the techniques that might be used.
I think the
in
claims
that
managers
process.
are confused.
In terms of the surveillance itself, we have received complaints about that. We had received through that period also, and in my time in the role, those complaints as highlighted by Mr. Robertson, Judge Robertson. And we are in the process right now of reviewing our standard practice around that to get the clarity that we need so that we can be really clear about the expectations around the use of surveillance. So that's happening at the moment.
So I understand, for example, that Fire and Rescue have a policy that requires the use of covert surveillance for all psych claims over a certain threshold. And we certainly have seen in the data SIRA has provided to us and the data that iCare has provided to us as part of our SO52, that there are certain departments, like certain agencies like health, for instance, that have a much higher a level of so-called factual investigation, whether or not they want to call it surveillance or identify how much of that is there or not. In the long-awaited 2024 Claims Management Review, do you look into this issue of surveillance? Will we find out some more information when that gets released?
It wouldn't necessarily touch on, it would touch on surveillance as a broader issue. It doesn't necessarily go into the detail around surveillance. Those things we've been working through the surveillance issue more in relation to the complaints and what has been raised. And so we will through that review process of the standard practice, take into account and get more information together around what's happening so that we can then come up with the right set of standards.
Minister, does it concern you that fire and rescue are using covert surveillance in relation to when their employees are making workers' compensation claims?
Well, I think we're going to look at those recommendations and implement them. I recognise that there would be times when there may need to be surveillance, but it's also being
Mr.
done in a
Robertson
right
makes
way.
it clear that it's not actually permitted.
Well, and this is where we'll be looking at those recommendations. As I said, that was the government response, is that we'll be looking at those recommendations around surveillance and how we'd implement them.
Thank you.
Dr. Khan.
Thanks, Minister. We've discussed fires and floods this morning, but I don't think anybody's asked about heat waves. And as I'm sure you know, heat waves kill more Australians than any other kind of disaster.
Yeah.
There was a really good work that went into the development of the new heatwave sub-plan. What's happening moving forward in terms of implementation of that plan in this financial year?
Yeah, so that's now looking at that implementation, and it will be implemented as quickly as we possibly can in different places. But also with that, part of it is that cool spaces. I think and you've been a champion for this, and I want to acknowledge that. But some of the funding around the cool spaces, so that we can get some cool spaces up and running fairly quickly. There's already a body of work that's happening. So we've talked about the heat plan, them actually made it part of the emergency management planning, and now the cool spaces is the next progression of how it's happening. So that's kind of where we're at the moment.
Yeah. So I understand the Premier's department's leading the work on the cooler spaces framework, but I suppose my key question is if there's any funding attached to that work.
There's, if I'm not mistaken, I think Mr. Tui, there is some funding attached to it, isn't there? Do you mind? I've got Mr. Tui. So there is some, and Mr. Tui from Premier's department, and cheerio to everyone from Premier's department who's watching. He can actually give you the dollar, like the stuff exactly.
I may not be able to give you the dollar figure exactly, but two key bodies of work. One of which is we've engaged Natural Hazards Research Australia to help develop a cooler places guide, and I believe. I don't want to mislead you, but I believe we have the first draft of that back from the NHRA, and that's a subject of significant consultation to provide ongoing guidance to councils about how they can help manage the risk of heat waves. Separately, last year, heatwave was identified as a priority area for exercising across local and regional emergency management committees, and Premier's Department provided or funded the development, I guess, of, bear with me, off-the-shelf exercise resources to assist local committees, regional committees, run exercises for emergency response arrangements. Last year we spent about $100,000 supporting around 24 exercises at the local and regional level, not all on heatwave, sorry, that's inclusive of other priorities including rescue exercises. And this year we have new priorities, but that the funding available this year is in the order of $250,000 and is available for both new priorities including disability inclusive response, disability inclusive recovery, major evacuation centres, but that funding is available for if committees didn't have a chance to run an exercise last financial year, they can back capture it this financial year as well through that same funding stream.
Thank you. And that work in terms of guidance and resources for exercise is certainly welcome. I'm not about to criticise that. But I suppose coming back to the Minister, the problem that I'm seeing is that while this work is happening within premiers and within emergency services, within the local government sector, things are unintentionally going backwards because of the financial sustainability of councils. They are making decisions like reducing opening hours of public libraries, community centres and swimming pools because they can't afford to staff them. So we're actually losing the cool spaces we already have, while the Premier's Department is trying to provide support and guidance to councils to provide cool spaces. So I suppose my key question here is, will you actually advocate for funding to local councils to actually make available the cool spaces we already have while this is really important work is happening?
So we'll continue the advocacy. I'll let you know, I've just been advised that the budget, the $1.36 million towards the strategy, and it's shared between the Commonwealth and the state. And, we'll continue to advocate, and that might be for things like, I suppose, potentially where councils, and we've done that with one of the regional councils up in the up in the northern part of New South Wales, northwest area, where, you know, the pool was closed at a certain time because, you know, it was a small country town, and they were funded to be able to provide, you know, the payment for lifeguards and people to be there at the pool. Little things like that make a big difference. But now, I said to you, I could probably get you a dollar figure. That's the attached dollar figure at the moment. And I imagine, given that it's been acknowledged as a priority, then there will be some additional funding that will flow with that.
So that example you've just given of a swimming pool is exactly the kind of work I'm talking about. So with the disaster ready fund money, is that available to councils moving forward? How can people access funding for that?
Can I just check that one? Because I don't want to say, but that's an example that I use, and it's an example that obviously you're very familiar with, but it really makes a lot of sense, and that money there is available. I'm assuming that's what it is, but maybe let me just double check, and we can get back to you on that one as well, if that's it.
Thank you. I'd appreciate an answer on notice with the detail.
Sorry,
thank you.
Thank you. We've got a couple of short rounds. The opposition first.
Thank you. Minister, I know you're aware of the Backtrack Night Crew program that was run recently up in Armidale. You've met with the local member up there, Brendan Moylan, and spoke very positively on this. It was a 12-week trial, and I understand what the trial was about and what it's for. My question is specifically, why haven't we yet extended this to a longer-term program?
Yeah, look, the funding for that was police. We'll continue working with them. Can I say, you know, Backtrack do fabulous work, and I'm not saying that to ingratiate myself. I've seen the work that they've done. Across government, we all see the work that they do. You know, police are the ones who funded that particular thing. We'll continue working on how we can support Backtrack in different ways.
Would you like to see that program go longer?
Well, I think, part of that SAY program, you know, whilst this is not the SAY program, part of this is similar to the SAY program. Part of it is about making sure that we've got the funding. Part of it is about making sure that we support the community. So if police want to pay for that and find I'd be happy for them to do it. I'd actually be very grateful for them to do it. You know, but I think what I've got is, thankfully, for the first time in a long time, Youth Justice has actually got some ongoing funding, and we'll be looking at how that funding's distributed. But, you know, the work.
So can you put some of your funding into it then?
Well, you know, those decisions are yet to be made, but I've just said pretty clearly that, you know, I think the work that they do is good. I visited them, you know, with Mr. Moylan, but I've also visited them in other areas, and I think that you know, there's a lot of, in this portfolio, you get to see some amazing groups doing some incredible things with kids that, you know, really need a champion.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah.
Minister, what's your understanding of the role that RFS plays in assessing DAs, and are you confident that they have the resources they need to make sure there's no hold-ups in that space?
Yeah, so the RFS is an authorising authority, I think, particularly around the bushfire prone areas. They've got their resources. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's actually a directorate specifically that deals with this. They're part of a working group as well. The Commissioner hasn't approached me about additional resources for it, and I'm comfortable with where they're at.
And just finally, Minister, how often are we seeing tip fires occur in regional New South Wales, and are you concerned about the increase of tip fires as a result of lithium batteries?
Tip fires?
Fires in the regional tips.
Yeah, I can't give you that figure, but obviously we're seeing more fires in garbage trucks. But the issue around lithium, and I'd encourage you later to ask Commissioner Futrell, because it's like a passion project of his, because it's like a leadership on it. We're doing a lot of work around lithium-ion batteries, around safety around lithium-ion. I can't give you that specific number, but I know that Commissioner Futrell is leading work across the country on this. We're working with the EPA. We're trying to get a better education program as well for communities in terms of the dangers of lithium-ion batteries, buying reputable products. But also I know that Minister Sharp is doing a lot of work around the recycling or the safe disposal of the lithium-ion batteries. But yeah, I don't know that. That's sort of not within my space, but if I can encourage you, ask Commissioner later about lithium-ion batteries. He's got plenty to do, including a new standard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Conner.
Yeah, Minister, you made an election commitment to increase fire and rescue personnel by 600. Where's that up to?
We haven't got the latest number, but it's ongoing. We've got, I think, just recently there's 52 that have been committed to the Badgerys Creek fire station. There was the ones that were for Oran Park as well. 20 relievers as well. Then Oran Park that actually had the fire station but no fireys. We actually have also spent the last couple of years, a lot of time last year, building the capacity within our training academy. So the training academy out at Orchard Hills, that effectively is where you go to become a firing or a fire and rescue personnel person, building that capacity so that we can also move through the numbers fairly quickly. But we're progressing it.
Have you got further detail of those capacity upgrades for training in terms of what it was and what it is now?
Yes. So 2 years ago, we were putting through about 100 to 120 recruits a year. We've scaled that up to be more than double that now. From the start of next year, we'll be at a 300 per year rate, moving to 400 per year rate. So a very significant increase in effort. And that's for permanent firefighters. And retained firefighters, we're training consistently about 400 new retained firefighters each year in the regional training centres.
And is that increased training capacity now sufficient for the need moving forward?
That's exactly why we've increased that training capacity, so that we are well positioned to be able to add the additional firefighters from that government election promise, and also deal with our own internal normal replacement requirements as well.
Yeah. So it was about making sure we got the capacity to be able to do the training, and also like we had to find funding. Well, we had fund. Unfortunately, there was 1 in 12 firefighters, permanent firefighters, had not been funded. So, 286 odd firefighters. So that's been sorted out now. But most importantly, when I spoke to, the commissioner about this, it was that we got that commitment, but we actually didn't have the capacity to get them through. Don't forget, this is additional firefighters. You've got ones who are retiring or are leaving the service. So, to say we're training 300 doesn't mean, it's 300 and it'll be done within 2 years. That's also, there's a lot who are retiring. So it's been good to build that capacity.
Thank you. Are there any government questions?
Only, Madam Chair, is there anything you'd like to clarify, Minister, arising from this morning's very articulate session?
Thank you very much. And I really want to thank you for, sorry you had to work so hard today.
Well, we've been at it, mate. Don't worry.
Anyway, there's a couple of things I might go back to, Miss McDonald specifically. Some of the questions we've got answers for it now. That's so if coming back to the question about bail accommodation support service. So Youth Justice has contracts with 11 providers for bail and accommodation services around New South Wales. So there's 11 BAS.
11 providers.
11 providers, yeah. Sydney, Bathurst, Orange, Tamworth, Kempsey, Lismore and the Gong. 124 placements last year secured. And also the one about the recidivism. The latest I have are so 6. I'm not sure if that was you or whether it was. I may have been. Was it yourself?
We may have both asked about recidivism.
Maybe Miss Higginson, I think. But 68.1% who completed custodial supervision orders in the 12 months ending June 2024 did not receive a subsequent custodial sentence within 12 months of release for a new offence. Okay. So I suppose conversely it would be 30%, 30.9%. So 68 didn't come back within 12 months. It was great. And 50.2% who commenced a supervised community order in the 12 months ending December 2023 had no further contact with the justice system within 12 months. So custodial services, 68% didn't come back within 12 months. And community orders, 50% didn't come back within 12 months. So it's actually a little bit more positive than, but we want to even get that better than that. That's the goal. And is there anything else that I need to add, Commission? Is there
correction information about
maybe would that be okay if the Commissioner would correct some information or
Yeah,
something?
Chair, if I may. Earlier, Ms Boyd made a statement that indicated Fire and Rescue had a policy around surveillance of people that were on mental health related workers' compensation. I can categorically deny that and state that that's incorrect, and I'm happy to follow up with her about the veracity of that information. But so we don't do, and neither does EML, our provider, do any covert or physical surveillance at all. The only thing that does happen is when there's a litigated matter, they'll do a desktop review of things, but that's guided by the recommendations around insurance and care guidelines, so we're consistent with that. I think probably in support of the claim that Miss Boyd was raising is the fact that there's a lot of sensitivities around people's concerns about surveillance, and probably a lot of misapprehensions or paranoia at times where people report they are being surveilled. So we've had recent cases where people saying we're being surveilled when there's absolutely nothing being done by us or any of our insurance providers.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if it's okay, just a couple of concluding comments as I often do. Can I thank the committee for what we did today? And I really appreciate the way that it was conducted in a respectful way. And even I thought Wes was pretty good, but I just I know, it was very good. But I really do appreciate it. And can I thank you as well for, I think the question specifically about, I think the intention is so good, and this is when you see government at its best, and all part of government here. Like Parliament's at their best when everyone's actually trying to achieve the same thing. We've got different ways of doing it. It's a really, really big task to get to budget estimates, and I want to thank the people who have worked so hard to get me prepared for this. All of the notes that I've received, all of the preparation, people answer emails, just really appreciative. Obviously, not only who's here at this desk, but just around the corner as well. You see our departments across all three portfolios are absolutely fantastic, and I've got every confidence in them and know that what they do is really for the best for the people of New South Wales. And whether it's in the inclusion space, whether it's in the emergency service, whether it's in the young person who's just wants a better chance at a life, I think they're all inspired to do the very same thing. I really want to give a special shout out to the emergency services. It's been a really difficult, probably 6 months, and they're tired, but they front up every single time we ask them to. Our volunteers, our paid fireys, everybody just works together, and I think they really need to be acknowledged. And of course, I want to thank the team in my office, the ministerial office, and the EO for getting me to this point, and to everybody in the committee. But can also thank the attendants and the secretariat, really looking after us. Appreciate it. Probably the unseen heroes. Thank you for the work that you do. But to the committee, more than happy to get back to you about all of the stuff. I think Miss Hurst will get back to you about that service stuff, and Miss Cohn, I'll get back to you as well about the stuff around the heat thing specifically. And Mr. Barrett, I'll see you on the footy field, fairly soon. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Wonderful. Thank you, Minister.
Sorry. How can I forget? To all the dads, happy Father's Day on Sunday. And to my kids who I know will be watching, make sure I get a sleep in, put on a barbecue, and let me watch your footy on Sunday. Happy Father's Day to the dads and all the dad figures as well.
Thank you, Minister. We all love your acceptance speech at the end of budget estimates, so thank you for that.
What is it, the acceptance speech?
We're going to have to get some sort of trophy or something for that. But thank you again, Minister. Our time, unfortunately, with you this morning has finished, but we will now break for lunch and we'll be back at 2 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back after that lunch break. We will go straight to questioning from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Curtin, can I come to you first, please? And we'll pick up where I touched on with the Minister about the approving of DAs within the RFS. Can you explain for me what the role of the RFS is in that process, please?
Yes. So the RFS has a function that has a very important role to make sure that when consent authorities, usually councils, require further advice on compliance with the bushfire protection policy, that we provide advice to councils on providing consent. We do a range of risk modelling, use our operational expertise, and use a network of people within the RFS to undertake those assessments and to determine whether usually those high-risk assessments are suitable for development so that the communities will be safe both now and into the future.
And are they done based on individual DAs, or do you map out areas and put ratings over areas?
So we, for DAs that fall into the bushfire-prone areas, they would usually go through the council process, and they would refer them to us where they don't believe that the risk assessment that's been undertaken or the assessment's been undertaken by accredited bushfire consultants meets the requirements of the bushfire protection policies, and we would then do a further assessment to provide advice to those consent authorities. We also have a mechanism under the Rural Fires Act where we provide certification for developments to go ahead also.
So the fire-prone zones, is that something you've previously mapped out?
Yes, so councils prepare those and we certify those in consultation with councils.
And then for me to put in a DA, if I live in one of those areas, I need to get an assessment done by a bushfire assessment agency. Is that what you referred to?
As best I understand, forgive me,
put in that
few weeks I've
DA,
been there, yep.
And then that comes to RFS as an individual application to be assessed.
As I understand, the council can assess that as the consent authority, or if it's state significant, it's assessed by the department. But where the consent authority is unable to determine compliance with the planning for bushfire protection, they will refer that into the Rural Fire Service for advice.
How long does a application like that sit with RFS?
There's a number of mechanisms that provide mostly 21 days for us to process those applications, but given that they are usually the highest risk applications or the most complex applications, it's not unusual for RFS to require further information from the proponent. That further information process then requires them to do further work and come back to RFS on the matter.
Further work on top of the 21 days?
Yes. Yeah. Based on the mechanism, that 21 days sometimes stops, sometimes the 21 days keeps going.
And is it a desktop assessment, or are we going out to the locations?
We do risk modelling, so we use the latest technologies in undertaking bushfire modelling. We use operational assessments on access and egress, on availability of water, and I understand at times we do field visits as well.
So who is it that's doing these assessments?
There's a specialist team within the RFS that's integrated into our predictive modelling teams, people with planning skill sets and people with bushfire protection skill sets.
And is that a centralised team, or does each area have their own teams?
It's a kind of a centralised directorate where we have teams spread out across the state who undertake those activities.
So are these people that have come to RFS as planners, or are they the RFS people that have become planners?
It's both of those, as I understand. So you get the expertise of people with a planning background, but importantly, you need to bring in the operational experience of people who have worked bushfires, who understand our operational capabilities and capacities, and can make decisions about availability of water, access and egress, and bushfire modelling.
Can you give me an indication of how many generally are sitting with RFS at any one time?
Any one time I can't. I should be able to provide you the number that we've processed in the last 12 months, if you want me to find that for you.
Yeah. Do you have timeframes for them as well?
For the ones in the last 12 months?
Yeah.
What I can say is that I understand that our performance in terms of meeting those timeframes has improved over the last couple of years.
Has what, sorry?
Has improved.
Okay.
So we've met that timeframe 83% in the last year. with our target being 90%. So we've come up quite significantly. We received some funding from the department to increase our capacity to move some of the backlog. We've been working closely with the department on the housing targets and trying to progress matters as quickly as possible. But we understand that these are very complex matters and that bushfire risk and planning for both now and the future, with the increase in bushfire risk and the discussion we had previously about climate change and the impacts on communities in the future, we need to be very serious about the way in which we assess these projects.
The concern would be that this process is taking expertise away from firefighting to admin. Is that a concern within the brigade?
My understanding is the current arrangement is the costs about $5 million a year for us to run that function. We receive about $216,000 in income per year for the section under the Rural Fires Act, but we don't get any cost recovery or income mechanism from the referrals that come in from consent authorities. So that is a reapportionment of resources that would otherwise be used for volunteer training, volunteer equipment, supporting our volunteers to be ready for bushfires, and we are using it for these development processes. We've been trying to provide as much resources as we possibly can, but we accept with more resources we can process things more quickly, but it is a reapportionment from other parts of the organisation.
Can I just revisit that? So to play this role, it costs you about $5 million a year?
Yes, I can get it. I mean, I can send you something on notice if that would be useful, but it's around $5 million a year in salaries, as I understand.
And what you get for as far as income on cost recovery is $216,000.
616, I believe.
Oh, 616.
Yes.
Okay. That's a big gap.
Yes.
And so, under what authority do you play this role? Is this within the Act, the RFS Act, or?
The Section 100B of the Rural Fires Act provides for the certification process. It's the EP&A Act, Section 4.14 and 4.15, where we undertake the consultation work with consent authorities.
Okay. I presume then you'd be quite happy to have some more resources added towards that if that was ever on the table.
Yes, I mean every department would want more resources, but it's it's a matter for the government how that's to be apportioned. But if I could add, over yesterday and last week, I met with Fire Chief Tony Moroney from the LA County Fire Department. He's in Australia at the moment. He's at the RFS headquarters today, giving a presentation on the fires that they experienced last year. With the change in climatic conditions, he's experiencing the most unusual fire season that they've ever seen over in California. He's coined a term, the wildfire-induced community conflagration, which is house-to-house impact of fires, where you've got the inability of firefighters to undertake property protection because they're so overwhelmed with the number of people exposed to those fires that they're undertaking as an initial attack the evacuation of people and life protection. You've got weather conditions where they're unable to fly their aircraft. So you've got these house-to-house contact and ember attack, which, as I understand, over in the US in the last year, they've lost around 18,000 houses and properties. If we continue to see changes in climatic conditions, these conflagrations are going to be a thing that we're going to have to be dealing with on and on in the future. The planning arrangements and the integration of those planning arrangements into the operational expertise of the Rural Fire Service is integral to making sure we're setting ourselves up for success, both now and into the future.
So how closely are you aligned with the planning department?
Very closely aligned. We've had some people on Secoma, as I understand, in the housing arrangements. I'm joining a steering committee tomorrow to make sure that we can make sure that we're very closely aligned with the department to make sure we're progressing things as necessary. I'd like to do a review of our resourcing, and as you proposed, there could be mechanisms where we could make sure we've got the perfectly efficient number of people who are processing those applications so that we can keep housing moving, but also make sure we're doing these proper risk assessments so that we can protect our communities for now and the future.
Okay. Thank you. Did you want to jump in?
No,
or
you
can
go.
go?
No, you go.
Commissioner Futel, we were talking before about the water curtain for the Blue Mountains. Can you explain your experience that you've had with that and why you think this is such a good thing to add to the list of firefighting tools that we have?
So I was approached by the Bellsline Road Business Council, representing the local community up in the Bellsline Road Bilpin area. And they were putting an application together for a disaster ready fund grant, and were approaching me to see if I'd be willing to support that. I considered what they were putting together, the model that they proposed with the series of water tanks along both Bellsline Road and Putty Road. And based on our experience in 2019-20 with the bushfires in that area, and my local knowledge of that area as well, there was a clear shortcoming through that season where firefighting efforts were certainly more challenging because of the lack of readily available water supplies. Now, as agencies, both Fire and Rescue and RFS, we spent a lot of time putting bulk water tankers up there to support the strike teams that were working in those areas. But that was a continual extra logistical element that needed to be maintained. So the opportunity to support their grant application to then, if they were successful, to get the outcome of being a series or a network of water tanks that were connected to a bore supply would provide a very significant improvement to firefighting operations there. And I based that on my first-hand experience. Early in December 2019, the Mount Wilson backburn broke containment lines. Very quickly, over the course of the afternoon, started impacting the area west of Bilpin. At that point, Fire and Rescue was asked to send up a number of strike teams. I was the Deputy Commissioner at the time. And I deployed initially to meet the strike teams in Bilpin, where they were going to be in a staging area, but conditions were deteriorating quickly. So we all ended up in the midst of the firefight for several hours, working with those crews. It became evident, because this was such a rapidly evolving situation, either ourselves or RFS hadn't had the chance to bring up those additional resources of large water tankers. And so, the time lost, I guess, of cycling trucks back further afield to where they could refill was quite significant, and it's a drain away from the firefighting operations. So there's that efficiency perspective, but also from a health and safety perspective, the challenges for our crews to find suitable water. Remember that we were at the end of a fairly substantial drought, so other storage tanks, because they weren't connected to a bore supply, were dry and not able to be used. And water and farm dams was fairly limited and a little bit more difficult. And there was one example where single-handedly one of our firefighters took the truck, found a farm dam, accessed the dam, brought down the large heavy suction hoses, connected 3 of them up, drafted the water out of the dam, then had to repeat all that to pack all the equipment away. Now that's a task that would normally be done by a crew of 4. And because of the circumstances they were doing it, that person was doing it on their own. So I guess from a health and safety perspective as well, if we had a more readily available network of tanks to draw on in areas like Bells Liner Road and Putty Road, from a health and safety perspective for our firefighters, it's a much quicker, safer, easier thing for them to refill the trucks as well.
How big are these tanks that we're talking about? And then how does that correlate to the number of truck trips to another location?
Yeah, look, I don't recall the exact details of what the group was proposing for that grant submission, but the tanks were certainly in the capacity of several tens of thousands of litres, if not hundreds of thousands of litres, and the ability to be able to have them refilled. So from a practical sense, there'd be plenty of opportunity for fire trucks coming in, taking 2,000 or 3,000 litres of water at a time.
So the other point that they do make in here is that this isn't just about the communities in the Blue Mountains as well. This is the front line as far as fires coming into Western Sydney, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the other sort of factor, I guess, that I considered when I was approached to consider any support by way of the letter for their grant application, and the fact that, significantly northwesterly winds are typically when we have our worst fire conditions, and that area to the northwest of Sydney encompasses that area of Bells Liner Road, Putty Road, and historically has been a pathway for fire to get deeper into the suburbs or the edge of Sydney.
Commissioner Curtin, are you familiar with this initial issue that was brought up by Commissioner Rogers before you?
Yeah, I've got some awareness, but only limited awareness of what I've been
Would
briefed
that
on.
include the proposed costs that would come with this?
My understanding is a proposal was put forward to the Bushfire Management Committee, which has representation from a number of different agencies. In its current state, my understanding is the Bushfire Management Committee didn't support that moving forward at the time. I guess separate from that, RFS has been investing pretty heavily in bulk water tankers and bulk water in ways that we can help in a mobile kind of way in lots of communities to provide water access. We're just about to acquire a 75,000 litre mobile storage tank, which we can move around the site. We've just invested in those Tatra appliances, which are 8,000 litre appliances each. We've got some 41 bulk tankers across the state, as well as other, mobile and flexible bulk water arrangements. I'm really supportive of community groups coming together and providing proposals to bushfire management committees for them to consider how that might work in that local community and how we might be able to improve fire safety conditions in those areas. So I propose to continue to have those discussions with the Bushfire Management Committee.
Okay. Look, I might have more on that a bit later on, but I am conscious that I think you're leaving early, Commissioner Wassing, aren't you?
Oh, I am at 5 o'clock. Thanks.
Oh, okay, right. Well, I'll come to you now anyhow. And I'd like to talk about the Community Volunteers Program that the community response volunteers that played out up in the Mid-North Coast. I guess firstly, just very briefly, the quick assessment of how that worked?
The SES have what we call a spontaneous volunteer model. So effectively what that model is we work with local community leaders to help facilitate and coordinate what I would call community mobilisation. In the case of the Mid-North Coast, that was based primarily out of Taree. We were fortunate to partner up with both a key community leader, but also a key community leader from the traditional owners, which was very important in the context of the community as well. What we did around that was we framed a model around using our SES volunteers and some of our staff to help coordinate that, as well as other community members that effectively was a call to arms, if you will, in terms of for clean-up operations. So a coordinated mud army, for want of a better term. It not only does it actually give very meaningful work in the context of local community members themselves, particularly obviously those that were not impacted, but also surrounding people that really fundamentally want to give. It's a great part of our Australian culture, and certainly in New South Wales I've seen that as well. But it puts it into a coordinated arrangement. So we're able to provide briefings, we're able to provide protected clothing, we're able to provide coordinated tasking, and it was supplementing other volunteer groups. So we knew that already, which always occurs, which is a wonderful part of communities mobilising themselves through local sports clubs, the local gym, other local businesses that were already doing some of this work. It supplements that, it speeds up the relief and the clean-up operations.
So I think we were lucky with the community leaders that were selected there, but my concern is, and I don't know how to frame this as a question, but the people that come forward for this, there's no guarantee that they are an elected body. They often, I think in this case it was an individual that came forward, so there's no actual governance or structure behind that person. How do we go about moving forward? Yes. How do we go about identifying who these community leaders are to ensure that they are the community leaders?
Yes, the first bit for us is to acknowledge that every community is fundamentally different, which I think goes to your point. So what was done at Taree wouldn't necessarily fit in some of the other communities that were impacted, say Kempsey or even down the road of Maitland. It has to be fit for purpose in that local community. Can't be forced upon the community either. So the model is very much framed around a wraparound, if you will, in terms of us providing volunteers and staff that are trained in engaging with community members and mobilising them in a coordinated, safe manner. Because it also gives the benefit in many cases, and we've seen this certainly in Taree and other places, and I've seen this work also in other jurisdictions where I've operated, is that it leaves legacy skill sets for many community members that have they're either better connected or they're actually got walk away with certain skills. There is always a certain aspect that ultimately from a work health safety perspective, it's our workplace, we're responsible from a work health safety perspective. The full intent around that is to continue to explore better models. We're able to leverage some of the national research around that, which continues to evolve in the volunteering space more broadly. I think from my personal experience in the past, we've had volunteers that volunteer for emergency services or other organisations in a very structured approach. but there are many volunteers in many other ways, and particularly in this emergent informal volunteering model that are often the first responders, because we often see it also in the response phase where people rightfully, meaningfully will contribute to the local community. It might be their neighbour, might be a family member, or even broader.
How did we go with the transition from SES being the response agency to that through to, when I was there, an RA taking over? How did that community, that spontaneous volunteer program, transition in that period, and is that something we need to look at moving forward?
It's probably something we need to make smoother. It worked, but and that's effectively because ultimately when you build these models, you build a trust model very quickly. And as a result of that, building that trust model, that's based on individuals and the organisation. Certainly in Taree, that's what I saw. When we're getting ready for the next event and handing that over in terms of the recovery process, through Disaster Relief Australia, who was then operating initially with us, but then transitioning under the Reconstruction Authority for Longer Term Recovery. Effectively, that was having to rebuild that trust network in terms of who they were, the model itself. There's some areas that we've identified through some of the discussions at the time that we were fixed, but I think that's part of the model that we would see as part of our improvement going forward.
Thank you. Dr. Conn.
Thank you, Chair. I've got questions for both fire commissioners this afternoon. Starting with fire and rescue, there was a discussion this morning about some of the issues around recruitment for retained firefighters. I understand there's been a quite well-received Indigenous fire and rescue employment strategy. What's the funding allocation to that strategy for this year, and are you looking at expanding it?
We have been running that Indigenous Fire and Rescue Employment Strategy, or IFARES as we call it, for over 10 years now. So it's been a very successful program. We've now got over 5%, I think we're at 5.3% of our staff are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, so significantly over the government targets in that. And that's starting to pay some really big dividends for our people. You're seeing a lot of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander firefighters being very comfortable and proud, talking about their culture, sharing their insights, and starting to better inform the way we engage with the communities, not only in the response, but in the prevention and preparedness type work that we do, and even something we're working on at the moment leading into the recovery space and connecting communities with other parts of government through that emergency response. I take on notice the costs that we have for that program, but certainly from a value perspective, it's been an immense value and the payback's been much greater. We currently have one of the classes going through that process at the moment. They're in the last couple of weeks of the program. The program runs for about 6 or 7 months, and they undertake a Certificate 3 through New South Wales TAFE, and so recently we've just reviewed all the arrangements supporting that program and renewed the arrangement with TAFE as the education provider. Prior to that, we do get a lot of applicants, and we run a selection course as well called Tracks to IFARES, and that's a chance for us to sort of select the strongest of the candidates the most suitable and bring the most to the table, I guess, and given the competitiveness and the numbers, we need to do that. We would look to consider expanding. It's been a very successful one. I think the renewed partnership with TAFE will sort of show significant dividends over the coming years. That new partnership's only just sort of all been finalised and locked in earlier this year, and this course that we're running now is the first one under the new arrangements. Certainly as part of that process, they're exploring a few other options that might come with it, and they're looking at the moment about what type of Certificate 3 that they do provide. So up until now, that Certificate 3 has been in fitness leadership, and looking to broaden it to provide a sort of more diverse skills and job readiness type qualification. So I know there's some sort of work that will happen as part of an after-action review after this current program to see what we do there. And then there are some initial sort of conceptual discussions happening around how that might be able to be built upon the IFARES program and the success of the IFARES program to put it in the context more of a retained firefighter employment pathway. And that's very early stages. As I say, it's just at the conceptual process now. But given the success of the IFS program, we've been able to demonstrate that type of model can work. And, we've seen, I'll use the example of Brewarrina. I think the crew at Brewarrina there now is probably, if not 2/3, very close to 2/3 Aboriginal. In a community with a very high Aboriginal population, I used to work out in that area, and previously they had no Aboriginal firefighters. We had one, and we've built up since then. So it's very heartening to see the difference, to have a really sustainable crew out there because of the connections and the efforts that have gone into building those pathways, but also the trust with the local community. So we'll take those learnings from that sort of case study of the towns like Bree, where it's worked well before, the learnings from the broader IFARES program, which has been primarily a pathway to permanent employment, and see what we can do with a retained model.
Thank you. That's very helpful, and appreciate you might need to take the numerical questions on notice, but you mentioned the competitiveness of the program in your answer. How many applicants did you have for that last round of IFARES versus how many people are accepted to the program?
Yeah, I'll just double check. From memory, we took 20 onto the IFARES course. Tracks had we had 150 applicants, and 24 participants went on to the full program, and the Tracks program had it, from memory, I think it was about 50 to 60 participants in the Tracks program.
Okay. There's obviously very strong interest in that. Yes. Thank you. There was a lot of discussion already today around planning the need for future fire stations, and I don't want to go back over what's already been discussed, but I'm specifically interested in the question of strategic land acquisition, so particularly in growth areas or areas that are being urbanised very quickly. I used to be on local council. I know how hard it is to go backwards once a subdivision's approved to try to find space for public services. So my question is, at what point in that planning process would it trigger the government to consider strategic land acquisition in growth areas?
That's probably more a question for somewhere else or someone else in government, but from a fire and rescue perspective, we're certainly looking regularly, and we have a senior planning officer who's looking at what the future plans are for urban development across the state and where our future needs are likely to be. We're at the moment doing a piece of work really mapping out what our forecast infrastructure needs are over the next sort of 5 to 10 years, and further ahead. And where possible, we'll be often putting up applications in the pool for the voluntary or the developer contribution type process as well. So we work across sort of all different parts of the process to either get a opportunity to acquire land in those identified areas from the developer contribution pathway, or making purchases ourselves. And we work with government, at the stage where if one doesn't work, we'll take the other pathway and see when we can. Our position is to try and do it as early as possible, and so while we're looking for opportunities to purchase locations, prior to that we're also working with our colleagues in planning to sort of identify that, hey, there will be a need for a emergency services precinct in an area, for example, so that at least some land might be earmarked early as well.
Thank you. Is there currently a review into review of safety incidents and safety processes at Fire and Rescue?
Not a particular review as far as I'm aware. Any serious safety incident, we do a safety review on. We have a well-established process called ICAM, which is incident cause analysis methodology, and it's looking at the full pathway, I guess, of how the set of circumstances came to be from every perspective that particular safety event happened. And then depending on the significance or the seriousness of the safety incident, the extent and the detail and the size of that review or report is obviously greater for something of more seriousness.
Okay. I've got a copy of a document that came from AGIPA that was relating to, the topic was an unrelated issue, but the document, which is an agenda for a meeting, mentions a briefing on the internal audit of safety incidents. So this is where my question has come from.
Yep.
The rest of the document is subsequently redacted, so I have no detail about what that might involve.
We had, as part of our regular internal audit program, one of the topics that we did look at was the safety incidents, and it was in the sense of how we've dealt with them and how we've addressed the recommendations from those.
Okay. And then in terms of the recommendations arising out of the safety incidents, what sort of framework have you got in place to, I suppose, check off that all of those recommendations are considered seriously or completed?
So, I mean, the key part of that is our Work Health and Safety Steering Committee, which is the peak health and safety committee for the organisation. We receive updates on the progress of those investigations. Once those investigations are completed and the reports are prepared, they're submitted for endorsement or consideration and endorsement by the steering committee, and then we track the progress of the delivery of the recommendations.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. I'm just going to go back to some of the questions I was asking the Minister this morning, and I know I was coming back to people this afternoon. There you are, Mr. O'Reilly. I was asking the Minister about the tablets in cells in regards to young people, and I think we were talking about the fact that this is available for adults but not for young people. And I guess I was just trying to get some more information in regards to, I know we've heard about infrastructure problems, security issues, cost barriers, but I'm just trying to understand why adults have access but young people specifically don't.
Sure. Those barriers are real barriers. And as I said in this place previously, we accept the proposition and the benefits of that proposal, absolutely. Thank you. Without question, we accept the proposition. But implementation is challenging for all of those reasons. And one of the reasons why it's different to corrective services is economies of scale. And that's one of the bits of feedback we got when we started scoping the costs with the market, is that economy of scale and youth justice is challenging, costs are going to be higher. We also have other pressures. And one of the pressures that was discussed this morning was the increase in the number of kids coming into detention on remand. And we have some investment in diversion programs in the community. We would like to be able to do much more of that. And so we have to prioritise funding. There's no avoiding that, because there is no possibility of unlimited funding, obviously. And so when children come into detention, our urgent priority is safety and access to legal services to seek bail consideration. That's the priority. 60% of children are in there for less than 24 hours, 60%. So those numbers tell us that we have to think carefully about how we prioritise our investment. Having the right staff in the centres, culturally responsive staff, well-trained staff, the appropriate staffing ratios to keep kids safe, investing in diversion, making sure the assets are at a reasonable standard so children can have their own room and have privacy and safety. Those are the urgent priorities. Implementing the internet in every cell would be great, but I just can't, I couldn't support it being a top priority because of the other urgent priorities in terms of keeping kids out of detention.
Thank you. And also just going back, I think it might be to Mr. Tidball. I think we were talking about family as culture review report this morning, and what action has specifically been taken in that space.
So your questions, I believe, Ms. Hurst, pertain to recommendations 69 and 70,
correct,
as I recall it.
Yes, thank you.
both of which relate to information sharing regarding children and young people who cross that very difficult boundary between youth justice and out-of-home care. Recommendation 69, if I deal with that firstly, in 2019 the Bureau of Crime Stats and Research commenced building an internal linked data asset connecting data across DCJ services. This database now allows the monitoring and analysis of the intersections between DCJ services, including justice system contacts among Aboriginal people in out-of-home care. So there's been meaningful progress on that. And similarly with Rec 70, DCJ is using two large linked assets, the linked data asset and the human services data set, to understand the number of Aboriginal children that are involved in the criminal justice system and the factors that are associated with involvement in the criminal justice system. So the way I would characterise it is there's been meaningful progress. It's not my place to speak for the Coalition of Aboriginal Peak organisations. There is importantly ongoing dialogue, as there should be, around data questions, but as I've said, there is significant progress to report.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've got some further questions around closing the gap as well. I asked the Minister a few questions this morning. I've just got a few follow-up questions. I think I was asking this morning about the 20 million for programs supporting Aboriginal adults and children leaving custody, and there was 13.4 million for reducing the overrepresentation of Aboriginal children in the criminal justice system. I just wanted to get a bit of a breakdown on how that money will be spent in those two programs.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
So the government had a closing the gap budget process this year, where government agencies were required to work with Coalition of Aboriginal Peak organisations to develop proposals for cabinet consideration to try and tackle the closing the gap targets. DCJ was involved in that process, particularly in relation to targets 10, 11, 12 and 13. Today we're talking about target 11, obviously. We worked with our CAPO partners, the Aboriginal Legal Service, to develop two proposals. One was for a through care system, which is about supporting people as they are in detention and as they leave detention. And that's been approved for funding to the tune of $20 million. I think it's 19.98 actually, but $20 million. And that will do some really good things. It'll look at fetal alcohol syndrome diagnosis and care, which is a really important consideration for children in the system. Establishing Aboriginal alcohol and other drug services, establishing place-based post-release supports in the community, domestic and family violence intervention in detention or in custody for adults, elder and mentoring programs in the community to support people exiting custody or detention. And so this was announced, I think it was in June when the announcement happened. The second program is the $13 million for therapeutic pathways for children, and this is targeting children under the age of 14 who come to the attention of the police or the courts, and looking at ways of supporting them differently, providing an alternative response. So exploring a community-led alternate responder model so that police are not always the first agency to be called when children are engaged in risky behaviour, and also setting up an ACO-led youth participation mechanism to give Aboriginal children more of a voice in the justice system. So they're very practical, detailed things that come from a whole heap of research that the Aboriginal Legal Service has led with DCJ, and we're currently in the sort of establishment, early design stages for implementing that funding.
Thank you. I know the government previously announced an expansion of the Youth Justice New South Wales Safe Aboriginal Youth SAY program to additional locations across the state. I'm just wondering if I could get an update on that expansion.
Absolutely. There were 4 new locations: Coffs Harbour, Orange, Moree and Tamworth, and there's been a tender process. Organisations have been chosen to run those services in those locations, Aboriginal organisations.
Oh, wonderful. Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And last week the government announced an investment of $4.2 million over 2 years to extend the pilot program for young people in the Riverina and Western Sydney at risk of interacting with the youth justice system. So that's the Cockatoo Initiative and My Path in Penrith. Are you able to advise how many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children have actually accessed these programs?
We can give you that on notice.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I understand from previous questions on notice that Youth Justice New South Wales provides at least 9 other services targeting reducing offender risk, including the Visiting Aboriginal Legal Service, Safe Aboriginal Youth Program, Aboriginal Reintegration Program and Aboriginal Cultural Mentoring Program. Did any of those programs receive additional funding in this year's budget?
Some of them are funded through the base budget in
Right,
Youth Justice. So a lot of that work is part of our normal business.
Okay, so all of those programs are ongoing?
Can you give me the list again, please?
Sorry, the list that I've got here is Visiting Aboriginal Legal Service, the Safe Aboriginal Youth Program,
Yep.
Aboriginal Reintegration Program, and Aboriginal Cultural Mentoring Program.
Yes, they all have funding this year in the budget.
Thank you. Got some questions about counselling services as well in regards to youth justice. Concerns have been raised with my office about the internal mental health counselling services provided by Youth Justice. As I understand it, a lot of young people mistrust the service itself due to fears of confidentiality. Has Youth Justice looked at engaging external counselling service that young people may be able to access and feel more comfortable with, or is this a concern that you're aware is happening?
I've heard it raised here in this place previous hearings. It's come up, but we're not aware. I'm not aware of any evidence of it being a widespread issue in the system. We provide a diverse range of counselling options, including psychologists who work in the centres. We have caseworkers with counselling training and qualifications. We have visiting psychiatrists through the Justice Health system that come into the centre as well. We have other supports through elders and mentors who visit the centre. We have other programs who come in and work in the centres. There are numerous different, ways of providing those services. And as people leave detention, they are connected with caseworkers in the community and community health-based counselling services as well. So it is a very broad range, but I'm not aware of any case where people did not want to engage in our counselling services because of privacy issues. There are ethical standards in relation to privacy and counselling, of course, which apply everywhere, including in our system. But I'm not aware of that issue.
Thank you. The opposition.
Mr. Wells, if I may, or do I go through you, Mr. Head, and then I'll ask the question and then you can say. Okay. I just want to confirm, say that the Business Bureau or the concierge service is funded under the customer service portfolio, which Minister Dibb is responsible for.
Yeah, that's correct. As the Minister said this morning, the business concierge roles and the frontline roles that go with that service, the Business Bureau is part of Service New South Wales.
With Business Connect, I understand it's not with Minister Dibb anymore, but is it still under, do you administer that until the 30th of September, or is it completely...
So our business concierges would refer customers to that program until the 30th of September. That's correct.
But where in the budget does it sit? Does it sit under that customer service portfolio, or?
So I suppose the easiest way to describe it is in terms of the Act and the overall budget for customer service and specifically for Service New South Wales, that's Minister Dibb. But as the Minister talked about this morning, the Business Connect program has been the responsibility of Minister Saffin.
Okay, thank you. And will the business concierge service, will it be able to assist businesses that are, say, I know it can assist new startups with ABNs and, but for businesses that are already established, that may be facing sort of cash flow pressures or are feeling overwhelmed, in the past they would have gone to say, Business Connect, will Business Concierge Service be able to offer that same guidance or advice?
So I suppose what the business concierges can do is they play a really important role, I suppose, in helping businesses generally understand regulatory or licensing or permit sort of processes. They can help them understand procurement processes with government, or referring to other services or agencies across government if they're looking to expand locally or internationally, etc. They play obviously a very important role in disaster recovery, as they're doing at the moment on the North Coast. In terms of specific support across the life cycle of business, though, yes, there are templates, there are online resources and other things that those business concierges could direct businesses to, because they do have a personal, I guess, relationship and a case-managed relationship with each of the businesses they look after.
So my understanding at the moment is there's, say, over 100 Business Connect advisors sort of out in the field, but there's only, say, 44 business concierge, I don't know what you call them, consultants or...
So I'll clarify the numbers exactly for you on notice, but it's closer to about 70 or 80 frontline business concierges. Then there would be a number of people that team lead some of those organisations, or help with content for businesses, or coordinate rostering and support across those front lines.
I'm just wondering how they will cover the same number of LGAs with a lesser number, and be expected to, I guess, have the same level of service, or is there going to be, are you anticipating that there'll be a reduction in the support available to businesses?
So the business concierges were funded in this year's budget and remain, we still remain having coverage across all LGAs across New South Wales.
Okay. And can you confirm how many LGAs will be covered by the business concierge service?
So there's representation in all LGAs across the state.
Okay. Yep. And when you're making a decision whether you are asked to model Business Connect as opposed to the business concierge service to see what the impact would be, was there any modelling done?
So I suppose the best way to think about that is they're complementary services. There's not one that replaces the other. One, as I said, helps navigate and understand government and connects people and supports disaster, etc. The other was quite specialised, I guess, financial planning or marketing advice in that space. So quite complementary, different things. So it's not a model against one or the other.
So that's the model, but after the 30th of September, you won't have that complementary role. So what happens then?
Well, then we do the best we can to refer businesses with all the templates, tools, resources and other things that we have. I think the other thing to note is all the collateral and resources that were generated through the Business Connect program are our IP, and we can refer businesses to those as well.
So can you give any assurances that businesses in regional and remote LGAs will receive the same level of service that they currently do?
For what they're receiving now from our business concierge, from the Business Bureau, yeah, that's correct. That hasn't changed. In fact, what was clarified in this year's budget was ongoing funding for those roles.
And do you know, or was there any consultation before the decision was made not to continue funding for Business Connect after the 30th of September? Was there any consultation done with, say, local government or business chambers, or even sort of the Business Connect advisors themselves?
I don't think in consultation, I don't think in that sense, no.
No, okay. That's that one. But I think I did ask the Minister before and then I was going to come to you this afternoon, what qualifications and experience do the Business Concierge staff have compared to, say, a Business Connect advisor?
Yep. Okay, so the sort of skills we look for in a business concierge is obviously someone that understands government but also has some business experience as well. So, I mean, most of the business concierges that work for us have run small businesses or have been in business themselves previously. So there's that combined customer service set of experience and business experience. We look for people, obviously, that are great with stakeholders and are good at analytical and planning, thinking, I suppose, and I suppose understanding the core systems and processes of what running a business looks like. So our team does have that experience and does help businesses from that regard already. We refer to lots of places, as I said, across government. We'll continue to support businesses in disaster as well.
And you also acknowledged before that at the moment the Business Connect services are helping businesses in that have, like in the mid-north coast. What will happen, say, post 30th September, should another natural disaster hit? What kind of services can businesses expect?
From a disaster recovery perspective, I would
mm.
say exactly the same as
what they're currently
expect
having
now.
with
That's
the
right. So those business concierges, right now for that grant that is open until December, will remain. In fact,
and so they'll have the same capability and a track record of what Business Connect
absolutely.
do.
So part of the Business Bureau is our digital solutions also. There's a business account, there's a business mobile app as well. Business grants are administered through that team. All of those, all of that was funded and confirmed through the budget process.
Okay. And do you know how many businesses the Business Concierge service assisted, say, in the previous financial year? And how does that compare with, say, over the 60,000 businesses that Business Connect advisors
I will
done
get
since?
that for you today. I will have
You'll come
that
back
somewhere.
to me
yeah.
on notice. Okay. I want to ask a question about e-conveyancing. Who would I ask?
Ms. Cameron.
That's only one question. Has the department done any modelling on if, or say two examples, say modelling if nothing changes, as opposed to if there was competition, so if you had more than one actor in the field?
The work that's been done to date is the Productivity and Equality Commission work last year out of Treasury, and currently the ARNEC, the Australian Registrar's National Electronic Conveyancing Council, has commissioned a cost-benefit analysis that would touch on some of those issues to enable decision-making by governments.
And is that modelling, is it like in the public field, or it just to your department or the Minister?
The PEC review from last year is publicly available.
Okay.
ARNEC's cost-benefit analysis will be delivered to ARNEC, and then decisions will be made about what's published after that once the report's been received.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That was the only question I had about e-conveyancing. Or do you have a question?
No, you're.
No, sorry.
I have questions, but when you're
well, no, you can go.
Only when you're finished.
Yep, it's fine.
Okay, sure. Commissioner Curtin, can I just turn you to the actual budget, please? And only new to this, but my reading of the budget suggests that 24-25 operating statement, $807 million that you spent. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Then 25-26 budgeted for $685 million.
Correct.
Getting away from the $120 million shortfall in that, but is that sort of where you need to sit? Like, these are non-fire years as well, aren't they?
So over previous years, as a result of the bushfire inquiry and other inquiries, the flood inquiry, RFS has received a substantial uplift in funding to purchase new vehicles and equipment and a whole range of things, including stations and fire control centres. We're sort of seeing the tail end of those projects and that additional funding, so that is in part the reason why the budget is smaller this year than it has been.
That's why it was 800, yeah. So that 684, that's about BAU, I guess, as far as the non-fire year is concerned?
It's the current apportioned budget, yep.
And so that's what you work around that, but there are certain things that you are required to do that's sort of the budget that you need to complete those tasks. Or
Correct. There are mechanisms for us to obtain further funding in the event that we have large-scale emergencies.
And I'll just say to all those people behind you, there's lots of strapping young people there that they should think about joining one of these agencies as soon as they get a chance.
That'd be
I'm
good.
sure you'd be a great asset to what we're trying to achieve in here. Still with you, Commissioner Curtin, and fire trails. Do I understand that there was to be some plans, they were due, the fire access and fire trail plans were due to be released October last year, but they've been extended to 2025?
I understand we've been doing a lot of work on the fire access fire trails, but in terms of a document due in October last year, I'll probably have to take on notice the question that you're asking.
Have you got any idea what your budget is for the RFS managed fire trails and what that has been sort of last financial year and this coming financial year?
This year it is $1 million. I understand we did have some top-up funding in prior years, but it is this year $1 million in addition to the funding that Parks and Crown Lands have for their fire trail funding as well.
Can I just get you to pull the mic a bit closer? So the $1 million is for the trails that RFS manage, which are predominantly on private land, I understand?
RFS and other landholders on behalf of the community more broadly, RFS has $1 million to allocate for fire trails, yeah.
And that then is to be spread across the 10 areas? Is it 10 areas? 7 areas?
Well, across the entire state, we've allocated 14 maintenance projects this year for that $1 million of funding. Last year we did 21 maintenance projects.
Last year you did 21?
Yep.
And that's just for maintenance and repair? There's no upgrades in that?
I think that's just maintenance projects this year, given that it's $1 million. Over the last 4 years, we had $44.9 million for fire trails.
Sorry, you've had over the 4 years combined?
Yes.
Okay. And now that $1 million, is that distributed equally amongst the 7 areas?
I don't think it's distributed equally. It's based on priority work, yeah.
Okay. Now, there's been some pretty wet and trying years as far as major roads are concerned. What is the state of the fire trails across the state, and how close does that $1 million go to bringing them up to where we need the standard required?
As best I understand, there's a lot of work to be done across fire trails across the state. We've done a substantial amount of work with the $44.9 million. We've had challenges with the damage caused, obviously, from the 1920 bushfires and then from floods and significant rain since. That has delayed some of the works that we've needed to do. There will always be more work to be done with fire trails.
And as far as the trails within national parks and Crown Lands you referred to, those agencies are responsible for the upkeep of them?
Yes.
From their own budgets. RFS is then responsible for assessing the standard of them? Question mark?
Correct, yeah. It's a standard set out by RFS that's published, yeah.
And is this done through regular checks or aerial checks? Combination of both?
I'd have to come back to you on notice to make sure I get that accurate. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. That'd be great if I could get that update. And as I say, that the breakdown of that, the spending on those over those last couple of years?
Over the last 4 years, yes.
Over those, how do you prioritise? You obviously selected 14 maintenance projects. How do you nominate those?
I'll come back to you on notice just so that I get that right, but I understand that's undertaken within the RFS and then it's approved by the Bushfire Coordinating Committee.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Futel, the tanker strategy, what is the operational implications of moving to two-person managed vehicles as opposed to the 4?
Yeah, so I guess a bit of background first, just if I may. We talked earlier about some reasons for the tanker strategy, and key to that is it's a sign to tell us that the existing model was not quite working in that town. Or that crew's not able to support that existing model, because at the moment it's quite a binary one of it's either 4 on a pump or nothing. And if it's, a lot of towns we don't have the option of nothing, so then it's bring people in from other locations. So really the tank strategy is about trying to find some other mechanisms, giving us a range of options, of ways that we can provide an appropriate response, still meet the need in the community, that's proportionate to the risk that's in that community, and balancing that with the demands on our people as well. So in that essence, it's trying to make a more sort of sustainable option. From an operational response, so to have an offensive attack where firefighters are fighting a fire internally, we would require 4. So we've had well-established and long-established sort of staffing levels around the different types of trucks. 4 on a pumper, which is sort of a fire engine, as people might know it, designed for fighting fires in towns in particular, and then 2 on a tanker. Now the tankers today are quite versatile, and in fact there's not much of a difference in the capability the vehicles provide, and in some areas it's an enhancement because the locations where we're proposing to put this other option in are places where they're seeing the predominant number of calls being outside of fire district or being off-road and requiring off-road capability, which the pumpers don't have. Also, then they're given more water on the tanker, so they've got 3,000 litres of water instead of 1,800. So there's some options there. But certainly, to answer your question more directly, the biggest sort of factor that comes into play is the tactical decisions that one has with a crew of 2. Is internal offensive firefighting requires 4 to be able to do that.
If this comes into play, does that mean then we lower the target of retained firefighters that we want in those communities, or do we still keep pushing to have more there? Because there's not much. There's a small step from 2 to 4 to 2, and then there's another small step from 2 to none.
Yeah, look, we've been really clear in everything we've said around this proposal is that there's no lack of commitment for us to keep working on those staffing numbers, and so we're not proposing to reduce the staffing establishments at any of those stations, and if anything, we're increasing the efforts for recruitment to do what we can to bring those staffing numbers up in those stations, so that some of these stations we only have 2 or 3 firefighters in the crew. We've done, and the Minister talked earlier about Bingra, as an example, we've spent a lot of time in that community over several years, working with the local member, working with the local council, engaging with community groups, attending sort of community meetings, trying to recruit, raise awareness, attract additional firefighters in, and with mixed results. And so we'll continue that. We've put recruitment officers and recruitment coordinators in the regional commands to have a direct and deliberate focus, sole focus on retained recruitment. That'll all continue. And ideally, if we get the stations to the point where they do come back up in numbers, then we've got options again to reconsider whether we leave a tanker or whether we think a pumper might be an option we can go back to. So it's not a one-way street. But it certainly is about giving us more options in those communities within the retained model.
Thank you. Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Futrell, Commissioner Futrell, I heard you answer my question earlier. So I asked whether Fire and Rescue New South Wales had a policy to conduct surveillance of injured workers with psychological injury over a certain amount, specifically over, I think, 15%. Whole person impairment. Your response referred to desktop sort of surveys or something. Can you just clarify?
Yeah, so when you made that statement in the session earlier, that was the first I was aware of such a policy in fire and rescue, so obviously I've sought advice on that.
Yeah.
Then that enabled me to provide some clarification just before the lunch break.
Okay. Do you know that a desktop review is surveillance?
And that was only in relation to the matters that are going to litigation as well. And
yeah, but if somebody, so what you're saying is there's not a policy for if there's an injured worker with a whole person impairment over 15%, or there has never been a policy, that then you conduct surveillance on that person?
Well, I'll take that on notice, Ms Boyd. Obviously, to get as much clarification, make sure I give you the right answer.
Do you know what a desktop review is?
I'm not fully across all the details, and obviously you're suggesting that there's a bit more to it.
Are you aware that a private investigator is employed to do desktop review?
No, as I say, I'm not across all those details, but I was going off the advice that I was provided immediately before the vote.
All right. Mr. Head, you've read the Robertson review. Given what Mr. Robertson found and what you've seen, and having spoken to the people that I've spoken to, what's your understanding of Fire and Rescue New South Wales's policy when it comes to surveillance?
Well, I haven't seen their policy or reviewed it. I'm happy to offer a view after I've done that in relation to the Robertson review, but I'm not going to speculate about the implications of the content of something I haven't seen.
Okay, but Mr. Robertson did refer specifically to a case of social media surveillance that was desktop surveillance, was conducted by email, potentially for an agency that's present here. Would you, for instance, think that the comments by Mr. Futrell, that perhaps these people are paranoid, was appropriate in those circumstances, given what you know about Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
Well, I know about what Mr. Robertson observed in relation to the complainants he was examining. I'm not going to evaluate Mr. Futrell's or Commissioner Futrell's evidence, but as the Minister indicated this morning, in respect of his portfolio responsibilities, mine as the head of the department, as Ms Young's as the head of SIRA, we're taking Mr. Robertson's critique of all of the issues where he found problems very seriously and looking at how they can be addressed. And I think Ms Young gave an account this morning of how she is advancing that in relation to surveillance.
Given, though, the findings of unlawful covert surveillance occurring, and the impact that that has had on people who have been unlawfully, covertly surveilled, do you think that they would appreciate being lumped in with a bunch of people who are presumably, I mean, I'd love you to correct yourself, Commissioner Futrell, but to have sort of some sort of paranoia when we know that people have been surveilled by Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
Ms Boyd, I am happy to correct and clarify things. As I said, I was not aware that there was a position of Fire and Rescue about surveillance until you mentioned that earlier. I sought advice and provided a response based back on that advice. My comments around paranoia, though, were in a general sense, and I use that term very carefully because I'm acutely aware of the sensitivities about that, particularly what people have been through as they go through those processes, and I've dealt directly with some of those, and I've seen the impacts that people suffer as they're going through these things, coming to it already potentially damaged from whatever experience they've had that's triggered them into this process. The point I was referencing there was we had a recent matter where someone suggested to Fire and Rescue that they were under surveillance, but that was in no way at all happening. It wasn't anything of a seriousness that would have triggered the thresholds you talked about earlier. And I was making it in a general sense that things have happened in the past, perceptions around what may or may not go on, creates that sense where people do feel that they're questioning things.
Yeah.
And so I guess if that helps clarify my use of the term paranoia, I certainly didn't use it to marginalise anyone, and I'm happy to apologise if that was the case.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you.
No.
I will leave that, I'll take that on good faith, and leave you perhaps to come back on notice with more details around exactly what the policy is. That would be very useful. Thank you. Ms Young, the Law and Justice Committee recommended SIRA increase the dust diseases contribution levy to employers for workers involved in tunnelling, and tasked SIRA with going and having a look at how it could do that. Has that work commenced?
So we have been in initial conversations with iCare, who manage the dust diseases scheme, to work through what is the most appropriate way to advance that recommendation. So we've started those conversations, but we're in the very early phases of that.
Okay, because I understand that, you know, men's clothing manufacturers pay a higher levy than site preparation services, and there's a little bit of disconnect there between.
There's definitely some work for us to do, and particularly with tunnelling and other WIC codes that sit around that. So yes, there is work to do.
So it's ongoing. When do we think that there's going to be sort of a conclusion of?
I'd have to come back to you on notice on that one.
Thank you. We talked earlier about the restructure, and I put it to you that it would have been useful information for us to have in the context of our workers' compensation inquiry. I've got a document that was released by Treasury that's entitled SIRA's 2025 Workers' Compensation Reforms, and it looks at the approximated costs to establish and fund SIRA's permanent impairment assessment service model. So this is on the assumption that the bill as drafted would go through. Within that document, it anticipates a resource requirement and what looks to be like a restructure. There's like 11 different new roles coming on. Would you not agree that brings this restructure directly in to our discussions about what the workers' compensation bill will do?
So I would say that the inquiry that we've had has been primarily around the reform and the legislation. The restructure and the functional review that we've been talking of is for all of SIRA, for all of our functions, to set us up to move forward. So as I indicated earlier, there is a relationship, but it's not necessarily that pertinent. What I would say about that part is that was just us considering what funding we might need to set up that particular reform.
The terms of reference for our inquiry on the Public Accountability and Works Committee is not just in relation to the terms of the bill, but it's also in relation to the economic impacts. And the purpose of that is so that we could put forward alternative suggestions other than cutting people off with injury in order to make savings within the scheme. Were you aware that that was the broader terms of reference? And
yes.
Right. Can I ask you about these reports that again would be incredibly helpful for our work on pork, which we have not yet received? I'm looking at the one that was prepared by Urbis that was just released, I think, a couple of weeks ago, the Workplace Rehabilitation Provider Evaluation, which has been very useful. That was prepared by an external party and is dated the 1st of July 2025. Why did it take so long for SIRA to release it?
So again, as we've worked through the reports that come back to us, and I think we go through a process where we do a fact check, and so Urbis would have released that report to us at that stage.
Yeah.
We would have then gone through a process to make sure that it was...
Did they not give you a draft beforehand?
There would have been a series of drafts that came before that, but I have to be very clear with the team on what they were.
Right.
But there is a process that we undertake to make sure that everything in that is appropriate.
But this report is dated 1 July, so you're saying there was no changes made to it, it was just...
I'd have to come back to you on notice. I think some of the recommendations were refined from that point.
Okay.
But let me come back to you with
if you could, because otherwise it's quite curious that we have all that time. And again, the one in relation to the claims management would be so incredibly useful to see sooner rather than later. As you know, the government's persisted with yet another draft of this bill that they've put in. We're trying very hard to come up with sensible alternative solutions. When are we going to get that report?
So, as I said this morning, I expect that we will get that in the next couple of weeks. That will be made public. I can, if you want to, give you a bit of an overview of what's in it, as I did with the other one. If you just give me a moment to find that. But essentially, it was a review conducted in response to the Law and Justice review, of which you are well aware. There are 14 recommendations in the report. Overall, it's telling us that there's not been a noticeable improvement in claims management, which again, I think given all of the evidence that's been given to the inquiry is also not necessarily surprising. The key findings were that effective claims management leads to improved outcomes. Claims management performance in New South Wales requires improvement. Modern work and workplaces have amplified the need for improved claims management, and compensable claims management models may not align with the needs of workers with psychological injuries. There are opportunities to reduce some regulatory complexity but administrative burden through the process. And there's some emerging evidence that supports a shift towards a more person-centred culture or model to improve return to work outcomes. So again, these are things that have, I think, been evident through. So the thematic summary of the recommendations is about how do we embed that person-centred approach and what does that mean, and how do we get the right balance between that and the regulations and the legislation, and how do we help transition insurers to that approach, and what are the funding models that might sit around that. Enhancing support for workers and employers, so educating and supporting employers to engage more positively with injured workers and providing suitable duties. Implementing some cohort-based management for psychological injuries with some tailored protocols, and improving communication and literacy for workers and employers in support of return to work and recovery. And then we've got another sort of theme of streamlining regulation and reducing administrative burden. So reviewing and balancing the regulations to support that person-centred approach and principle-based approaches. Simplifying and streamlining our policy instruments and any unnecessary prescription that might sit in that might get in the way. Aligning audit tools with all of those things that we've just talked about in terms of the regulation. Reducing low-value administrative tasks around injury management, injury notification and claims processes, and clarifying the role of medical practitioners in assessing capacity. And that sits for us alongside another piece of work that we've already started around reviewing the certificate of capacity and the efficacy of GPs within the system. And then driving system-wide cultural and strategic change, so leading that cultural shift towards focusing on people through the process and leveraging the emerging evidence on innovative claim management and scheme design. So that's the nutshell version of what you'll see in the next couple of weeks.
It's really useful. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Just heading back to youth justice again. Mr. O'Reilly, you mentioned that there was several internal psychologists. I'm just wondering how many Youth Justice New South Wales currently employ?
How many psychologists?
Yes,
58.
internal psychologists, yeah.
58 psychologists and 3 clinical managers that oversee them.
Okay.
No, sorry, 5 clinical managers that oversee them.
Thank you. And how are they spread across the 6 different facilities? Do they move between them, or how
They
is
are
that run?
spread across the 6 detention centres, and they also work in our community offices around the state as well. So they're distributed all across the state.
Great, thank you. And are there culturally trusted external psychologists available for young Aboriginal people?
Is this similar to your other question? I'm just trying to understand the question. External?
Sorry, it's more about whether or not there's culturally trusted psychologists specifically for young Aboriginal Aboriginal people.
Yeah, we do employ Aboriginal psychologists where we can, but across the whole health and social services sector, there is a dramatic shortage of Aboriginal psychologists. So we undertake a whole range of creative recruitment strategies, including creating internships, and it is challenging. But 2 of our clinical managers are Aboriginal people, and we have another Aboriginal psychologist, but we would like to have more, but it does depend on the supply in the market.
No, thank you. I've just got some basic information gathering questions. Happy for any of these to be taken on notice if they're too specific. I'm just wondering how many children are currently in youth detention in New South Wales as of today?
235 as of 6 a.m. this morning.
Great, thank you. And how many of those children are Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander?
136.
And what's the total capacity of each of the 6 Youth Justice New South Wales facility?
Total capacity in the system is 260. I'd have to come back to you with a centre by centre breakdown.
Oh, that's fine. No, that's fine. What kind of data do you collect regarding children in the detention centres in terms of, for example, whether or not children in youth detention have experienced family violence? Is that sort of data collected?
It's collected on an individual basis as part of their medical assessment and case plan. And we have, I guess, a sense that experience and exposure to violence in childhood is extremely common amongst children in the youth justice system. Almost all children in the system, not entirely, but almost all children have exposure.
The Disability Royal Commission identified that children with disabilities are overrepresented in youth detention. Do you collect data about how many children with disability are on remand in youth justice centres?
We do try to. One of the challenges there, of course, is that often children, particularly younger children in our system, have not been fully or properly diagnosed for a whole range of reasons, and sometimes their exposure to the detention system is their first opportunity for a thorough health and disability assessment. It's often also their first opportunity for a thorough education assessment, and so a lot of this contact with them is the discovery process, and part of that includes us connecting them with the NDIA to try and work out how we can put plans in place if possible. That's if we have enough contact with them. Sometimes our contact ends before that process can be completed. Many children come in multiple times, and so we pick it up again and keep working on it. And so it's not possible to readily assess as a child comes through the door if they have a disability or not. There is a whole process. And we periodically do a deep dive to work out how many children have a clearly diagnosed disability. And the most recent deep dive, or the most recent published dive is now nearly 10 years old. And at that stage it was around 16%. We have more recently undertaken another deep dive to try and work out what the current rate is, and that's still going through data validation, but it's clearly increased. So we have more of an awareness of disability amongst the population at the moment. But it is pretty close to, I would say, the Australian population. Across Australia, almost 1 in 5 people have a disability of some kind, and in youth detention it's similar to that.
Thank you. Is there, I know you talked about some of the work that you do to connect these young people with NDIS. Is there extra supports available once it's suspected that a child is coming into detention with needs that haven't been diagnosed or previously supported?
We absolutely have individual plans for each child, but that needs to be balanced with the routines of the centre. Risk of violence is a very real risk in detention centres all of the time. It's never not present, and so there has to be really clear routines. And so the challenge for children with disability is complying with those routines while still having their individual needs met. That is a daily challenge for our staff and for those children and for their families supporting them. So it is a juggle all the time to get that right. But certainly we have Justice Health colleagues and our own caseworkers and psychologists, and our management teams in the centres are very aware of the individual needs of each child. All of our 6 centre managers know all the children in the centres by name and what their issues are. But again, it is balancing that with the importance of strict routines.
Thank you. Do you have data around the number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children that have current NDIS plans within youth detention facilities?
Not with me. We might be able to get a version of that number.
Great.
There might be some gaps.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I want to ask some questions about the inspection of 6 youth justice centres, the report from 2022.
Yep.
I know I've asked about this report previously. In questions on notice from the last estimates, it said that 51 recommendations have been fully or partially achieved, with the exception of 6 recommendations. 2 recommendations were referred to Justice Health. Could I just get an understanding on which were the 2 that were referred on to Justice Health?
Yes, I'll need a bit of time to shuffle and find that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I may not have it with me, but I'll have a look.
Oh, okay, that's all right. And I'll put my other questions while you're looking for that. In case you can't find it, I'll put these questions so we can get them on notice as well. There was also 4 recommendations that were not accepted by Youth Justice, and
Yeah.
so I'm just wanting to know what those were and the reasons why.
I can answer those ones
Okay,
now.
great.
That's
Yeah,
the second
perfect.
set of questions.
Yeah.
There were 4 that were not supported. One of them was the expansion of the Enhanced Support Unit. The Enhanced Support Unit is the therapeutic unit at Frank Baxter Detention Centre in Central Coast, and the recommendation was to expand that to other centres, and we don't support that for a few reasons, but one of the main reasons is it's a very specific therapeutic intervention for a very specific group of children, and is not relevant to children in all of the centres. So it would not be an efficient use of therapeutic resources. But what we do with that unit is we make sure that the other 5 centres can access that unit with referrals, and the staff in that unit can support the other centres with therapeutic interventions as needed. It is a more efficient way of expanding the service. There was also a recommendation about ceasing lockdowns during some of the client assessment meetings, which we can't support because it isn't practical. When staff need to get together to talk about, again, talking about client case plans and making sure we're meeting their individual needs, they need to have serious conversations about that. That means they can't be supervising the children. They can't be in 2 places at once. So there are times during the day when we do have to have short lockdowns to arrange staff meetings so we can plan and keep the centres running smoothly and safely. So some of the recommendations we don't agree with for those practical reasons. The other 2 recommendations relate to retiring 2 of the units at Cobham, is one of them, and these are very old units. They're not in as good shape as some of the other units, and the recommendation has been that we close them down. We have not agreed to that because we need the room. We need the room, basically. If we were to close them down, we would be forcing children to share cells. We know from talking to children, I know from talking to children, that the thing they're most frightened of coming into detention is sharing rooms with people they don't know, who have a history of violence. So we are really careful to make sure children don't share rooms, and so we don't agree with closing those rooms down, but we do have plans to undertake some refurbishment this year and next year to improve the standard of those rooms instead. And the last one was about ceasing use of the holding rooms at Cobham. Holding rooms are a cell in the admissions area of the centre which are used for holding children for short periods of time to de-escalate them immediately following an incident of violence. And we would rather do that in the person's own cell, but it's not always practical. We need to have holding rooms available as a backup because the incident may occur close to the holding room. And sometimes, rarely, we do have incidents with multiple children, and we need as many rooms as possible to separate them while they are de-escalating. So we couldn't support those 4 recommendations for practical and safety reasons. The other 51 recommendations we do support, and I don't have the detail of the 2 ones that I referred to health. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but we'll come back to you.
Thank you. 2 minutes, yes?
Mr. Wells, if I may, can you, on notice, I think you're going to confirm the number of business concierges currently with you. Can you also tell me the dollar figure allocated in the budget to that business concierge service? And I know you said at the moment they're complementary, as in Business Connect and Business Concierge. Is Business Connect also at the moment under your administration? Are you doing that?
So I'll cover a couple of those. First of all, $12.1 million is the number for business,
12.1
for the Frontline Business Bureau resources confirmed as part of this budget. A couple of the other questions you had there was 4 business concierges and the sort of services they provide. So outside of some of the specific disaster events, the figures I have is 31,000 requests. We're case managing 11,000 businesses. We've taken 10,000 calls. We've made 27,000 outbound calls and responded to 4,000
And then I have
live
one.
chats.
Sorry, one final question. Are you able to provide? I know you talked through what the qualifications are, but could you provide perhaps like a position description for the specific role of a business concierge?
Yeah, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioner Curtin, sorry, can I just confirm, please, that the purchase of firefighting appliances, is that a capital expense or an operating expense?
Firefighting appliances are taken as a grant-based recurrent OPEX in RFS and then vested in councils to become capital in councils.
And what about buildings?
Buildings broadly work in the same way. I can take it on notice if you want the exact detail, so they can make sure we've got that accurate for you. So a lot of our fleet comes from the capital program as well. So let me take it on notice, the capital or OPEX treatment of both the fleet and the property.
Appreciate it.
Ms Boyd, 2 minutes.
Oh, yep, thank you. Ms Young, just really quickly, I've raised with you previously about Trinity Insurance wanting to expand its remit for self-insurance or specialised insurance. I understand they've been under remediation plan previously as well. Have we got an update on where that's up to in terms of their application?
So we're still considering the application at the moment.
Okay. It's been, I think, 8 months now since there was a December consultation, and then I think you said last time there was another consultation.
So we had one the previous year, and then we had the December, and that's the consultation process that ran through to January. We have since been working on that application, and we've been working on, what they've been asking for, what that looks like, and doing the due diligence around assessing the application.
And is the fact that they were under a remediation plan previously a factor that gets considered in that application?
We would always consider their performance more broadly, so yes, it would be considered in the context of the whole licence. I think what I would say about remediation plans is that most insurers are going through a remediation plan for something at some point.
Okay.
So that's
what was their remediation plan?
I'd have to come back to you on notice on what they're.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. It's now 3:30, so we'll stop for a 15-minute afternoon tea break and be back at 3:45. Welcome back. I'll throw straight to the opposition.
I was wondering, Miss Young, if I could. Okay. What is the average wait time between, say, independent physiotherapist consultants receiving a referral for an assessment and the assessment being finalised?
I'd have to come back to you on notice on that.
Okay.
We don't necessarily keep the data in a way that might be helpful to that, but I will come back with what I can for you.
And do you know if SIRA, did they seek approval for recruitment of new IPCs prior to the October 2024 meeting with the IPCs?
Again, I think I'll have to come back to you on notice.
Okay. And so if approval was sought, why was it not granted again on notice?
Could I just say that I think it would be SIRA that would give that approval, but I will have to come back to you on notice.
Okay. And does SIRA believe that having half the number of IPCs compared to, say, 20 years ago, is it acceptable for supporting the needs of injured workers in the current workers' compensation system?
And I would say I understand that these questions have already been put to us on notice, so we will answer those through that process. But I would say that we are always seeking more medical practitioners for independent medical examinations and assessments, and the more that we have, the better that the system will run.
So you are actively trying to recruit?
I would have to come back to you on notice around that as well in terms of what actual activity is in place right now.
Okay, all right. Okay, that was all my questions in that section. If I could ask, I think, Mr. O'Reilly, would you? It's with regard to the Child Safe Action Plan implementation, or is it?
For youth justice?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, we can have a go.
Okay, well, there we go.
Yeah.
So how many youth justice staff and youth justice official visitors have completed the Child Safe training each financial year since its launch?
Yeah, that's a really detailed question. I'll have to come back to you on that.
No,
Sorry.
that's okay. That's okay. And do you know what proportion of current staff and official visitors have completed the training?
No.
No? And do you know how many training sessions have been delivered? No? I might put all of these on.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay, I will go to, I have some Service New South Wales questions. Okay. It's probably obvious. Does Service New South Wales have a work from home policy?
It'd be part of what we do through the broader Department of Customer Service policy in terms of working from home. Yep.
Okay. And have all three waves of the Service New South Wales restructure now been completed?
They have, yes.
It has. And now that that's completed, were staff made redundant? And if so, how many?
So the program did wrap up in June this year, as I just said, which is good to be through that process. And there was, Ms McDonald, as you know, a range of attrition, temporary contract ending, and a range of mechanisms. Redundancies were used through that process. It might be easiest because, although the program's wrapped up, there are some people coming back from secondments and leave and other mechanisms. So I might, just to make sure I've got you the correct figures, come back on notice with that figure.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. And there was a planned integration between, say, the New South Wales app and the MyGov app, and it was paused earlier this year. Has it resumed yet? And if it hasn't, why?
I'm not sure there was ever, I'm not sure there was active plans to integrate MyGov and the Service New South Wales app distinctly. I think, and maybe Miss Christie can add to this, is through the National Data and Digital Ministers meeting, there is certainly alignment of strategies around identity and proofing and credentials and those other things. So that's something that we continue to work on.
Okay,
but
in the background.
In the background, of
Yep.
course, yeah.
Okay.
But at the moment, we're pretty much focused on our agenda around identity and credentials.
And so on that, like whilst you're working on it in the background, do you have sort of like a timeline or?
I'd say the main thing, and again, Miss Christie would probably like to add to this, is each jurisdiction through their own ministers is progressing an agenda that is aligned to standards. So it will converge, and there will be interoperability at a point. I don't think there's timeframes yet for that integration.
And that's probably out of your control in terms of because it's not all within your jurisdiction.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. And the digital birth certificate, where is that up to?
So there was a trial as part of birth, deaths and marriages, as you know, probably about 18 months ago. I think that sort of finished in terms of a pilot process. So I think there were around 1,000 participants in that trial. Those customers are still using that credential in their wallets, and that will be one of the credentials we'll consider this year as part of that program I talked about before.
Yep. And the mobile service centres that go out, they had, say, a target of visiting 36 rural and remote communities. Some of those communities weren't able to be visited. Do you know why?
I'd have to get the specifics, but in just some context on mobile service centres generally, it's actually 148 communities that those four services visit in cycle. Three of those services run a 9-week cycle across 100 of those communities. And last year we reconfigured one of those services just to focus on Aboriginal communities specifically. So that looks at the other 48 communities specifically and has just finished the first year of that cycle, I suppose. So I'd really have to take on notice if there was particular issues around some locations that we said we're going to do that we didn't.
Some of them were due to, say, connectivity or minimal connectivity.
So the mobile service centres are pretty self-sufficient in terms of connectivity. They take connectivity with them that the telco authority helps us procure and configure. It might be due to vehicle issues or rostering or staff availability issues, but again, happy to, if you can provide those details, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay, I think that's all for that one. I'll go back to Mr. O'Reilly. With regard to, say, court logistics, classifications and placements unit, is that under you? And I understand, so they're like a fundamental driver of say, when young people go to the court and where they go from their placements or transfers or the risks. I understand that there was a review commissioned in collaboration with the PSA to implement changes. Is that correct? Or?
There was, yes.
And what due diligence was undertaken to verify, say, who the I say consultant was who undertook that review? Like what were their credentials and professional membership and industry experience?
Yeah, we went to our professional conduct standards team in DCJ. They're separate to Youth Justice, and they handle all of our misconduct and inquiries and investigations. And they identified an investigator from their panel of qualified investigators. So we didn't choose the investigator. Okay. The independent conduct team chose it from someone from their panel.
So very independent. And do you know what the total cost was to engage that consultant? No. So that's outside the your remit, or?
Yeah, I don't know the cost yet.
Also, you mind happy to provide it on notice.
On notice, okay. And I don't know about what the recommendations, but has the department accepted, say, the key recommendations made by the consultant in that review?
Yes, there are a number of recommendations in relation to culture in the team, in relation to placements of people in the team. Some of the recommendations included rotating people in different positions. Some of that has happened.
And when that happened, what was the discussion with, say, the people that were being rotated or moved?
Yeah. The GSE Act, the Government Service Employment Act, has a requirement for consultation in relation to moving staff, and so the director who oversaw the implementation of those recommendations worked with the HR team to make sure that the consultation was compliant with the requirements of the Act. So the person is consulted. They are asked to respond to the proposal of the move. We are required to assess and consider any impacts on the person before making a decision.
And if they don't agree with the move because of the GSE, what happens then? Or
Well, we are required to consider the impact of the move on them, but also we are also required to consider the reason why we wanted to move them in the first place and balance those things, and then make what is a reasonable decision in the circumstances.
And would people, say, subject to this review, would they have been advised or give... I know they wouldn't be provided with a copy of the review, but are they given the reasons, why such a review is happening? And
Yes. I'll explain how the process happened.
That would be good.
So a number of staff from the team and the PSA raised issues about the team, the unit, with me. We discussed those issues. We agreed to commission an independent review. The PSA and that group of staff were consulted on the scope of the review. It was agreed. The review commenced. At the end of the process, it would not have been appropriate to share the report with everybody because people provided sensitive information in good faith to the investigator, and I was not willing to let them be identified.
No.
That would be appalling to do that, so I didn't do that. Instead, we provided summary findings, and we provided information about the recommendations and the rationale for those recommendations. Some people in the team found that to be adequate, and some people in the team wanted more information, but we had to draw a line because to provide more information would have identified people.
Yeah.
And there's a whole range of reasons why that would be inappropriate.
I get it. And so each person who would have been part of the review was provided with, say, maybe a change management plan as part of that?
Well, there was a plan to implement the recommendations, yes. Some people were not affected by recommendations, so they didn't really need much change management, but other people were affected, and there was individualised approach for each of those people.
And have you found now that whatever was happening before has settled?
Yes, my judgment is that it's definitely settled. However, I am also aware there are some people who still don't agree with the findings or the outcome, and that's normal when we undertake a complex inquiry into a large team with conflict. It's normal that some people will agree and some won't, but overall the team is performing well.
And so say the people that don't agree, they've got avenues where they can take that up with their managers or whoever they need to take it up with?
Yeah, of course. But I think that it's important to be realistic. Disagreements will not always be resolved.
No, true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how many people are in the court logistics?
I can't remember exactly. Okay. It's quite a large team in a number of locations, mainly Sydney, but I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, okay. All right, okay. Thank you for that. How many serious assault incidents on staff and detainees occurred, in the last financial year?
I can tell you how many assaults occurred. I have that information with me. In 2024-25, we had 193 assaults on staff, and we had 159 of those were physical assaults. Physical assaults.
Physical assaults. And how many resulted in, say, hospitalisation?
Very few. I don't have the exact number.
No.
For those staff who did need hospital attention, it was very serious, incredibly serious for those individual people.
Yep.
But the number was low, but we can come back to you with the exact number.
Yeah, okay. And I know you said before with regard to sometimes you have to do lockdown because you've got staff training or issues like that. When, oh no, sorry, I was going to ask about isolation. How many 24 hours? You haven't had any where there's more than 24 hours where they've been segregated or isolated?
Can I just be really precise about this?
Yes.
Because there's different categories of restrictive practice that have
Yep.
different regulations. Do you want me to explain
Yes.
the data on all of those?
Mhm.
Okay. It will take some time. Hope people don't mind if I...
I'm here.
Okay. So for confinement, the confinement regulations set out in the Act are clear. Children under 16 cannot be confined for more than 12 hours, and children 16 or over cannot be confined for more than 24 hours, and there were no incidents of that occurring.
No incidents,
No.
okay.
For confinement.
Okay.
There were 3,591 incidents of confinement this year, which is a reduction from last year.
Yep.
Segregation is a different restrictive practice. Confinement is a consequence of a behaviour.
Yep.
It's the highest tariff amongst a range of punishments for behaviour, is confinement. Segregation is not a punishment. Segregation is risk management. Segregation is putting someone in a separate area for their safety or the safety of others. And that is set out in the regulation once again. And there are delegations in the system about seniority required to improve longer periods of segregation. When people are segregated, they still have access to the services they normally have, as they do in confinement, but they are away from other young people, and they might have a higher staff supervision ratio to keep them safe and keep the staff safe. They're usually engaged in acute violence at that time, which is why they're segregated, or they've made a threat and we have reason to believe it is real. Most of the time when young people threaten to use violence, they will in our system, so we take those risks and threats very seriously. Segregation is rarely over 24 hours. It can be if necessary. There's nothing in the regulation to prevent that, but we try and avoid it. In the last year there were 1,766 incidents of segregation, and 174 of those, about 9%, were over 24 hours, which is an increase on the previous year.
Okay. Can I just go back to say the serious, the assaults that you said, say like 193 staff, were, is that more than last year?
No, it's a reduction. The number of assaults was 193. I think it was 210 or something the previous year.
Yeah.
Just bear with me for a moment.
And are you able to say whether, was it when they're supervising sentenced or children on remand, or a mix?
It's a mix. So 73% of the children in detention are on remand.
Yes.
For Aboriginal children it's 70%, and for non-Aboriginal children it's 78%.
Yeah.
So in every centre there are children on remand, and in every unit there are children on remand.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's not usually a difference in terms of risk of violence between those two groups.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do you know how many young people were refused bail, and it might not be because of lack of suitable accommodation?
No, that would be court
agent
information,
yeah.
I would think, or police information.
And I think you said before the number of young people in custody that have identified mental health condition, how many have access to ongoing psychological treatment?
Ongoing outside of detention, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, that's impossible to know, because if a young person has come to us on remand and they achieve bail and there is no other orders, we have no mandate to work with them or have any contact with them.
Mm-hmm.
If they're in remand for a day or two, it's not usually possible for us to set up a reliable connection with ongoing therapy.
Mm.
So we have often a sense whether they have ongoing connection or not.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a young person who's well known to us, where they're with us for other orders, community orders for example, where we have a case plan in place which includes therapy, we can be confident, but we can't be confident in all cases.
So say a young person you or you're able to assess them and find that yes, they have a mental health condition, and you know that, and sometimes you don't know when they're leaving. Are you able to then refer them, or are they given that information so that they can access services themselves,
Yes,
or their family can?
We try to do that. The Justice Health team also has a community integration service with the local health district to support that as well. So there is certainly efforts to do that, but again, as I...
Yes, you can't follow up on that though.
Yeah, but also, as I keep saying, if 2/3 of the kids are there for one day, there's really a limit to what we can achieve in one day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Con?
Thank you, Chair. I'll continue my questions for the fire commissioners. My first question is relating to standards for flammability testing, and I'm not sure whether that's the purview of Fire and Rescue New South Wales or the RFS.
It's probably
Depends
more
if it's product based or
Sure. So my specific question is around synthetic turf. Synthetic turf. So plastic grass surfaces. So the New South Wales Chief Scientist and Engineer's report was published a couple of years ago into synthetic turf. My understanding is that it's currently tested for flammability under the same sorts of standards for carpet or indoor flooring, as in indoor materials. But synthetic turf, because it's installed outdoors, is vulnerable to wind, direct sun, potentially ember attack. I'm interested if either of the fire organisations have got a view on what would be the appropriate way to test that material.
Yeah, so I've certainly had no advice about Fire and Rescue's position or thoughts on testing of synthetic turf. Anecdotally though, and I recall the fire that we had in Surrey Hills in May 2023, we did see neighbouring properties affected by the radiant heat coming off that fire. There was at least one example where there was synthetic turf on one of the balconies catching fire. So, obviously a clear demonstration of how it can be impacted, but I'd have to take advice and come back to you on notice of any sort of position or approach that we'd be suggesting.
Yeah, thank you. Very happy for you to take it on notice, and perhaps in having those conversations, I'm also interested to understand whether this is something that should be permitted in bushfire zones or not. Sorry, I'm now looking at Commissioner Curtin.
Yeah,
given its known flammability, this is it's functionally plastic.
I understand we're in the process of updating our planning for bushfire protection, which includes landscaping. I can come back on notice on the status of that review and how that impacts things like synthetic turfs in landscaping.
Yeah, I'd be really keen to know if that includes synthetic turf, and if so, what the time frame is on that work.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I'll stick with the RFS for a moment. What policies have you got in place to communicate changes with your volunteer base, noting how widely distributed and varied they are in terms of their engagement with the organisation?
There's a range of systems available. The one RFS system is the primary place where we provide our communication systems for RFS volunteers. We also use Facebook member sites, email and other communication channels to communicate with volunteers.
Okay. And have you got any evaluation of those methods, or a sense of how much, or what proportion of your volunteer base is engaged with those communication tools?
No, I don't believe they've been evaluated, no.
Okay. I also had a few questions around the aspects of the SES's work where RFS members are also sometimes involved, so things like height safety training and flood rescue training. When an RFS volunteer, for example, is involved in flood rescue, what's the training process that they go through?
For the RFS volunteers, I'd have to take on notice the training requirements that we provide for them in flood rescue.
Okay, no worries. So you've mentioned flood rescue. So the other part of the question was if RFS members are being trained in height safety systems, and then what that entails. And I should clarify, the only reason I'm not asking the SES the same questions is because I did that training myself through the SES, so I'm quite across that. So flood rescue and also flood rescue boat operations. So if an RFS member has a boat licence, is there any additional training that they go through to drive a boat under flood conditions?
Yeah, I can take on notice the training package that we use for that.
Thank you. Staying with RFS, I had a few questions about the white fleet, so the non-firefighting vehicles. What's this year's budget allocation for the white fleet?
Budget allocation for procurement of white fleet, do you mean?
Yeah.
I don't think I've got that disaggregated. I've got the same for the red fleet, but not for the white fleet, so I'd have to take that on notice.
No problem. Are you able to advise what is the planned replacement for the Guardian software system?
I understand that we've got 2 versions of the Guardian system. You're talking about an upgrade of the Guardian 2 or a further replacement?
So I've been advised that the Noggin software is at the end of its life and may not be serviceable within 12 to 18 months. So what work are you doing in terms of considering a successor?
I understand the transition process is underway for that. I can come back on notice with detail.
Okay, thank you. So the detail I'm after, I suppose, is what alternatives are being considered. What's the time frame for that transition? Thank you. There's obviously work being done in the Parliament regarding the red fleet and the accounting changes, and I'm well aware of the demands of the local government sector to not have to account for the depreciation of your red fleet assets. Is there any work happening at your end in terms of, or has the government requested you do any work in anticipation of potential changes to Section 119 of the Act?
Yes, we've been preparing some advice for the government to consider in their response. Yeah.
Okay. Can you provide us an insight into what the impact on the RFS may be of that change?
There'd be a series of impacts. I think there needs to be some legislative change. There'd be financial and budgetary impacts. We're providing that advice to government, and they'll consider it as part of the response to the report.
Okay, so that advice is confidential at this stage, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's for the government to consider, yeah.
I'm advised that the mitigation crew and crew leader positions no longer require basic firefighting skills or training. Can you advise the rationale for that?
I'm not aware of any change in relation to the qualifications, so I'd take on notice whether there's been a change and advise those requirements.
Okay.
Mitigation crews obviously have a specialist piece of work in relation to mitigation work, but I can come back to you on the qualification requirements for our mitigation crews.
Thank you, that would be helpful. I understand there's also a budget allocation for the installation of mobile data terminals in all of your vehicles. Are you able to tell us what the current expenditure has been on the project?
As I understand, we've rolled out more than 3,000 mobile data terminals. In terms of the exact expenditure for the project up to date, it'd be better I take on notice so I can give you that figure exactly.
Thank you. I'm also interested in either the number or the proportion of vehicles that have been fitted to date.
Yeah, more than 3,000. I'll try and find the figure for you and come back to you on that, but it's a large proportion of the fleet, obviously, and we've got a little bit more to go to roll out the remaining few districts.
Finally, there's a handful of individual incidents that have been brought to my attention where former volunteers have been asked to sign non-disclosure agreements. I'm not intending to prosecute any of those individual complaints here, but I suppose more broadly, are you aware of how widespread that practice is, and I suppose potentially any limitations on system change or improvement that come from not having open disclosure of potentially any reasons for the non-disclosure.
I'm not aware of historical use of the non-disclosure agreements, but we implemented a complaints management process last year, which we're currently reviewing to see whether there's opportunities for improvement. It's important that everyone in RFS has an opportunity to raise concerns and have those concerns dealt with appropriately.
So that complaint management system, I appreciate you're only new to the organisation. A lot of this will be legacy. Does that include visibility on complaints that subsequently may have ended in people leaving the organisation or being removed from the organisation with non-disclosure?
I'm not sure there's a linkage between the non-disclosure and the current workplace complaints resolution framework, but the framework itself is under review at the moment. Outcomes of matters that are being dealt with through that framework will form part of the review, I would imagine, and we'll consider any opportunities to improve the framework in totality.
Okay. I'm out of time.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions for Commissioner Curtin or Commissioner Wassing. I'm sure you've seen the Sydney Morning Herald article that stated that the New South Wales Planning Department would have the power to override advice from emergency services about housing applications in fire-prone land or flood zones under a proposed overhaul of the state's Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. I'm just wondering if either of you were consulted around this or involved in anything with the Minister in regards to what the Sydney Morning Herald is stating as proposed changes?
Yes, I can say that our agency has been consulted and continues to be involved in any associated work around proposed changes.
Thank you. And when were you first? When was this first brought to your attention?
I'd have to take the specific date on notice, but it was very early in the piece. It was what I would describe as initiation of considered changes.
Thank you. And so was it some months ago that these discussions first started?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware of any proposal to permanently move SES or RFS flood and fire safety planning advisory staff to the Department of Planning?
It's my understanding that that's part of the conversation with the proposal. For SES, we have a team of 6 personnel that also do multiple other roles. We're not a consent authority, so our arrangements for SES are somewhat different to the fire authorities. We provide advice, and those 6 personnel are also our risk intelligence personnel that operate in our flood modelling and our flood intelligence cells also during response operations and our preparedness.
Is there concerns that it might compromise the level of expertise that planning staff derive from being part of the relevant authority with ready access to subject matter experts? Is that something that's been discussed and considered?
Certainly something that's been discussed and considered. So for our organisation, one of those 6 personnel is currently on a rotating secondment with the planning authorities. We have a very close working relationship with the planning authorities, Reconstruction Authority and local councils. For us in the last 12 months with regards to the advice that we provide, as you say, we're not a consent authority in terms of approvals. We've provided 651 items of advice as part of that process. So consider it an important part of our legislative requirements, obviously, and do that in partnership.
Is there concerns as to the level of safety advice provided for new developments over time as staff turn over and lose connections with the emergency services? Is that a potential as well?
I think it's important that any subject matter expertise in this area retains, not just currently has, but retains a wealth of knowledge in that. It continues to be in the risk aspects, the approval process, the planning processes continue to change and evolve as they should. And certainly from a flood perspective, and I'll leave it with Commissioner Curtin to speak from a fire perspective, but I imagine it's very similar in the context of the continued learnings and research that goes into projected modelling. There's lots of projected modellings now as far as out to 2050 in terms of risks of flood and the like, and we utilise that in our planning considerations and our advice.
Thank you. And if this restructure were to occur, my understanding is it's still being discussed. It hasn't been confirmed at this point. Has your department identified any safety concerns? And if so, are you able to tell us what they are at this point?
There's no immediate safety concerns that I would identify, but certainly core to the conversations is capability going forward for our organisation and the importance of the continued advice that goes into land use planning and planning approvals generally.
Thank you. Commissioner Curtin, did you have anything to add in regards to the fire aspects of those questions? And I'm happy to repeat any of them, but maybe if we start with any safety concerns that your department may have.
Oh, happy to have a shot at it, and if you want to ask me the other questions, that's fine. So I understand RFS has been engaging with the department for a period of time. It's not entirely clear to us at the moment what the proposed model is and how that would work. I am joining a steering committee with the department tomorrow for our first meeting to understand what the proposal might look like and how that might work. I guess I gave in evidence previously this morning or this afternoon that the RFS, like the other emergency services, have a very important role to play when it comes to providing operational expertise and expertise around predictive modelling and other parts of the planning system to make sure that we do protect both our firefighters who are responding to these emergencies and the community who are impacted by these. We'll need to find a way to work with the department to support the government's push for increased housing and to make sure that we cut the red tape, make sure that we've got the resources in place to help move those projects forward and to make sure there are no blockages. But at the same time, we need to be cautious that we don't water down or filter any of the operational expertise or the expertise that you gain by integrating those sorts of expertise inside a system. From an RFS perspective, while we have people who work specifically on the planning arrangements or the predictive modelling arrangements, we also use those expertise throughout the bushfire period, and it's kind of an integrated model that works together. We draw in the operational expertise together with the other expertise. So I'm looking forward to working with the department to help, cut that red tape and make sure we've got the resources available to make sure we can support development applications, but provide that really important role, as I described, with the changing climatic conditions, that we don't make any missteps and cut out any of the important expertise that's provided into the planning system to protect our community.
Thank you. So do you have some concerns that the experts that we've got, the subject matter experts that we've currently got, might be being pulled in too many different directions, and we would potentially need funding for more experts in this space to be able to handle a bigger workload?
I'll need to work through the department what the current proposal is, and I'm not aware of exactly what that is. I did read the media article which raised concerns about changes to the planning arrangements, but I'll be looking forward to working closely with the department starting tomorrow.
Thank you. I'm going to go back now to youth justice. We were talking a little bit before about the 2022 report, the 6 youth justice centres. Could I get a bit of an update on the recommendations that were partially achieved and the progress that's happening on those particular recommendations?
Yeah, I don't have a list in front of me of the ones that are partially achieved as opposed to completely achieved.
Okay.
Once my colleague does. No, my colleague doesn't have that either.
Okay.
So we can give you a detailed response on notice.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Recommendation 31 was that the Youth Justice New South Wales appoint an identified position at Frank Baxter Youth Justice Centres to support the Aboriginal practice officer and promote a cultural agenda at the centre. Has that position now been created and filled?
My understanding is that yes, it has been.
Great, yeah. Fantastic. Is that going to be a permanent ongoing position?
I believe so.
Great, fantastic. And there was also a recommendation for an identified Aboriginal caseworker position at Acmina Youth Centre.
Yeah.
Recommendation 39. Has that been created and filled?
Yeah, and there already was actually.
Oh, right.
Before the recommendation arrived, yeah.
Great. And
Has been
that's
for
an
some
ongoing
time.
position as well?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Could I also ask how many days are young people spending in youth justice custody on Section 28 bail?
I don't have that information with me for 24-25.
Okay. Is it not available, or are you able to take that
We
on
can
notice?
calculate it, yeah. I
Okay.
just don't have it here, but we can probably calculate.
Great, thank
how
you.
many instances of Section 28 bail, and we can then try and calculate the duration of those.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Could I also get some more information around youth justice strategy to combat racism within youth justice?
Yes, certainly. So Youth Justice has developed an anti-racism strategy, and that's been in development for some time in consultation with our Aboriginal staff. And there are a few elements to it. One element is training around anti-racism capability and awareness of racism. Another element is reporting racism and using appropriate HR policies to address racism and hold people accountable for racism. And drawing on the reform priorities and closing the gap, reform priority 3 is about transforming institutions. The anti-racism strategy is heavily going to depend on more recruitment of Aboriginal people in the organisation, particularly in leadership and decision-making roles at every level of the organisation, to improve cultural awareness and reduce the likelihood of people experiencing racism. And one of the most challenging aspects of building anti-racism capability is, in our institution anyway, is getting to a position where white people take racism seriously, consistently. That is one of the biggest challenges. And so quite often Aboriginal people report experiencing racism, reporting it, and it not being taken seriously. And so one of the ways to combat that is to have a targeted recruitment strategy, so there are more Aboriginal people working in youth justice, particularly in supervisor and manager roles. And so that's been running for about a year now, and we've increased the proportion of Aboriginal staff from 14% to 22%, just to try and make sure we have a workforce that better reflects our client group.
Great, thank you so much. The opposition.
Thank you. Commissioner Wassing, the Minister earlier spoke quite highly of interoperability. But we've still got a fair way to go, I would suggest, in a lot of fronts on that. In the aftermath of the floods on the Mid-North Coast, SES was the lead agency. How were jobs handed out to the other agencies working on the ground at that time?
So for flood operations, we established what we call a flood rescue area of operation.
Sorry, that was my fault. I'm talking about the clean-up jobs.
Oh, the clean-up jobs. Okay, certainly. So in terms of the clean-up jobs specifically, until such time as we've gone through a formal handover and transition to recovery, that remains the responsibility of the Combat Authority, or in this case being the SES. So the tasking or the receipt of those jobs comes in fundamentally through damage assessments, but also from local community input and the like. The tasking of those jobs is effectively through, we run what we call a deputy recovery officer or a deputy recovery controller at a tactical level to manage and have the oversight of both the transition and also some of those clean-up operations. So we aim to have centralised hubs. It's part of our incident management teams in terms of the tasking of those operations. The community mobilisation is embedded also as part of those operations. So very reliant on particularly the fire services, given that in the case of mud, certainly need water in many cases, and also take the opportunity to express my personal but also agency appreciation to particularly my colleagues here to my left in terms of the fire services, but also all the other services that have been involved in those clean-up operations.
So the practicalities of handing jobs to other people, SES and RFS and Fire and Rescue are all on different systems, I understand, which often could lead to jobs being handed out on spreadsheets and to be ticked off that way. Surely surely we can look for some improvements on that front.
There's certainly one of the aspects of our after-action review certainly highlights the tasking through our systems. We don't necessarily have common dispatch systems in terms of the tasking components. We use a system called Beacon, and that's certainly one of the main ways that we receive our 132-500 operations, but also our clean-up operations. So we use our command and control system to be able to best coordinate through local sectors and local areas of operation to do that. It's fair to say the after-action review certainly highlights we can do better in the systems approach to that.
Commissioner Curtin, has there been do you do any reviews of those sort of responses to see the efficiency of the crews that you had on the ground? You know, the crews travelled a long way to be part of that recovery activity. How effective was their time spent while they were on the ground up there?
We do reviews and after-action reviews of many of the incidents that we respond to. We appreciate that crews come from a long way to help those communities in their time of need. I couldn't say that we've done a review of that particular incident, but we do have a review and lessons learned process where we do undertake reviews of those sorts of incidents and feed that back into the process.
And how, to what detail do you do that? You say this crew travelled and only did one job this day and two jobs that day and actually none on that day? Have you got that sort of recording?
I can't say for this particular example you're talking about, but it would reveal itself very quickly if crews found themselves travelling a long way and not being utilised properly. That's one of the first things that crews raise with us, and if that's come up through the process, then that's something we need to address.
So do we do look at the ROI on something like the base that we had at Port Macquarie? I'd imagine that was quite an extravagant cost for that.
We could do a review of that. I'm not sure that's been done.
Okay, right, thank you. Commissioner Futrell, under the previous government, I remember programs targeted specifically at upgrading facilities for women in our facilities across the state. That's certainly been identified as one of the hurdles to recruitment. Are there any such programs? Are these programs continuing?
Yes.
Are they delivering results?
Yes, so there's an ongoing investment in upgrading our facilities. And tomorrow I'm attending the opening of Dungog Fire Station. We've been able to build a new fire station there. And then ongoing work with a lot of renovations and retrofits of stations to make them fit for purpose. So that remains a very significant proportion of our efforts in terms of upgrading our properties. Two focuses on those, as you said, facilities for suitable facilities for women as well, but also updating stations to reduce the risk of exposure to carcinogens. And what we'll often do is combine those two sort of funding sources that we've got allocated so that we get the maximum impact across our stations.
It was Dungog on that list that I saw before of those affected by the tanker strategy?
Yes, it's one of the...
And will this change that?
Well, what I believe will happen is this will be a great assistance to the station, the crew at the station at Dungog to attract more people. Certainly makes the prospect of contributing to fire and rescue from members of the local community much more appealing to see move from what was a very old and basic facility with primitive facilities for firefighters to a state-of-the-art modern fire service facility that has fit-for-purpose amenities for men and women, appropriate privacy arrangements and so forth. So I think we'll see that will help attract more people to the station, and certainly it's a big show of commitment from fire and rescue to the community of Dungog.
Thank you. Commissioner Curtin, back to you, and possibly a high-level answer, and then you might take some of this on notice. But I believe out of the bushfire inquiry report, there was a recommendation about the 13 fire control centres. I just wonder if you give me a quick update on where that was up to more broadly, and then perhaps on notice some of the specifics around those 13 locations.
So I understand we got $71.5 million for 8 of the 13 fire control centres and emergency operations centres. Armidale and Kudjegong are complete. 6 further FCCs are in development at the moment. And site construction work have started at Narrabri, Clarence Valley and Monaro.
Thank you. And there's others at Tumut, Wagga, that I could perhaps have some more detail on notice?
Yeah, they're in development. Work's continuing with local councils in those areas: Maria, Hawkesbury, Tumut, Cooma, Clarence Farland, Narrabri.
Okay, thank you. Still with you, Commissioner, the hazard reduction methods. Have we seen any new developments of that in the last 12 months? Or are we looking, are there some things on the horizon that might help with our hazard reduction when it comes to new technologies and the like?
We're continuing to explore all opportunities. As you know, with the weather conditions, we've been challenged over previous years in undertaking large-scale burn activities. So we've been focusing on physical mitigation activities, particularly focusing on higher risk areas around infrastructure and around housing. Predominantly, we've been focusing on doing hazard reduction works that protect properties. This year we've protected 166,000 properties, but we've only been able to achieve 100,000 hectares of hazard reduction burning. We'd like to be able to do more than that. We've got the GOAT program and we've got other works underway to try and make sure we can focus on improving our approach to hazard reduction burning, including cool burning and a whole range of other issues.
No, the new technologies that we're sort of hoping might come online shortly to help that, because reaching these targets seems to be a difficulty every year.
Yeah, it's going to continue to be a challenge. At the Bushfire Coordinating Committee, which I chair, I've promoted a conversation with the whole sector around how we can have a look at our hazard reduction targets and how we can have a look at strategic opportunities to improve the way we do hazard reduction, and we'll be progressing that with the Bushfire Coordinating Committee.
What are our expectations on local councils as far as the fire capabilities on their local tips?
So in relation to local tips, we want to make sure that they've got all the right risk mitigation processes in place. We were talking about lithium-ion batteries earlier. I think RFS had 27 tip fires last year. It's not possible always to say how many of those are caused by different reasons. Tip fires are very difficult to find the cause of a fire, but it's important that every landholder and everyone that carries a risk like tips and other things take all necessary steps to make sure they protect that from becoming an issue in terms of community impact.
Would you be able to take on notice for me and get those numbers over, say, the last 10 years? Would that be possible? Just so we can try and track that, if possible.
If we hold that data, then I'll take it on notice to get that for you. Yeah.
I just wondered whether there's a chance that councils and tips could play a bigger role in the response to that, because my understanding is the response plan at the moment is to call the RFS. These seem to be events that happen quite regularly. It seems like maybe we could ask a bit more from them. The infrastructure's often there as far as piping and water and the machinery, yet we're calling on volunteers to go out and play that role in something that could be done on site.
I've spent many hours at tip fires and they are very unpleasant things to do. But we can work with local councils, and it's really important that our district management teams and our local stations get involved with tips and councils or whoever owns the tip to make sure that the specific information around how we respond to those tips. Councils have a whole range of support in terms of dozers and other things that we can use during those fires, but they are very challenging things to deal with and they take a long time and they do distract a lot of time and effort from our volunteers to put them out. But I would expect that our local district managers and district teams, where there are issues, are working really closely with councils or other proponents to make sure they've got the right systems in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly, sorry. You mentioned before child's safety whilst in custody is paramount, and yes, I agree, but sometimes harm does occur. Could you say how many incidents of assault of resident on resident have occurred in?
Yeah, I do have that number. 24, 25, young person on young person assault. 287 incidents.
Of that, how many needed hospitalisation?
Very few, but I don't have the number.
Okay, all right. And then how many incidents of self-harm occurred in the last financial year?
138.
And then how many incidents where there was a use of force on a young person?
There were 1,579 incidents of use of force.
Incidents, okay. And when a young person has had a self-harm episode, what measures are then put in place to ensure, that they are safe then afterwards?
It depends on the incident. There's self-harm is a very broad range of behaviours, and there's a whole range of drivers. Quite often, the behaviour of other children around can be a trigger for self-harm, so quite often the response is just to change location. But it is really about getting the expert clinical advice instantly and then implementing a very individualised plan to keep that young person safe.
And is that the same, like if it was a young person on young person, you would also assess that risk as well to see, do we need to separate or?
Yes.
Yeah.
We would usually engage in some conflict resolution, restorative justice between the two.
Yep.
However, it does depend on the situation and the seriousness and the level of risk and safety and intention.
And with regard to the use of force, is that higher or lower than last year?
It's almost identical. It's two more incidents.
And did any of those result in hospitalisation?
Again, it would be very, very rare.
Very
but
rare.
We'll find out.
And again, what do you do sort of to try and get that number lower rather than?
It's fluctuated over the years, but and we've also improved reporting and monitoring. So one of the reasons why it's gone up is because we have improved reporting. A use of force data point is collected from every physical contact. So there may be asking someone to go to their room and putting a hand on the top of their back to guide them. That should be recorded. It's not just about heavily physical. It's every contact. Has to be every contact where we are asking them to do something they may not want to do. Or a lot of them are, earlier I gave you the number of 287 assaults between young people. Every single one of those involves a number of uses of force incidents to break the fight up and keep everybody safe. And so I think the number of use of force incidents is not necessarily, in fact not at all, a good measure of performance of the system. In 2019, before our safety reforms, we had appalling figures. And one of the reasons for that was we had a lot of indecision in responding to violence. And we've worked very hard to introduce response teams in two of our centres and increase training to make sure that staff are much more decisive in using the powers they have to keep people safe. And they've been really effective at that. And so incidents get resolved much quicker. They escalate much less frequently to big incidents. But naturally, you get a higher data point of use of force as a consequence of that. And so to make sure that we try and get the balance right, we've introduced a committee which reviews every single use of force incident. This is a committee that works centrally across all 6 centres so that we have consistency, and they review the CCTV footage, the written reports, they interview people to make sure that in every single incident it was compliant with the law, compliant with policy, people were safe, and where there are areas for improvement or training, they can be pointed out. And occasionally there'll be a breach of the policy, which is referred to the misconduct team for assessment. So that increased reporting and monitoring and consequences is the safeguard to make sure that we don't overcorrect by directing our staff to be decisive.
And your staffing, how are you? Have your full complement of staff in all of the centres?
Yeah, we do. We don't generally have staff shortages. I mean, there will be times where we might have a staff shortage if we have a run of illness, and we had a few incidents during the COVID period. But generally, we have a full complement in most places. Our centre managers are directed to have a constant recruitment process and training process. There's always cohorts of new recruits coming through, so that we always have a supply of staff if people can't come to their shift.
And are you aware of how many, do you have staff that are on workers' comp at the moment?
Yes,
And,
I have some numbers. I'm sure you want numbers?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So there are currently 204 workers' comp claims open at the moment. I'm sorry, 224 open claims at the moment.
224. And what's the sort of average length of time from when somebody commences the claim to when they return?
Yeah,
if they return.
We have that data, but not here.
Oh, not here?
Yeah,
Okay,
we can
so-
provide that separately.
Okay.
We do have that data.
And so what's the full-time equivalent workforce that you have in the centres?
Yes, I have that number as well, if you'll bear with me for a moment. We have 2,108 staff.
2,108. And obviously different, they're in different categories. Does each person have like a caseload, or would it only be, so you've got security?
Okay, so the
Sorry.
2,108 staff include 210 central office staff, so they don't work directly with clients usually. They
Mhm.
work on things like programs and policy and commissioning and contract management and those sort of things, strategy. And then we have 549 community staff, and they do support clients in the community.
Mhm.
Not all of them are caseworkers, sometimes they are managers or program people. But generally our caseworkers in the community have a caseload of around 10 to 12 or sometimes less young people, depending on the area.
Mhm.
Because the volume of clients going to a caseworker in the community fluctuates a lot, and it is thankfully low in some areas.
Yeah.
And we have 1,349 staff who work in the detention centres, and they are mainly youth officers who work in the units on shift. They don't typically have a caseload, they work
No.
in a particular unit supervising young people.
And is there a ratio of how many staff are there with young people?
In the centre?
Yes.
Yes. In most
Sorry.
units, it's up to 15 young people with 3 staff, who then have a manager who oversees them.
Mhm.
However, in our high-risk units, the ratio is different. There are up to 6 young people with 4 staff.
Mhm. So, as an example, say in Spain, they seem to have smaller units. What would be the average unit of how many young people are in, like, is that how they're in a unit and they're sort of,
Yeah.
that's their, for want of a better word, like family whilst they're there?
Yeah, I
or-
wouldn't say family,
No.
because they all have a family at home.
Yes, yes.
It's a unit of accommodation,
Mhm.
and the extent to which they become friendly is really up to them. It's not
Yes.
something that we would force.
Mm.
But generally it's up to 15 kids in each unit. That's the general standard,
Yeah.
except for those high-risk units, which is 6.
And at, like, when they go to lunch breaks or dinner, do they go as a unit and at each separate times, or they all sort of go to the one area
there's
and
a-
everyone's there?
There's a dining room in each unit. You should
Okay.
come and visit.
Yeah, I have, but
There's
I-
a dining room in each unit where young people have meals together, and depending
Mhm.
on the unit and what's happening in the unit, they'll have chores to do.
Yep.
And the staff will make sure that they are safe eating their dinner, but they generally eat together.
Is that an invitation, by the way?
It is an
Okay,
invitation.
I would love to go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. A couple more questions in regards to youth justice. As I understand it, there used to be programs run by RSPCA in New South Wales that involved inspectors visiting the youth corrections facilities to teach young people about animal well-being and how they can make a positive difference to the lives of animals. I'm just wondering if those programs still exist in New South Wales.
I'm not aware of an RSPCA program. My colleague might be aware. Kellyanne? Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Am I... Sorry, can I bring
Please do.
Kelly up? Sorry. Thank you.
Hello.
Thanks for your time today. Do you know when that program stopped existing?
No, I don't, but I do have a list of other animal-related projects and initiatives across the state. If you'd like me to run you through them,
Yeah,
I can
that'd
also
be great.
provide them.
Thank you.
As well. At Acamina, we have an equine program. So
A number of horses will attend the centre, and young people have the opportunity to engage with them during school holidays and downtime. At Riverina, we have a sheep shearing program that's run in conjunction with the Shepherds Park Education Training Unit and TAFE New South Wales, and that comes in a couple of times a year, depending on availability of children who are interested in that program. At Arana in our far west, we have another sheep shearing program, and again some of these programs are geared towards the regions and employment opportunities also in the community for young people transitioning back into the community. And we also have the dingo rescue program where young people can have an opportunity to interact with dingoes. At Reby, close to Campbelltown, we have some qualified professionals from Taronga Zoo and the Reptile Organisation that come in and give young people experiences with reptiles and that experience to interact. I've seen that in practice myself during NAIDOC Week at a number of locations across the state. At Cobham, we've got the Sydney Fox and the Dingo Rescue Program, and that's been going for a number of years, where young people learn and interact with the animals. We've also got the Bushbred Horse Assisted Learning Program, which is a 5-week program. Again, that's equine therapy, which has some research behind it in terms of its efficacy with working with young people as well, both internationally and across Australia. And that's it.
Thank you. When you said there's the Dingo Rescue Program, is that with the Sydney Fox and Dingo Rescue? Is that the only organisation? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Great, fantastic. And how often are they coming into centres?
I haven't got the specific details. It's usually as part of our school holiday program. So the timetable for young people during the week and on weekends is pretty jam-packed between school, education, interventions. So it's usually part of our school holiday program, I understand it.
Could I also ask you to take on notice that previous question about the RSPCA programs, about when that program ceased to exist, but also why the program itself ended?
I can, yes.
Thank you. And is there plans to open up more animal wellbeing programs? I know that there was a real mix there. There was some that were sort of farming based and work opportunity based rather than animal wellbeing, but there is a mix of some of these dingo programs and things like that which are wellbeing focused. Is there a plan to sort of broaden more, particularly with the RSPCA program finishing?
We're often approached by lots of community organisations, and there's a process by which we have to assess the efficacy and the appropriateness of those programs. So we're always open to new initiatives that have benefit for our young people. Particularly, as I said, as we run into the school holiday period where we use it as a dynamic security measure as well, where we keep kids busy and engaged. We see less incidents in our centres.
Great. Fantastic, thank you. I've got some additional question for fire and rescue. I know last estimates we spoke about several thousand animals being rescued by fire and rescue in the previous year. I'm just wondering if I could get any update in regards to how many animal rescues there have been in this year.
For 25-26 year to date, or
I guess since the last estimates that I asked.
Last estimates? I'll take that on notice and we'll provide that.
Thank you. Thank you. And this one might be another one for on notice, but just what kind of animals we're talking about being rescued and sort of the breakdown of those sort of species?
Yeah, I'm not sure to the extent we'll be able to extract that data or have that data for you, but whatever we can do, we'll provide. In general, though, I would say they do tend to be predominantly domestic pets that have had some sort of misadventure, followed then probably by Australian native animals, things particularly possums getting caught in different locations, and then other agricultural farm animals.
And what's the process? Where are those animals generally taken? So if we're talking about companion animals, is there a policy in place in regards to where those animals get taken, and again the same with wildlife?
Yeah, so normally what will happen is the pet owner is in close proximity and they're reunited immediately, and then the pet owner is able to take whatever sort of care steps that are necessary to take to a vet or otherwise. Likewise with the any sort of agricultural animals, they'll be under the care of the landowner or the farmer. And if they're not able to be located, the crews on scene, either between our people or the police or others, will make arrangements to get them to a vet for appropriate care and treatment in the interim.
Thank you. So does Fire and Rescue have established networks with specific wildlife carers and specific vets that can help, or is it just a case-by-case basis?
To some extent, they do have local contacts. I wouldn't necessarily say they're extensively formalised, but we do have arrangements with wires as well for some animals as well. So our communication centre will make contact with wires, and appropriate wildlife carer will come and collect the animal.
And is there sort of any arrangement in regards to particularly where animals are ending up in veterinary facilities? Is there any arrangement for those places to receive government funding in regards to the rehabilitation that they're doing through that process?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. And just in the last few minutes that I have got left, sorry, just one more question in regards to youth justice. This might need to be one taken on notice as well. I just wanted to get, if I could, the number of complaints about staff that are recorded at each of the youth justice centres over the last financial year. Is that data collected?
Yes. Okay. It might be helpful if I could clarify. Do you mean complaints from young people?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yep.
Thank you. Ms Abigail Boyd?
Thank you, Chair. If I could just go to Fire and Rescue. I understand, Commissioner, that Safe Work issued Fire and Rescue New South Wales an improvement notice in relation to its failure to hold the Health and Safety Committee meetings for like a year. Why was that? I understand that you're going to take action to make sure it doesn't happen again, but yeah, why did we not have any meetings for a year?
There's some sensitivities around that with an individual, so probably I'm not sure how I'll best handle this one.
Oh, okay.
Ms Boyd. Happy to provide some advice on that out of session, but we've certainly been able to resolve that, and we've got a schedule for those meetings to be occurring.
Okay. In the meantime, though, how were you communicating with workers in relation to health and safety issues?
Well, there's a well-established network of health and safety representatives, so there was ongoing communication between the health and safety representatives and our health and safety team, and obviously with members of the workforce and the health and safety representatives as well. There was also, as far as I'm aware, some other out-of-session consideration of issues that was done via correspondence, and that relates to how those matters were being handled during that issue.
Okay. I understand you've been asked about the gross fail.
Sorry, you will have another 10 minutes, but I just want to let Commissioner Wassing know that if he needs to leave, it's nearly at 5 o'clock, so please leave when you're ready. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, you've already been asked, I think, questions about the gross fail incident. There has been concern raised with us from members of Fire and Rescue that they feel that they've not been consulted with when it comes to the safety response or the safety measures to be put in place following that incident. I know that it has been discussed at meetings of the Work Health Safety Steering Committee, of which you chair. How have those actions and progress on those actions taken into consideration consultation with workers in the absence of having those health and safety committee meetings up and running?
Yeah, I'll provide more to you on notice in more details, but I'm very aware that there was meetings with all the crews involved in that gross fail incident to talk them through the recommendations that came out of the safety investigation relating to that matter. And there was obviously a range of sensitivities with that to make sure that was done appropriately, from a psychosocial safety perspective and where people were at, given that incident involved the fatality of one of our firefighters. And so they've worked extensively with the local crews to explain to them what the investigation found and then how, as an organisation, we were responding to that. And as I said, I'll provide further details on notice in terms of that broader consultation with the health and safety representatives and the health and safety committee.
That would be very useful. And also, what these actions or I'm looking at some meeting papers that are heavily redacted of your Work Health Safety Steering Committee from the 16th of June, and it's just entitled Progress on Gross Vale Actions. Has sort of, I guess, the nature of those gross vale actions been communicated to staff if they're involving sort of systemic reforms or measures being put in place?
Yeah, well, look, I'll probably best to provide the details for you in the response on notice.
Okay, all right, thank you. I am going to direct this to you, Mr. Head, because I don't know who to direct it to. A thing called the New South Wales Digital Identity and Verifiable Credentials Program.
Ms. Christie and or Mr. Wells.
Excellent. Okay, I'll direct it that way. I understand the program's now cost close to $70 million, but wondering what we've got to show for that. Where are we up to?
Thank you. I think that number might be overstated, so I think it's closer to 50, but we'll take that on notice and provide you with a specific answer. In terms of the split in the program, Digital New South Wales, my responsibilities look after the policy, strategy, legislation that we are preparing for consideration. And Mr. Wells and Service New South Wales supports the technical delivery of the program. So I'll talk to probably the policy and the strategy side of this work. So we work really closely with international standards and the national rules that the Commonwealth sets in relation to digital ID and verifiable credentials. And we've been pulling together a framework for how we can deliver a New South Wales digital ID and verifiable credentials in the Service New South Wales wallet that can be interoperable across states and territories and with the Commonwealth in terms of their wallets as well. And Ms McDonald was referring to that earlier. So we have prepared the Identity Protection and Recovery Bill as well, which relates to protection of personal information in that regard. And we've contributed to the National Digital Identity and Verifiable Credential Strategy as part of the Digital and Data Ministers meeting that we have collectively worked together with states and territories. In terms of practical technical delivery, Mr. Wells can talk to it in more detail, but we've issued a first aid certificate pilot in the New South Wales Service New South Wales wallet, which is a verifiable credential to the international standards. We've released Working with Children Check.
Sorry, that's St John First Aid Credential.
Yeah.
So that's the one that was announced in June 24.
Yep.
Is that actually being used in emergency services now?
It was as a pilot to prove that we could test and work with St John's to, as a non-government entity to be able to issue that credential technical pilot.
Have we got the results of the pilot?
Mr. Wells?
We do. So that informed, I suppose, the things that we're now about to roll out, and happy to speak to that in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just keep running through a few of the things that we've delivered. The Working with Children Check online renewals, so people are able to now renew their Working with Children Check online without coming to a Service New South Wales centre. We have launched the digital photo card pilot, which again is a digital version of photo card.
So with that one, that's been in trial for a few years, right?
It was launched in June
last year, June 2024.
Okay.
And it has been, it continues, we're continuing to learn from that pilot.
Okay.
And Mr. Wells might have the specific details of how many people have been involved. And I'll just finish my list, and I might have missed a few, but we've also participated in an international summit to be able to prove that we can issue a driver's licence in international standards as well. So a lot of technical proofs of concepts that we have also piloted with real customers to be able to test.
Okay. So, sorry, just to clarify, you didn't mention something called the credentials platform, I don't think. Is that...
Yeah. We have also embedded, I'll let Mr. Wells speak to this, but we have implemented a credentials platform in Service New South Wales to be able to scale more credentials when we learn from the pilots that we've
Okay, so in preparation for when those pilots are no longer pilots. But there's no... So it's all still in the pilot phase, though, or it's in the analysis of the pilot phase. It's not actually being used anywhere yet.
A few,
Look, I'd say elements of the program are definitely being used broadly in the community. So Ms. Christie mentioned working with Kids Checks. There were 70,000 renewals of working with Kids Checks last year that utilised one of the platforms that's part of the DIVC program. That's the way you biometrically match and prove who you are. That's been integrated into Service New South Wallet. And with the credentials platform you mentioned, that's what the photo card is now based on.
Yeah.
So there was a previous photo card trial, a bespoke or a custom built sort of process that was trialled in the Blue Mountains and in Western Sydney. So what Ms. Christie talked about was the transition of that credential to a standards-based photo card that's able to be used across jurisdictions and in a safer way. Because Ms. Boyd, what I'd say is, in terms of digital identity and verifiable credentials, the real goal is, first of all, from a digital identity perspective, is to decentralise that identity, to strengthen the proof, and to give customers choice about what they share. That doesn't exist at the moment. And with credentials, we'll link that credential to your identity and do the same thing. So it's really important that we get those things built in a way that they can be scaled and they're safer.
So how many people have used that? You said the Working with Children check is using those digital credentials, or verifiable digital credentials?
The Working with Kids check at the moment is just using the component that strengthens the proof of who you are, and you're able to do that online. So previously, in order to renew your Working with Kids check, you had to come physically to a Service New South Wales centre to prove your identity. You can now do that online, and 70,000 people have done that with a biometric check.
I was going to ask you how many. Okay, 70,000 people.
That's last year, and that continues obviously. So that's live.
Could you, on notice, tell me how much has been spent on labour, consultants, vendor technology, etc., in relation to this overall project? That would be really useful. Just in the last few seconds I've got, Ms. Young, one of the documents we received from Treasury again, I think, that talked about a sort of restructure within SIRA, mentioned that Ernst & Young were doing some of that work, and it had sort of a table that showed that Ernst & Young had incurred, I think, 30 million last year in connection with the restructure, and that they were going to do another, I think, 150 million or something. Is that, do you know, are you able to tell me what Ernst & Young are doing?
I'm not quite sure of that. Ernst & Young we have only used for our actuarial work. And our actuarial spend is much, much lower than that. It's 6.1 million last year overall, and that's for all actuaries.
Okay, could I maybe ask then Mr. Head, because I think what they've done is combined SIRA and DCS legals into the workers' comp reform implementation costs they've provided us, but there is a bit on the back that talks about Ernst & Young's support of $30 million in 24-25, and then an estimated 150 million for 25-26 in relation to those reforms.
I don't know what that refers to, but it certainly doesn't refer to DCS expenditure. I don't believe that we've engaged Ernst & Young for anything since I've been Secretary.
Interesting. All right, I might.
So, and I don't know what the document is. So.
Yeah, it's just come out of one of the proactive releases of information by the treasurer.
Do you know what it's headed or?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'll give it to you afterwards if you like, or I can give it to you on supplementaries so you can see. All right, thank you. That's useful.
Thank you. We've now got 3 minutes for the opposition.
Thank you. Commissioner Futrell, can you tell me the justification for the recent decision to remove the Yass-based CAFS tanker?
So that was in part the preparations for movement of trucks in relation to the tiered response. Those truck movements have all been put on hold and trucks have gone back. We're in the midst of the consultation process in relation to that. So, as I say, they've been put back into location.
So that vehicle is still in Yass?
As far as I'm aware.
Okay. Now, I understand it was to head to another station. Is that station now without a vehicle?
No, so there was a planned rotation of vehicles to match the types of vehicles we needed to enable the tanker stations to get the tankers the right types. There's various different variants of tankers. So it was moving those around and then moving the truck. So it was a shuffling of vehicles rather than leaving anyone without one.
Okay, we've heard a lot about this consultation around this project. Is there an end date for that consultation that we'll know what is happening long term?
Yeah, so we're in the process of doing consultation with health and safety representatives at the moment, and then in addition to that, there's the industrial consultation with the Fire Brigade Employees Union. We had hoped to have concluded the consultation process with the union some time ago, and it has been quite a protracted one. It's obviously an issue of great interest to the FBEU, and so trying to strike that balance of making a genuine demonstration to hear their perspectives, work through it. It's taken a while for them to be able to sort of come through and explain all of their different concerns. So I don't have an exact timeline for you, but obviously keen to move things forward at the earliest opportunity, giving due respect to the consultation process.
Okay. Oh, it's also an issue for the local member down there as well.
Yeah, I understand.
Another local member issue, the Junee Correctional Centre. I understand it's had a spike, this is for you, Commissioner Frutel, believe it or not, a spike in call-outs for false alarms over the last little while. I'm told 40 this year. What does Fire and Rescue receive as far as compensation for those call-outs? And does that compensation, for want of a better term, end up being fed back into the local community?
Provide you the charge that we have for automatic fire alarm activations on notice, just so we get the exact number for you correctly. That then is part of Fire and Rescue's revenue stream, basically. So it's directed back into the organisation.
At a local level?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay.
We do have a team that works in our fire safety branch that is focused on helping businesses or facilities to reduce the number of false alarm activations. So I dare say if that facility has had such a significant spike, the team there that works on the false alarm reduction will be working with the Junee Correctional Facility managers.
Happy to be corrected if those numbers are wrong too.
Yeah, that's right.
Ms. Boyd? Yes, please. I just need to correct myself. It was 30,000, not 30 million. I've been getting my millions and my hundreds of thousands and my billions mixed up all day. Sorry about that. So, but I will provide you full details on notice. I just wanted
sorry, Ms. Boyd, can I just correct myself there
Yes.
too? It wasn't 6.1 million last year, it was 3.1 million.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, can I ask one thing? Sorry to be annoying. When that document relates to SIRA expenditure? Or?
So SIRA and DCS legals, WC reform implementation costs 25th of February 2025. I'll give you a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, I understand that there was a tragic death in Queensland of a firefighter called Izzy Nash. And now the Queensland Fire Brigade is being prosecuted by Queensland Work Health Safety for failing to uphold safety standards. I understand Fire Rescue New South Wales wants to reduce from 4 to 2 firefighters in 10 regional centres in New South Wales. So that's an active proposal. Given the dangerous nature of firefighting, are you concerned that you could get sued in New South Wales in the same way that the Queensland Fire Brigade is currently being prosecuted?
Obviously, the tragedy with Izzy Nash's passing is a different sort of set of circumstances to some of the comparisons that are being made with the tiered response model that we're proposing. And as I've just responded a few minutes ago, we're in the midst of the consultation process with that. But a clear part of that proposal with the tanker strategy is based on defensive firefighting operations, so that we're not committing firefighters to internal firefighting where there's only a crew of 2. And that's very well established that without a minimum crew of 4, there's no commitment of firefighters to an internal fire attack. And so that's been made very clear in our communications in relation to what we're putting forward through this model. And it's also been the mechanism that's been in place for the last 5 or 6 years where that model's been in operation at Peak Hill.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Government question. Did you want your 23
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
you can go.
I missed the name in the corner. I do apologise. No, sorry. Yes,
Me?
yourself.
Oh, sorry.
Can you tell me quickly how many of you talked about the shearing program out at Arana?
Yep.
How many of those people are working in sheds now?
We could take that on notice for you.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Thank you very much.
Sometimes it's just a point of interest for young people. As I said, we do have a variety of programs. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that young people will exit and enter that trade, but it gives young people a taster.
Absolutely, and that's why I asked in sheds rather than shearing, because it could lead to rouseabouts or wool presses or anything.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Government questions?
We're all good, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, thank you to... Oh, yes.
Sorry, Chair. Just a couple of quick points I can clarify, just so we wrap as many things up as we can. Dr. Cohen asked earlier about IFARES program, so it's something that we fund internally, and we made an allocation of $250,000 for that. And just more recently to Mr. Barrett's question, $1,600 for the AFA charge is the...
Each call out?
Yes, but it's not necessarily that straightforward. There is a grace period, so the first charge isn't called, then there's a grace period where we'll assess it. There's a range of things that can be a reason for an exclusion, but where a charge is levied, it's $1,600.
Excuse me, Chair, could I just give another answer in relation to the question Ms Boyd asked around our restructure management? So just in terms of the proposed structure and the 160 staff losing jobs, I just wanted to clarify that it's 160 roles that are impacted on some level, and people may be directly appointed. It might just depend on the amount that they are impacted, so it's not an impact in terms of people are definitely losing their jobs through the process. They may be are likely to be appointed through that. And once the consultation has been gone through, because we've got a significant amount of that, we'll consider that and work through the final structure and then the consequent impacts, so that may change as well. And I just wanted to also add, in relation to the 9 SIRA inspectorate roles that are moving across to SafeWorks, I want to be clear that we're talking about the roles, not the people. We're aligning the two processes so that people who are in those roles may have the opportunity to either stay within SIRA or to move to SafeWork, dependent on what that looks like. So I just wanted to be clear that it's the roles that would move, not necessarily the people. We're trying to make it the best opportunity for people, however they may be. And just in terms of the amount of engagement we've had and the information that we've been giving. So we announced that we were going to do the functional review in November, and since that time we've had more than 114 touch points of that. And so every town hall or every CIRA-C executive drop-in, so they happen kind of every 2 weeks. There's a town hall a month and then a a drop-in session in between the next town hall. We have given an update. So there's been 29 directly from me. We've had at least 21 touch points in our intranet and news. We have a functional review hub that has been in operation since February, where it's consistently updated with any updates that we have going through the process. And there's a significant amount of more processes and workshops we've had with the teams through the whole of the process. So I just wanted to be clear, we've been working from end to end as transparently as we can be around this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else further? No? Great, thank you. Well, thank you to all of you for your attendance today. We much appreciate it. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the very near future regarding any questions that were taken on notice, as well as any supplementary questions. But thank you all for your attendance today.
Thank you.